Yeah. Happy New Year. How do we celebrate? Okay. My baby having a good time back there. Yes, good day, good day, good day, everyone. Happy New Year. What are we doing? Are we moving the needle forward? I hope so. I think this year is going to be a great year. We're going to keep snowballing from what we've been doing last year. And let's have a good time. Let's make this year a great year. Let's do it together because I want y'all, I want to be a part of y'all team. God damn it. Good day, everyone. Happy New Year to you. Giving 221. Yes, good day to you. It's been a lot of things going on. I'm going to just recap everything, all the lessons. All of the lessons, well, as many of them as we can remember, as we could get through, because there's a lot of lessons learned. And I believe that the women were down bad this year. Absolutely. I think the city girls was doing people dirty. My baby is serenading us in the background because she enjoyed herself last night. She almost made it to the ball drop. She almost made it, but she started to get a little crazy, and we had to put her ass to bed because she's a nut. She's a natural born feminist. It's a whole nother story. But it was a lot of shit that went down this year. Jada, good day. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Hopefully y'all didn't drink too much. Hopefully y'all got your aspirin on. And we could start the new year off sober, healthy, full of great energy, good energy. Every single day, this is what we're going to do. And we're going to keep building that way. Have anybody ever went to go see the ball drop in their respective cities and states? In New York is a crazy thing. It is absolutely crazy to go celebrate the ball drop in New York City. If you do not have a place to pee in New York City and use to go out there, man, no chase, a good day to you. Let me tell y'all how it goes down before we start the conversations about the lessons that we learned this year. But in New York City, if you used to go down to Times Square and go and celebrate, you don't have because you can rent out some hotel rooms and apartments that you could go and you could see the ball drop from the window. But if you do not do that, you got to be outside in the public with a pamper, a grown-ass person with a pamper and your bottle of liquor. That's what you're going to do. Kind of crazy, yes. It's a bunch of grown people. It's about 1 million people out there, and at least 90% of them have a pamper on at the age of 30 and up. It's crazy. I'm enjoying the bed and a movie right now. That's awesome. Thought I should check the replay later. Solution-based gang. May peace, promise, purpose, and prosperity find you in 2024. Yes, hopefully everybody's ups and downs is in the bed sheets. Hopefully, your life is like Italian bread. Hopefully it's long with a lot of dough in the middle. That's how we moving. But yeah, you got to put on some goddamn Pampers and you got to be out there for like 2, 3, 4 hours. So you got to pee in a pamper. That's kind of crazy, but they do it. I did celebrate New Year's in Times Square plenty of times, at least 3, 4 times in my lifetime. I did have a bathroom where I was at. And I did be able to go see the ball drop. We got some fireworks. This is a cool environment, but it's not easy to get in there. You got to get certain kind of passes. You got to have New York City passes to be in Times Square on the inside of Times Square, not just on the outskirts. But it is a fun time. It's a lot of weird things going on, especially if you take the train. You have no choice but to take the train. And it's absolutely weird on the train on New Year's Day. Wow. The type of people that you see on that damn train is astonishing how people are so different. But that's the beauty of New York City, is that you could be completely weird, and it is normal in New York City to be weird. Absolutely. You could just walk around as who you are. Some of the things that we learned last year is you should never marry an ex-adult star. You know who gave us that information? Joe Smith. He gave us the example of why you should never marry an adult star or ex-adult star. Also, Adam 22 is another example of it, how he gave us the information that you should never marry an adult star because it's not going to end up good for you. You're going to look crazy in the end. You cannot try to save these goddamn women because they don't want to be saved. How about that part? You men out here trying to save these goddamn hoes. I understand that you have you want the super freak of the week. I get it. You want the super freak of the week, but you cannot marry the super freak of the week because she's going to bring you more chaos than peace in your life. So if you go ahead and be a Joe Smith and you go ahead and marry an adult star and any sign of problems go down in the house, she's going to revert back to what she knows, and what she do for a living is dropping it like it's hot. And that's what you don't want. You know who else was the Captain Save-All? Will Smith was another Captain Save-All. He tried to save Jada Pinkett Smith. I'm just saying, these women this year, god damn, there's so many examples of these crazy women that you should not be saving. Joe Smith, we start with him. Academics, at the end of the year, he wanted to find out you cannot save these hoes. That's goddamn crazy too. I know, Flora, I understand people ain't up yet, but that ain't my fault. I still got to do what I got to do. Good day to you, Flora. Happy New Year. Drop it like the New York ball was hot. Absolutely. They was definitely dropping it like it's hot all year long. Joe Smith, I felt for him. You understand? Adam 22. He had his woman biting the sheets, even though they got paid. Both of those women got paid, though. Both of those women got paid. So I guess if your ego could deal with somebody else popping your wife off, then it's all good, I guess. But these women were down bad this year. I want to welcome to the stage for the first time this year, Kasim. Good day. Happy New Year, my brother.
What's up, fam? How are you? Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to kind of like recap all of the lessons that we learned over the year. So many things happen.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some changes to this space, fam.
Woo.
I really do. I think that the dynamic is going to shift to more people coming on wanting to see like solutions and getting issues solved versus the chaos that people seem to enjoy more. And I've been seeing that trend, particularly with content creators making that known, saying, hey, you know what, going forward in the new 2024, I want to make this more of a dialogue. I want to see more resolutions. I want to see, more problems getting solved versus all the drama and the chaos. So I think they're going to mix a little bit more of that. Hopefully, with that particular recipe, we can see better outcomes in the way that we treat one another, the way that we relate to one another, and how we kind of coexist, man.
Awesome. I think so too. I wanna think that I was one of the people that kind of sparked the idea of it, because I'm definitely not the person that started it. But I just want to be, hopefully I'm somebody that sparked the idea that it's possible, and everybody else say, oh, let me tweak what Sharon was doing and do it a little better here, do it a little better there, and and we can keep this space moving forward, because something that I was getting a lot of flack for. It's like, oh, it's chaos over here. But what I was trying to explain to them before is that out of chaos, you do get solutions out of it. It just takes time. And sometimes we have to go through that clash and all that fire and turmoil to see some better solutions later, because we got to get that shit off our chest as well.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing, like, where you have to put the medicine in the mashed potatoes. Right. And there's been plenty of times where, you can have a little bit of comedy, a little bit of drama, and that which will attract people. We know that attracts people, but within that comedy and drama, there's always a message to it, right? So I think that's a really good premise to try to do that.
Absolutely. Good day to you, Sugar Bum. Even my girl Sugar Bum, I think she's gotten way better with time. And she turned into my homegirl. Like at first she used to come for my head all the times. But I think me and Sugar Bum, we are together mentally more than we are apart. And I think if we allow people to just get their full thoughts out, we wind up seeing that we are about like 80 to 90% in agreement with each other.
Hmm. Yeah, Sugar Bum used to get on my neck. When I came on Platinum Elite's channel, she used to get on my neck. But I have grown to respect Sugar Bum, right? Because a lot of the things that Sugar Bum used to say used to trigger me, right? Because the things that she says, there was a little bit of truth in that when it comes to men, right? And I've seen those men that she talked about, and at one particular point, I used to be that particular person. So now that I have, become better, you know, I don't look at the things that she says that triggers me, because that's not necessarily men or me in any particular sense, but that is just men that she has encountered, that she has seen, that's out there. And if we really want to be honest, Sharon, we know those men that she be talking about.
Yeah, hey, listen, and I think this year, I think people are gonna be a little bit more fair. I think the numbers do not support a lot of these old arguments anymore. That's why we rebel
No.
against remedial rhetoric. These arguments is not true, is opinion based, and now we're gonna start getting to some more of statistics and data, and people could really understand what they're saying, making sure that where did you get that thought pattern from? That's my main
Hmm.
thing. I want people to recognize where they got their thought patterns from, because a lot of times, shout out to my guy K. Happy New Year, degenerates.
Oh shit.
Shout out to K. I appreciate you, K. He is always showing some love and support. Shout out to K, a brilliant young brother. He is self-taught in the IT world, and he's doing his thing. So I appreciate people like K being here, because he's an intelligent young man, and at least he get some conversation from some folks like me and you that's been around, and he can get an idea how he could move through his lifestyle of being in the relationship field. Because me and you are very heavily family oriented.
Absolutely. Men and women are better together. We are. Men need women, women need men. Stop the cat. And I think
Yeah,
a lot of individuals
so we
are,
can
are,
help
are
him navigate his thoughts a little bit
yeah.
better, because I'm not sure if he's a family oriented or he's going to be single for the rest of life. But at least now he has both sides, because he has plenty of the other side of the leave women alone rhetoric. He has that. He does both. So hopefully I can provide some of the other side so he can, figure it out. But a lot of people in these spaces, they do not have their original thoughts. And that's the only thing I want to go against, is that make sure when you have these thoughts and you saying these words, those are your own thoughts, and you went through a process in your own mind when you heard whatever was heard, right? You hear it,
Mhm.
you analyze it, then you go and research it, and then now it can become yours. And then if you want to back it up with your own experiences, then that's okay. But don't just repeat some shit because you heard a great speaker say it and it sounded
Mhm.
good at the moment. That's the thing I
Yeah,
want
but
to fight against.
Sharon, that takes discipline and
Mm,
self awareness and confidence and the aptitude that you have when it comes to receiving information, right? You got to be able to discern whether this information is based on reality, whether it's based on emotion, or whether it's based on some kind of hearsay. And we as men, we take it stuff at face value. If you
mm,
say something, when we're taking that as truth and as seriousness, but it's up to you to depend on what type of characteristics and what type of reputation that you want to have when you come on these spaces. Do
ooh,
you want to have a reputation of saying sound things where people can believe that you're credible? Or do you want to have the reputation where people just think that you're a jokester and you're trolling all the time, and they can kind of take what you say as half truths? And I believe if you engage in a behavior over a extended period of time, that behavior becomes part of who you are. So you got to be really careful about the persona that you put on these YouTube spaces. The more time you put on these spaces, the more you begin to grow and more metamorphosize into that particular person over time. So that's why I
mm.
try to be as consistent as possible. The same way I'm here on the YouTube streets is the same way I am, on the block, and I stand on that.
Woo! No trolling in real life, right? Like
No, man, no, I
you don't
don't.
get the opportunity to really do that. So stop acting
No,
like you
I'm
can
too
troll
old for that
here
shit,
and
man.
then that you can't
Yeah,
that you're not going to be a troll. Like no, the things that you do,
nah.
it's going to reflect. It's going to start to spew out into the reality of the world. So
Mm-hmm.
you got to change who you are altogether and be like how you said, discipline, which is not a negative word. Discipline
No.
is a powerful word. Is what most successful people use. They use disciplines to be
Mm-hmm.
better. You got to have a discipline to run a marathon. You got to be disciplined
Mm-hmm.
to be a bodybuilder. You got to have discipline to be in business. Like all these things, it takes discipline. It is a beautiful word, and
Yeah.
you can grow through discipline, and that's the only way you're gonna be successful if you are disciplined. Being disciplined is being getting a vision board and sticking to your vision throughout the
Mm-hmm.
whole year. You know, and it's okay for men to have vision boards as well. It's not a female thing.
No, no. In the fashion industry, it was important for us to have vision boards and move boards so that individuals can conceptualize, and see themselves in those particular situations, right? And
Mm,
I think that's what a vision board can do, depending upon what type of aspirations you have and goals. If you put that in front of you, then you can envision yourself in those particular places, in that car, in this particular location with this jewelry on, and it encourages you to drive even harder to achieve those
mm.
goals. You gotta believe it before you achieve it.
Absolutely. Yes, right. Sugar bum discipline. Do you think Joe Smith has some discipline? What do you think Cardi B and Joe Smith should be have the same credit for choosing wrong in their mates? Because for some reason we'll say Joe Smith, without a doubt, me and you both say, hey, listen, fam, you know who you chose, you know what kind of lifestyle she was, and the very sign of any kind of drama, we know people always revert back to who they used to be because
Yes.
they know they could be successful at that. So,
Hmm.
Joe, you chose who you chose. Things got a little rocky. You should have kind of expect her to go back there. Can we say the same thing for Cardi B? And if so, why do not people treat it the same? Because we know what's his name? Offset. We know he had multiple baby moms. We know he's a cheater. She even said it on record saying that her man is a cheater. She knows
Hmm.
he's a cheater. However, she said, I do not want to be happy with somebody that's not a cheater and he doesn't make me happy. He makes me happy. It's just to happen that he's a cheater. So did both of those people choose wrong? Yes or no? What you think?
Obviously, it's not going to be equal, Sharon. You know how
Ooh.
the society is that they're going to lean more towards the woman than they are the man. They're going to give
Mm.
the man a lot more accountability, than the woman. But like attracts like. We all
Ooh.
know that women, they're drawn to a certain mysteriousness, a certain bad boy, a certain image, and a certain characteristic that excites them.
Mm.
However, those particular men, as you know, have flaws like not being able to be monogamous, which we know women hold that in like very, very, very high regard, right? But at the same time, if the lifestyle is right, they don't have to, be. They can kind of like, all right, like what? I said I wanted you all for myself, but you provide me a certain lifestyle. As long as you're not disrespectful and
Mm.
blatant in my face with it, you
That is a
know,
good
I,
point.
I could be cool with that, but I don't think society is going to make it equal when it comes to things of that nature. When it comes to picking the right person, obviously, they're going to be more harsh on the men than the women. But in the back of my mind, Sharon, I kind of believe that Sharon, Cardi B and Offset, I think they're gonna get back together, man. I just feel that based upon what she's been saying and her
Mm.
history, right? And the fact that they have those kids together, that how when women have kids with the man, that bond is strong as hell, man. And
Yeah.
that's what they intrinsically want at the end of the day. So I
Yeah.
believe that he could run a little bit of game on her, buy her some gifts, change his ways for like 45 days or so. They'll be back together.
And not only that, not only just the children, they also built a baby of a career, right?
Yes,
He helped her elevate from a one hit wonder possibly to who she is now. Like we do
yes.
understand that he was a heavy influence on helping her career move. She was already on a trajectory, correct,
Hmm.
right? She did make a great record, but them two getting together solidified it, and she is huge now. So that's another thing that we gotta understand too. Like those are like 3 babies, pretty much. You got 2 living babies, and then you got a career baby that you built. Because we both know how difficult it is on the entertainment side, how to build. You can have all the attributes, but sometimes your career just do not lift off. It
No,
happens.
it doesn't.
And
No.
so it got that part as well, and it could be just, we could be just part of the marketing strategy, and we just don't even know it, because
Right.
because they do that as well. They would make some fake drama, make you go out on dates and
Yeah.
get caught by the paparazzi. How you get caught by paparazzi? Come on.
Yeah. They just got caught like a couple of days ago. They had dinner together. I think was it in New York City? I think they was together, right? Because what blew their cover was that they were at a restaurant and they came in together, and I think it was a server or a fan took a picture with Cardi B,
Damn.
right? And then that same fan took a picture with Offset like
Wow.
a minute and a half later. So obviously those two were together, but they're keeping it under wraps. So like I said, give them some time. They be that good again.
They most likely will. And I do respect I respect them, because I do not believe that they should get divorced over something like that. Because I always said on this panel, right, on these channel, is that if you fell in love with a cheater and you married a cheater, you need to stay with your goddamn cheater, because you knew what you got yourself into. You cannot be mad because you married that person. You thought that person is going to change. No, you need to marry the person that's in front of you. If they do change for the better, that is a plus to your goddamn relationship. But if you Joe Smith and you marry a goddamn adult star, hopefully she's stopped. But if she goes back to it, you kind of knew what she was getting. So Cardi B, if you married a goddamn cheater and he was good for 2 years, he didn't sling his ping, and then he do it once every 2 years, I don't know if that's grounds for divorce, because you kind of knew what you was getting yourself into. Adam 22 is another male as well that is dealing with a woman that is in that adult film, and you can't get upset when they want to do certain things.
This is the thing, Sharon. I know I know these men that go after these women. They say, "Hey, what's up, D-Town? What's up?" I know that they say that they're
He can't
okay.
help himself that when grown folks is talking, he gotta interject in between the conversation. Go ahead, D-Town. What you gotta say? You want to interrupt because he had a great thought, but you had to jump in. Go ahead, D-Town. Happy New Year to you, brother.
Happy New Year's. Look, I'm the youngster that see the OGs, and I'm so admired. I just want to be in the princess. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's all. Y'all got it. Keep going.
Thank you. I appreciate you, D-Town. Go ahead, cousin.
No, but like I was saying, these men that are cucks or whatever you want to call them, they say that they're okay with that, but we all know as men, we cannot stand to see the woman that we love, the woman that we care for, in her most feminine, submissive state by having consensual sex with another man. There is no man really that can handle the sight of seeing that. Just as though, the women have a hard time, visualizing their man, right? Or they care for in his most masculine frame, having sex with another woman. So that does affect men when they see that, when they visualize that, or when they partake in something like that. And it just shows just how damaged he is. He's putting on this front, but his wall is slowly starting to crumble down because of the public saying, the humiliation, and the mental trauma that he's gone through with all of this. Right, her woman.
Damn. You just sparked the thought. Like now that we're running through these people, right? We got Joe Smith, Adam 22. We could also say Jada Pickett, and we could also say Destiny. Those are all great. We could keep going down this list. Oh, Remy Ma and Pat Poose. Like we could go down this list of when the woman opens her body to another man. Like that shit is very difficult to get back to when it's publicly. Especially when you know that your woman is out there popping off with somebody that is less than you at that. Because most of these people, right, when they did it with somebody that's less than them.
Yes.
Right? So Adam 22, we know he's a bigger player than whoever that porn star was. Because I don't know who paid him. So he's the help. Jada Pinkett Smith, she wound up being with August Alsina. As we can see, he is not a top-notch celebrity.
And you
And
notice
we can go down the
not only
list.
these
Damn.
not only these people, lower in social standard, but they got access to the woman faster,
Oh,
quicker. It's like these dudes had to put in all of this work, and the other guy just walk in. It's kind of like you standing in line for a concert or something like that, or to get in the venue, right? And then you finally get in, and then somebody just walk up and just walk right in, and you're like, no, man, you got to get to the back of the line, fam. You got to wait like how I waited. And
God damn it.
that's the thing that men fear most. We fear, doing the most, doing more, getting the same access than the guy that just come in and get it. And each one of these circumstances is exactly what happened. So it wasn't the fact that a lower class male got your girl, but also he got her at like half the
A
effort.
discount. You got a discount. So yes, men cheating and women cheating are seen differently. I'm sorry to tell you,
Yeah.
but it absolutely is. It is it's different. Like for example, Remy Ma and Pat Poose. That is horrible. That makes men on masses when they see this story and they don't want to try to break it down because the problem that happens is that we don't break it down as just Remy. Right, she was just a
Mhm.
bad human being. She felt like she was less than her man, and so that's why she cheated with a man that is less than her man because she had to go
Mhm.
back down to her level and be with a man at her level because she probably it's possible that she feels that Pat Poose is at too high of a level, too good of a man for her to be with. This is something that we had a conversation on this channel about that a lot of people
Hold
they
on,
can't
Sorrel.
break up with somebody. So
Hold
what they
on,
usually
Sorrel.
do, they cheat on their mate to make the other person break up with them. And this is
Mhm.
probably something that Remy Martin is going through, but we as in the community, we're gonna use Remy as all women, and that is a problem
Yeah.
as well, right? Even though, but it's like you said earlier, we do know women that's like that. They will fuck up a good
Yes.
thing. They will find a
Yeah.
way to fuck up a good thing. They would do
But you
everything
know
in
what though?
their power.
Yeah.
You know what though, Sharon, when you come to the realization, man, and you know what female nature is capable of, and you know what they're capable of doing, and you know that at any given point they can change their emotions and they can take everything away from you, but you also choose to still deal with them and have a relationship with them because you see the benefits that they can bring to your life when you have the right woman. And I think all men kind of go through that. Even some of these big red pill ragers here or whoever, not just necessarily him, but people here in this space claim to be red pill, particularly if they were in a relationship for an extended period of time. We know they do some compromising. We
Mm,
know they do some negotiating. We
mm.
know they do some communicating. We know that every now and then they the women get their way. So we know all of this, right? Because
Right.
intrinsically,
If you
relationships
deal with a
are
woman, you
the
gotta do
same.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
If you're
and that's the
dealing with
thing
a
I
woman,
don't
you
like.
gotta.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like I understand that women they get kind of offended, but when we got to understand we have to separate the good from the bad.
Nah,
Yes.
for
And the
real, for
problem
sure.
is with women is no separation. We
No,
easily
it's all.
separate the bad men from the good men. We easily separate those things. Even the men, we could easily separate those things. But nobody
Nah,
wants to
fact.
talk about Tia Mowry like she did something wrong. She is another person that we are talking
Nah,
about.
nah, you're
When
right.
she
Yeah.
broke up her goddamn marriage, everything was fine. You went through a little mental breakdown. Cool. You needed some space because that's what really happened to her. Seems like that she just needed some time alone. She spent her whole life around people. She was a twin, so she never even had her own birthday before. So we're not even putting that in consideration. Then she gets married. She did that for 10, 20 years, however long they was married. Then she got friends and family, and she never probably had the chance to be alone. And so that's probably what built up in her. She needed some space. And but that space turned into a divorce and realizing, I'm pretty sure now she realized that it probably was a bad decision, but she got to stand on that shit now.
You know what, Sharon? Let me ask you a question. Um, just as we tell women to separate themselves from the good women from the thoughts, do you think that it's hard for women to tell the good men from the bad men because we close together? If we are around those same men, it's hard for them to
No,
see
sir.
who is what.
Can I
I
handle
don't I
this?
don't believe
OG,
so.
can I handle this?
Go ahead, D Town. You've been very patient today. Go ahead, D
I've
Town.
been doing good. It's New year, baby. New me. You heard me. But look, check it out though. Now, big homie, because a woman will tell you in your face, he was too corny. He was too, he was too nice. He did too much stuff right. They'll tell you in your face. with the good guy when they explain to us, and you be like, man, that was a good guy, you know what I'm saying? But they don't see it like that. So, and two, we separate each other, because men just had a hierarchy, you know what I'm saying? You know,
And also to build
regard.
up for what,
Hmm.
also to build up what D-Town is saying, you will hear a bunch of men, we'll say, we don't know men like that, right? Because we'll make sure we separate ourselves from men that are moving opposite of what we move. If a man is
Right.
being a deadbeat and there's a bunch of us as fathers, we'll make sure that man will feel so uncomfortable he'll never come around
He'll
us.
never come around, yeah, and
If
he'll
he's a
know that.
goddamn alcoholic and he's beating his wife and we are all family oriented, we'll make him feel so uncomfortable that he is not comfortable around us. So this is why people get that confused. And like people like Priscilla Clark, she says, "Oh, men never see these bad men because we make sure we separate ourselves from bad human beings. We do not, because we know men know birds of a feather flock together. We know that. So we make sure we keep away from those people. We stay around other. If we are a married person, most likely we're gonna have married friends.
Mm-hmm.
If we are alcoholics, we most likely gonna have alcoholic friends, and so on and so forth. Weed smokers hang out with other weed men. You know what I'm saying? Like it is a thing for men. We absolutely separate ourselves. We people don't even hang around alcoholics. We like, man, we don't drink. We even separate ourselves from the drugs we use. We don't
Yeah.
hang around each other. You know what I'm saying? Football people don't hang around basketball people.
Mm.
Like we
So
separate ourselves. That's how come we do not see when men actually say this. No men in my circle act like that. They mean that shit because we make
yeah.
sure we kick those people out of our circle because we don't want those type of people around our children. We don't want those type of people around our wives, cousins, families. We do not want you to even know where we live.
Mm.
We don't want you to think that it's okay for you to act that way around because we always want to protect what we have. So we put ourselves around other like-minded people every single time. That's why rappers hang with rappers. Basketball players hang out with basketball players. And you start playing basketball, you trying to be a professional basketball player, guess what happens? You don't know nobody else but basketball players because that's all you do.
Mm-hmm. That,
You
that
in
that
your
is
mind,
true.
you're like, everybody must want to be a basketball player.
And I think that's why, and I think intrinsically women know that. That's why they get upset if they know that their man is going to a certain place or hanging around a certain a group of people. They know that those individuals that are doing certain acts can have the opportunity to influence and to
Mm.
change and course correct that person's behavior for the negative of the relationship. And I think men and women both understand that, which is the reason why we get upset when they want to go to a certain place or when they want to hang out with a certain individual and a certain person. So yeah, but I think as you said, you made a good point. Men do that a little bit better when it comes to separating ourselves than women. And men, we know it. Like within the first couple of seconds, you can read somebody's energy, right? And then that hierarchy comes to come in, and then you can see, okay, who's the hierarchy in this particular group, and we tend to separate ourselves. So you hit it on the head, fam. You're right.
And for some reason, because I think also the problem with women are natural nurturers. So they always feel like they could help somebody. They can help them move on to a better life and a better this and a better that. And women do not take, they more of come as you are, and hopefully we make you turn into how the rest of the flock is. And what they don't realize is that they just dirtying up the flock. Eagles do not
Hmm.
fly with goddamn pigeons. Sorry, they can't fly as high. So no matter how much you try to change that bird's feathers, that bird is going to be that bird, and they cannot do nothing about it. And once women start recognizing that, I believe the successful women that recognize that they have successful marriages, they the ones with the 20-year marriages and so on and so forth. They the ones that's being the soccer moms, and they got the soccer mom group, and each
Hmm.
one take times with sending their children over to each other houses so they could all get their break from their children, and they have like a round robin, like so they understand it. And then so now when they figure that out, things are successful. Marriages last a long time
Hmm.
because
Do
those
you
women have.
think that um in 2024 in this spaces, with the spaces with the women, do you believe that they will come to the agreement that they need to do some work on themselves. They just can't have all these expectations from the man that they want and for them to just come as they are. Do you think that, more women in this space, particularly in 2024, will do more self-reflection on the things that they've contributed and what they have to offer to relationship? Because I always say masculinity has a freaking cost, femininity has a cost to that, right? And that cost has a lot to do with the type of individual that you have, the principles, the characteristics, and the values that you have in order to sustain something long term, right? But do you think more women will come to the forefront and saying, "Hey, like I just can't come as I am, as perfect as I might think that I am. I need to dive deeper in order for me to get a better chance at something successful and healthy."
I think time is going to tell. I believe that it is shifting. I think we are having more honest conversations, and it's not just one sided. At least over here, it's starting to build to where people getting their full thoughts out, and we realizing that we are not really that different. Men that want to be in relationships and women that want to be in relationships, they think alike. However, we just got to get the woman to trust us to hear them out, because we communicate very differently. Me and a woman might say the exact same thing, but the way how she chooses her words and how I choose my words, that woman might feel attacked. And this is something that men have to understand, that sometimes the way how we choose our words, a woman will feel attacked even though she believes in the same exact thing that we're saying. And we got to
Yes.
start recognizing those things. And a lot of men are not recognizing that you have to change your verbiage for a woman. You have to change
Yes.
the way how you are speaking to a woman. You got to change your
Yes.
tone so she understands you are trying to nurture her and not control her. Because way too many times in these spaces, we hear men trying to control a woman. And you can't control her. Only thing you could do is lead her to the water and let her drink it herself.
Yeah.
I think
You know
the
what?
person that comes in my mind could seem is like somebody like Dark Lake. He has great thoughts, but as soon as he gets challenged, he goes into a negative version of himself right away.
You know what? I had a
And that's what
couple
makes
of
women scared.
dialogues with Dark Lake, and I think we've come to this kind of understand. I think once he realized, who I was and what I was about, he kind of backed off on me a little bit, right? I think I kind of gained his respect because I think he just thought I was just this new guy coming in the block. It's like, nah, man, I've been around for a minute. Actually, I know more about you than you do, about me, and but he has his points of view. But I had a really good conversation, with my son last night,
Mm,
and he and his I heard his wife in the background, and she was kind of upset, and then he was arguing and bickering with her back and forth, and I
mm,
was like, Eli, I said, go to the next room, go to the next room. I said, Eli, listen, man, it is easier for you to change your tone and how you communicate with her
mm.
than it is for you to convince her that she's overreacting to her feelings. It's
Right.
harder for you. It's harder for you to convince her she's overreacting than for you to change how you speak to her. I
Yeah.
said, listen, Eli, just calm it down a little bit. Recognize, hear what she's saying. Don't listen to the actions and the verbiage and all. Just listen, hear what she's saying,
Saying,
and
yeah.
address that. And I
Yes.
was like, I'm gonna get off this phone. I was like, when you get finished, you call me back, right? So I got finished with him. About 45 minutes later, his wife calls me, and she was like, "Hey, Kasim, I don't know what it was that you told Eli, but you know what? It really helps. I appreciate you talking to him, and so he can get a better understanding. I know you want us to be successful, but sometimes he could get a little squirrely." I'm like, but that's my responsibility as a
Yeah.
father to help him to be as most successful with your relationship and with your union. And you know what? I appreciate you calling me, and then he joined in the conversation, as well. And so I think as men, we have to do a better job in navigating other men when it
Mm,
comes to relationships, when it comes to conflict resolution, when it comes to
absolutely.
compromise and navigation, and then knowing which each other is coming from.
Yes, absolutely. Because something that and it's because I was a young father and I did not want to hinder my children, right? So my daughter, she was very inquisitive from a very young age, always talking, always have questions. And a lot of times from the outside looking in, if you was across the street looking at me and my daughter talk, you'd think that young lady was being disrespectful to me. But
Hmm.
really, she was just really passionate about the questions she had. And as long as I stayed calm and answered every single question, she would be like, oh, okay. Even though it seems, because women, they can get very emotional, they can get very passionate
Hmm.
about things because they think that they are misunderstood very often.
Yes.
And they do not understand that we are understanding them, right?
Yeah.
Because and so therefore men have to learn the different verbiage and the different tones and how we talk to them and calm them down and say, hey, I'm on your side. We are saying the same thing. No, we're not, because such and such. Right. I'm
Hmm.
on you on this page, and this is why this, da, 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 da. They be like, oh,
Yeah.
but then they're going to move it again and move it again and move it again. As long as you stay with them, they start to understand that you are not here to damage me and control me, because
Hmm.
no human being wants to be controlled, right?
Right.
They
And
want
you're right.
guidance, they
You are
want
so right.
leadership,
You're
but they
right.
don't want to be controlled.
Right.
Especially an
Right.
intelligent woman, she does not want to be controlled.
Yes. And that
She
was
wants
one
to
of the
be
things that I kept
empowered,
telling him.
give
And
you
he,
the
yep.
controls.
Yep.
They want to give you the control. They want to know that, hey, listen, I'm trusting you, Ben. I fucked this up. They're gonna ask you a million questions until you prove to them and society that your decision making is sound, even if you fuck up, right? So that's
Hmm.
another thing I think people felt it's okay for a man to, like, you know what, I messed up, baby, I'm gonna get it back.
Hmm.
They think that they got to
Yes.
be 100% right at all times. No, you can fuck up. Women, they don't mind that. They understand. Sugar Bum, robbing them, they all understanding women. They are intelligent women. If they had a man
Yeah.
that they could trust, they would trust that man.
Yes.
But
We
it's gonna
both
come with,
know it.
but it's gonna come with questions.
Hmm.
It's gonna
Right.
come with some
And
serious conversation.
those only those, but see, it's your perspective. Those questions that they would ask that man is only helping to reassure them that I'm making the right
Good
choice to
decision.
freaking
Woo!
stay with you.
Mm.
Right. So I'm going to ask questions to reassure myself of why I choose to stay with you. And I'm a big believer that women do things to keep men. Men operate for a woman to stay, right? So I believe that when women are because they all do it every now and then, they'll say certain things or they'll do certain things just to reassure themselves that they have made the right decision to stay with you. But if you are not cognizant of it, you'll take that as something else and something totally different. And one of the things that I told my son to remove from his vocabulary is to stop telling her she's overreacting. Stop
Mm.
saying you're overreacting,
Yes,
right?
please.
Because the more you say she's overreacting, the more she's gonna go up, right? Right? Because you're basically telling her that her emotions is disproportionate to what's going on, and you're not
Right.
gonna convince him of that.
You're not.
Elijah, just no, just stop saying overreacting.
Just stop doing that, please, because you are just gonna insinuate that actual action. That's what
Yeah.
you're gonna do. You're gonna and another thing, these women that do not fit in the statistics, right? Being
Yeah.
a baby mother, they went to school, they got education, they got their own apartments. Men are gonna have to stop telling these women that that shit doesn't matter. It absolutely fucking
Yes,
matters.
it does. It
Any
does.
woman that's out there that's over 25, don't have no goddamn children, that has their own apartment, that's been taking care of themselves, got a decent job, that shit fucking matters. Especially and then if they come from a two-family household, that shit matters as well. These women need to get their prayers as well. The ones that are doing the right things, we got to start recognizing as men. Say, this is the type of women that we are talking about that are good, that are great.
Hmm.
And Robin M is doing all the fucking greatest things in the world. She need to get her props for that. If Sugar Bum is doing all the bad things in the world, then she need to get her props for that.
Hmm. Yeah, but I think for some reason, but this is the thing though, Sharon. If we really keep it a buck, we really keep it 100. We know men don't want no dumb woman.
They
Men
don't.
don't want no
Not a man.
incompetent female. We don't want it, right? We want someone to give us really good insight, right, to help us form a better conclusion and a better solution for the greater good of the family and of the unit. So it's
Mm,
nice for her to have an education. It's nice for her to have a certain amount of life experiences from a different perspective, right?
mm,
Because as men, we think more on a linear spectrum, but women have a little bit of emotion involved in that and a little bit of empathy. Because sometimes we can swing the iron with the iron fist and the Excalibur. Like, wait a minute, you don't have to, hit so hard at this particular point. Why don't you try a softer approach? Why don't you try a less combative approach to this thing and to get more results? And it ends up happening. So, I don't want to. I like my girl to be smart. She's very intelligent. She has helped me to in so many different ways, right? And I had helped her, as well. So we don't want dumb women. We want them to have some competence, some insight, some maturity as well. So, forget those guys that say they don't want that. They're not talking right.
Hey, Kasim, I got a question for you. Do you think
What's
that
up?
a lot of these men in these spaces are doing the exact same thing they don't want women to do, like having this so-called thing called the sign language? Do they shame, insult, and guilt and need to be right on these panels? Are these men acting
Abs-
this way?
Hell yeah! What kind of fucking question is that? Hell yeah! Absolutely, absolutely. They do because again, you can only be like the representative for only so much. The longer that you are on these panels, the longer that you start talking on these panels, the more comfortable that you get, the more your guard goes down, and the more your true intrinsic self kind of comes out, right?
Damn.
And then especially if you've been on that panel for a while, like about an hour and a half or so, you'll start to see their whole demeanor start to change, and then more of themselves will come out, and then you can kind of look at their attributes and how they communicate. Like, okay, yes, he's doing X, Y, Z because that's exactly like who he is and what he does. So
Hey,
yeah, man, there's just a
D-Town.
bunch of men.
Hey, D-Town. Are these men in these spaces, we're going to have to change it. Are these men in these spaces, are they shaming, insulting, and guilting and needing to be right in these goddamn conversations?
Uh-huh. Yep, they sure live. Yeah,
So
nah,
what are we
we
gonna do to get men to stop using sign language, the very same thing they say women use to win arguments? We need more men to be more masculine.
I
So
guess we are
these women understand who they choosing. So they're not afraid to choose these men. How are we gonna stop men from using sign language?
well, I guess first of all, we all gotta understand that instead of us being wrong, two things can be right. You get what I'm saying? So your point can be right and my point can be right. But at the same time, what we gonna do for right now to get the better outcome, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And that'll be more better for us because other than that, we just be arguing and, just bickering and just calling names with each other and it ain't gonna never go nowhere. So that's what I really think. Two things can be right. And then let's just expound on what can be best for the both of us so we can move on forward because it's all about us, the family. We're trying to win out here, but we can't be beating each other up for sure. That
Hey, Kasim. So
What's
first of
up?
all, so we got to stop men from using sign language. That's number one, right? We're gonna have to start calling that out because I do see it often. So are we gonna have to start asking men, what is your goddamn pant size too?
nah, for real.
They don't want to do that,
If you
fam, because then it
if
puts
you
a mirror
are
in them
a
because we know that 70% of black men are overweight and out of
oh,
shape,
shit.
right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's like
Damn.
we don't want to do that. But I think in order for men to stop with the sign language, I think they have to really be honest with themselves and not afraid of being wrong and
Oh,
not
Yep.
afraid of admitting like, hey, like, you know what? I was wrong, and I'm going to change my mind or change my perspective because I had thought in a particular context, but now that I have new evidence, I'm going to shift that and go along with it. I think that's where it comes from. And it's like
Yeah.
the more they dig themselves in the hole, just the deeper it gets. It's like, look, fam, why don't you just admit that you were wrong or you were mistaken, right?
it's okay. It's
It's
fine.
okay. It's okay.
You can't be right all the times unless you've been through so many things. So I think that's another problem too, right? People try to hold people like, for example, me and you that been through a lot of things. They don't understand the reason why we have decent insight because we was wrong for a lot of times in our life. And so
Yes.
now we able to we able to correct a lot of things in real time right away because we went through the wrong emotional reaction to something. So now
Hmm.
we know. Now we know. I know how to treat women and be involved with her because I went through so many of the wrong reactions. Like, oh, I need to
Yes.
probably change the way how I say this and say that. That's why I can give my advice and not have pass no judgment on nobody else. Because
Right.
I just
And
give
a
you the
lot of
advice of what I all the mistakes I made, and I made a lot, and I made a lot of them young.
yes,
So
but
sometimes
the
I
thing
feel
is, but also, Sharon, you got to remember the people that we were around held us accountable, right? They held us accountable for the decisions and the choices that we made. And more times than not, that individual knew what the truth was.
mm,
That person was a witness to what happened, what was said, what was communicated. So now here you are, you're in a room with 4 or 5 people. You have that person that you really trust, that's really cool with. They know the truth. And now here you are, you're being questioned about said X, Y, and Z by these other people. And here you are, you're looking at your man's in them, and he knows the truth, and you not saying it,
mm,
right? And you
mm,
not saying it. And then as the conversation goes down the road, then those 4 people, they bring out evidence like, look, man, this is exactly what happened. You did
mm,
X, Y, and boom, 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 boom. Why didn't you just freaking say it?
mm.
Why didn't you just say it? Right. And I think, that's where it comes to like humility and not being
Okay.
afraid to be wrong. In my profession, I have to man up, right? Because I have
Woo.
to be under the assumption that they freaking know, and more times than not they do know. So if
Hey,
I
it's a
know
great, it's a
and I
great
did
thing that you
wrong, yeah, if I
get
know I
to
did
get
something
to
wrong
see.
and they have evidence and I'm sitting there lying in front of them in their face and they know,
Oh my God, that is a great point. And
come
I
on.
feel when you got to deal with professional people, if you do something wrong, the only way you can move on for and say, I take ownership of that mistake.
Yep.
I'm gonna fix that mistake, and then that's the only way you could end the
Yes.
conversation or the argument.
Because they all know. They all know.
And they're gonna come at you hard too. You do such and such, and then when you go, yeah, I did do that, and I didn't see
Yeah.
that. I didn't see the problem coming up. They tone would slow down a little bit more, and then they're gonna come at you again. These are, you know what? Now that you pointed that out, I'm gonna fix it. They tone will come down again, and then
Hmm.
as you get through the thing, and you admit all the bullshit that you did that you possibly didn't see, whatever the reason is, right? Because a lot of things can
Hmm.
happen, and when you realize those things and you voice that out to the person, you say, "I'm gonna fix it." All of a sudden that whole anger that they have for you, it changes because you owned up to it. It's the fact when you start
Yeah.
giving up excuses, that's when the whole back and forth, and that's the shit that men gonna have to understand. You gotta own up to your goddamn failures, and it is
Yeah.
okay. And
And or
shout out
even on
to
your
my
talking
girl
point.
Robin M. She turned out to be a great moderator for the show. She is always contributing. She has great thoughts and insights. And I appreciate Robin a whole lot. And she says, can someone honestly answer what are single and childless women being held accountable for? Ooh, the question never gets answered.
I can answer that question, Miss
Woo.
Robin
Let
M.
me hear this. Let me hear it.
Those women are being held accountable for what they contributed to the dysfunction of the relationship. It mainly has to do with certain ways of conduct, certain decisions that they made, certain things that they went along with in compliance for, right? In order for it to take apart the relationship, right? So it's about there might have been certain things that you have said in the moment emotionally, right? That could have been communicated a different way. That might have had a different outcome to how this other individual reacted. There may have been certain decisions that you made, right? That could have been done quite differently to change the trajectory of what a issue have gone to or what an issue may have come to. So I that is mainly what men are talking about when they say, being held accountable, because um, a lot of women don't like to admit, when they're wrong or when they made a mistake, and they don't want to turn back from it.
So I think with this question, what she's more reframing to is that they have not made any of the obvious mistakes in relationships. They're not in a bad relationship because they single and they don't have no children, and they are, I'm assuming that, she also probably wanted to put that they are self-efficient human beings. They are being grown and they taking care of themselves. So the problem is those women, if we talking about we don't know if those women are family oriented or not. That would be the only problem I have. Now, if you're saying these same human beings, these same women, and they are looking for active husbands, and then we can have a different question. But a lot of the women that are single and childless, they out there just living their best life. They out there, they still having sex. They still going traveling. They're not putting family first. They're not attempting to build any community in a sense of that. So it depends on that person's mind state. So that's what they can. So they could be accountable for not moving the family structure forward, moving the community forward. That's what they can be accountable for. However, that will be an individual thing. It's kind of hard to blame every single and childless woman for that. So
Yes,
that's why
that's another good point.
So that's a very interesting question because a lot of women that are doing the right things, they are in these spaces. There's a lot of women on this thing. They're nice looking women. They not out of shape, and they childless, and they got their own shit. They got decent jobs. They making at least 40,000 and better. They're just, I don't really know, but they doing well. And for them, especially in these spaces, they are not seeing a lot of men that is worthy of their time to tell me you're going to be leading me. How you can't come into my life after I went to school. I don't got no children. I got my own car. I got my own this. I take care of my nieces and nephews on the weekend. Who are you to tell me what have you done, sir? And a lot of these men, they out here looking ragged. They can't even have the discipline to take their ass to the gym so they can have regular size pants. Can you at least be a 36? Can you at least be a 36 in the way, sir? Before you come talking your shit to me?
Yeah, but I think maybe they should get together at that particular point or juncture in their life, right? That's going to be probably like the greatest concentration or pool of people and men and women that are more focused on that. So why not just get with a person while you're at university so you guys can build together, right?
Mm. Hmm. Hmm. It makes me because it's like questions that Robert Emma asking, right? It makes me very concerned about my two youngest daughters, right? I'm raising my daughters, and like she'll go get me some water, she'll go try to make me a breakfast, and she'll do all the right things as I guess you could say as a feminine young lady would do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the scary part is that she still needs to have some kind of mindset where she got to protect herself.
Mm-hmm.
Because she cannot just always depend on me to protect her. The only time of protection I could give her if she brings it, hey, this man likes me, and then she brings him here, and then I talk to him, and I say, nah, that ain't the right one. And then now I gotta trust that she's gonna take my wisdom and not allow her feelings to override what I'm saying, because women can do that. They
do very often.
They could easily go against their father's wishes because they feeling is much higher than what their father said. And a lot of times when the father says that as well, that makes the emotion even higher.
And then we tell them to stop overreacting.
So it makes me a little nervous sometimes when I hear some of these men talk, because I know they teaching their sons this as well. And I know they got sons my daughter's age. And so now my daughter got to be out here navigating and having the same confusion of who is a good man, who is a bad man, because they telling their sons, hey, go ahead and pop it off until you find a good one. No, you cannot tell your son that. Absolutely not. That is teaching your son the wrong shit. You cannot want me to teach my daughter how to be a great wife, and you're not teaching your son how to be a great son. Or husband, I should say.
And that's probably going to be the oil and water type of thing.
Yes.
Right? Because we have different mindsets and different, philosophies when it comes to men. Obviously, I think that the way that we what we tell our men and what we tell our women are totally different. And depending upon if you happen to have a daughter that a grown man is raising, obviously we're going to look at it through a different lens of the type of men that we were, or type of men that we know that's out there, and we want to protect them from those type of men.
Right.
But then on the second hand, if you're a man and you have sons, then you're going to tell them certain things in order to gain experience, because you gotta have this and have this experience just because that's what they're looking for, right? They
Yeah.
don't want anybody that don't have any experience. Well, in order for me to get experience, then I got to run through
Create.
a few of these. Yeah, I got to run through a few of these girls.
You gonna so you are creating.
Yeah,
Hey,
And
Sharon,
yeah.
is
you
it
know what
crazy?
my
Look, go
papa
ahead, D
told me.
Town. Go ahead.
You know what my papa told me.
No, what do you say?
You gotta slay some dragons before you get to your queen.
See, and that's bad advice. Sorry to tell you, it worked
That's
out.
exactly what y'all was saying,
No,
bro.
we're not saying that.
No.
We are not saying. We are saying the opposite of what he said. It worked
Yeah,
out for you,
you gotta
all
slay
right?
some dragons.
You did find your queen, but that is not good advice for the masses. No, because the
No.
more sex a man or woman have, it desensitizes them to
No, no,
relationships.
no. So the dragons is not so much in sex. It's more so experience. It's more so you don't have every woman is not a good looking woman in your box. You get what I'm saying?
I I get to you like this. This is what I
That's
mean by
that's what the meaning of
this is what
dragon.
I
Not
mean.
not so
D
much
Town,
as
that we gotta rebel against remedial rhetoric.
60,
How
70.
about this stat? How about this stat for you, D Town? Men and women that was there, it was either one or two partners the most. Those people stayed married. Those people do those people they get divorced at like a 5% rate.
So but that's cool. I feel the stat.
No,
So you
it's
think that's
beyond cool. That gives it no,
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 no.
no. I'm with
We
the stat.
cannot
I
just
like
skate
the
past
stat.
that and say it's
But I
just
was
cool.
gonna ask
What I'm
you
trying to say is that like just
what
think
I'm
about that
conceiving to your
that
point. That's what I'm saying. I'm conceiving to what you're saying. And that's cool. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that I believe in that stat. But how many people really gonna live by that stat, you know?
then that's my
I
point.
get you though.
And D Town, that's what I'm saying exactly. Is that we have
Hmm.
to start teaching our young men that no, you should not be going out there and just putting your dick in everything that's moving just because she looks good. Because it's
Yeah.
going to mess you up in the long run. Because when you decide to take yourself out the game
I
and you
think you
start
got the
looking,
analogy wrong.
when you
I
start
think you
looking
got the
for good
analogy
women,
wrong.
it's going to desensitize. You're not going to be able to find those good women because you're going to remember all those wives that you popped off or those girlfriends that had other boy and you was the side dude and all those things are going to play in your mind. And it's going to be more difficult for you to trust even a good woman because your mind is warped to what is going on. So Robin M, she says, these men don't factor in compatibility or connection. Great point. They feel you should just date men based off of availability and proximity, which most people do date off of proximity. That's how most
Hmm.
people find each other. And availability.
People date off availability. Come on, bro. If you're not available, that person is not interested. Man or woman. Come on, let's be real.
I don't
So
know.
look, so whatever
Simone
she just
Biles.
said was not
Hey,
right.
D-Town. Simone Biles, she drove 45 minutes to make sure she was available.
My point exactly. So that's availability. She talking about not having availability. That's what she's saying.
No, but I'm
Oh,
saying,
Robin M.
Yeah, Robin M.
no, that's not what I think she's saying. Hold on, let me read it
No, it's
again.
just not what she's saying.
Okay. Read it
These
again.
men don't factor in compatibility because just because we like each other, we both cute and handsome, we got all the fit, feminine, blah, 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 blah shit. That
Hmm.
doesn't mean you're compatible with that human being.
Right.
Correct.
Or that you even have a connection with that human being. That is a
Correct.
possibility.
Correct.
And it happens often. And that's why you
Right.
need to date. That's why I don't think you should be going out and having $300 dates on the first time because you don't know who this
Hmm.
person really is yet.
Right.
That's a bad investment. They feel you should just date men based off availability, meaning that just because he's a single male and I'm a single woman, we should go on dates. That's what she mean
Yes.
by off of availability
And
and
he has all of
proximity.
these attributes, all these attributes. He makes good money. He has good blah 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 blah. But hey, if the connection is not there,
What you
then
gonna
it's
do?
hard. Yeah, it's hard for women to intrinsically,
Get
like this
past that.
particular person. Yeah, and
Well, you
Because
know what? Stay single.
men could definitely get past certain attributes as long as you meet like 80%. Women need a little higher percentage for it to be compatible. It's just what it is. And we gotta understand that human nature that men, we could have what 60% out of the things we need, and we be like, we could build off of that.
Who?
Women, they need
You
about
crazy?
80% to 90% of the
Yeah,
things they need
I need
for them to
82.
build off of
I
the
I
relationship.
need
It is what
82.
it is. Whether we think that is right or wrong,
I need
that's a whole nother
82, Sharon.
conversation.
I
But this
need
is how
82.
women move in nature.
You hear me say I need 82, talking about some 60. You can take 60. Nigga, I need 80.
Yeah,
I'm half stepping over here.
naturally, what I'm saying is that naturally men would take the 60% of the attributes.
Okay, I give you that.
It's just what we'll do. This is what men do. We're willing to work with things. We're willing to build things. We builders. So we're willing to deal with. We got 60%. Oh,
So I'm gonna ask you this, and then one
you're
time on
right.
this question from both of y'all. Do you feel like women is gonna take a guy that only had two or one experience?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Hmm.
The
Yeah,
problem
they
is,
will.
we've been convincing young men that they got to have some
The
kind
the
of
reality, what I hear from women is not what they're saying, what y'all two guys are saying right here. But I'm just gonna concede because, just like I say, two things can't be right. So I'm just gonna, like, you know what I'm
So yeah,
saying?
so the problem is that most men they want to be liked by most women instead of the woman that's
Yes.
right for them.
Hmm.
I
That is the
don't
problem.
know.
So when
I don't
so
know.
when you say
You
most
say
women
most men want to be liked by
by
most
most
women.
women,
Yes, he's
I
right.
don't think so, bro.
that's the problem. So like when you even when
Yes.
you saying that you said you
That's
even
crazy.
framed the question that way. You said so you
Mm.
think most women, you said that first. Most women are going to deal with a man that has least experience. We are not trying to teach men or put the thought in men's mind that they are supposed to be
I'm
liked
not.
by most women. You need to go find your type of woman. You need to go be your
All right,
100%
SB.
self. So
You
this
get
way
what
you
I'm
can
saying,
wean
bro.
out
You get
through
what
the
I'm saying,
garbage and
bro.
say, and you
Come on, bro.
attract similar type
I
thinking
just want to
pattern.
have a
So you can
grown
have
man
like
conversation with
what Robin M was saying. So you can have compatibility. So you can
you.
have a
Okay.
connection, not just going out on dates with random nice looking human beings just because they nice looking. No, you want
I
people
don't
that
see most men just going on random dates like that.
they are. That's what they
All right.
do. They just shooting a
But
shot in the dark.
80% of men are undesirable from women, bro. The whatever you're saying right now
That's
don't make
and
sense.
perfect. So if that's the case, that is a good thing.
I know that. So what you say? So most men are not going out like that with women
But
like that,
most
bro.
men, they confidence go down when most women are not checking for them.
Okay, bro.
It's okay.
All right. All right.
This is just what me and Kasim we saying. Like if me and Kasim we want to be single today, we got over our long term relationships, and we just back out in the street, and it's a bunch
I'd
of
be
women turning us
dangerous.
down.
I'd be dangerous like a motherfucker.
We would not be we would not be like, oh man, this girl turned us down. No, we would not
Cause
feel
y'all
that
not,
way
but
because
y'all
we
not
know
most men.
if
Y'all
we
not
have,
most men. Come on, bro, get out the game. Y'all
and
not
that's
the
why
most men we talking about.
we are
We're not
changing.
talking. We're not
This is
talking about.
why. And that
Okay.
is why we want to change the rhetoric that be said to these young men that you got to go out there and just fuck everything moving because that's
Did
going to give
nobody
you
say that?
confidence. It's
Did
not
nobody
going to
say
give you
that?
confidence
Did
because you're
nobody
playing
say
your being
that?
and
Did
everything.
nobody say that? Did nobody say that? I don't even know what rhetoric you talk about. Haven't nobody on this panel said anything about you
You
need to go fuck. So that's what I'm saying. So listen to me. Be quiet real fast, okay? Just be quiet. That's where you got the analogy of the dragon wrong, bro. That's what I'm saying. The dragon is not going out slaying um 20, 30 girls, bro. No. The dragon is just getting some type of experience. And sometimes your experience, your first girl, is not gonna be a dime. She gonna look like a dragon. That's what the analogy is about, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's not
and what
about it's not about saying go have sex with a whole bunch of dragons so you can get your queen. I'm not saying that, Sharon. So go ahead and say what you about to say, but I'm not saying what you're saying. You get what I'm
yes,
saying?
but you are essentially saying that
Oh my
that
god,
you
now
should
I'm
go and
essentially.
be with undesirable women so you can get experience. Is that not correct?
No, no, Sharon, no,
So
bro,
what? So
no,
what? All right.
no.
So when
Don't
you
worry
saying
about
you're
it.
going to
Don't worry about
slay
it.
a dragon, because
Don't worry
maybe
about
you're
it.
not
Don't
being
worry about
clear.
it.
Cause saying
Don't worry about
when
it,
you
bro.
hear, hold
Okay.
on, detail. When you hear him say slay the dragon, are you getting the same thing that I'm saying, or are you understanding how he's saying, or you understand detail?
I understand what I understand what he's saying
Break
when
it down.
when he says slay the dragon. It's not necessarily sexual conquest. It's about navigating the trials and tribulations that men have to do, that men have to produce, that men have to show a certain competence level and go through certain things, overcoming those to become this particular man. I think that's what he's focusing more, not necessarily the
Thank
sexual
you, Sharon.
conquest, but
And
just
that's where
the
you gonna
things that
get your
men have to do
queen.
to be accepting
Yeah,
for.
yeah, that's
Yes, I
all I'm
get it.
saying, Sharon. Cause
So
I agree with you, SB, that you don't need to just go out here and have no 60, 80, 90 bodies, bro. Nah, I'm not agreeing with that. So I agree
okay,
with you on that, LG. You know what I'm
okay.
saying? That's all.
See, but this is the conversation that we need to have because words can be misunderstood, even though we all having the same. Kasim, he got it. I didn't. It can happen in the same conversation. It
Right.
happens very
But
often, and
but
sometimes we
before
can't
me,
get the full understanding out.
right, and
Go ahead.
instead of me blowing up, I let you get your full understanding because I'm working, and then I explain the analogy again, and
Hmm.
then we seen the two different perspectives, and Cassine actually, articulated it better than what how I was. I'm a little country, how I am, and I got it from Shannon Sharp, so that's how he said it. But I got what he was saying. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah.
Shout out to my beautiful girl, Robin M. She says, and don't let her be the only one supporting the show, moving the channel forward. We all got to show love and support to the great conversations that we are having. A lot of people chase after people that don't even pay them attention. This is what we was just talking to. They want to be a part of the hit crowd. They want to be the most desired. You don't have to be that. Let me start that again. A lot of people chase after people that they don't even pay them attention. People should be focused on the people that pay them attention, like who, like you. God damn it! So much time is wasted trying to get someone to like you and convince them to like you, shame them into like you, shame women into dealing with men, shame women into protection, shame women into provision. Stop the shit. Like who like you. If she don't fucking like you, leave that woman alone. Stop trying to convince her otherwise. She got her own thoughts, her own morals. She know what her daddy is. Shame does not work on either side of the spectrum, by the way. That's not just a male thing or a female thing. Both sides can't shame each other into a relationship.
Hmm.
You cannot shame men into leadership. Some men are not made to be leaders because they don't want to be.
Nope. Nope. And men have to be initiated to mature, right? You have to be initiated. Men have to be initiated to mature. That does not come naturally. This is why, as little boys, adults and men and women, they correct little boys in order to get them to a certain place. They give them certain orders, rules, and structures and things like that to get them to a place of maturity. If you just leave a little boy by himself, he will not mature societally on his own. He will still be in his adolescent mindset. He will still do adolescent things, but we have to teach him like, no, take this away. Clean your room, brush
Mm,
your teeth,
mm,
make sure your clothes are ironed. Go this
damn.
way, go that way, because if you allow them to go their way, and you can pretty much see it sometimes, and even some of the adults and how they move, how they communicate, what they look like, how they dress, how they value themselves, right? They weren't really guided too much when it comes to maturing. And this can be very frustrating to women. I hear a lot of women say,
Absolutely.
oh, these men out here, they are so freaking immature. Like, why don't you just grow up and just be a man and be mature and be strong? Men have to be initiated to do that. It don't come naturally.
And so I want to say this is that a lot of people would say to people like me and Kasim that no, you are stopping young men to get experience. That is not what I'm doing. I am giving them my experience so they don't have to go through the same thing. If I read a book on somebody that is 50 years old, that means if I understand, and I read it and I got comprehension of what I just read, I should have that 50-year-old man experience in my 20-year-old body. And I
Right.
should be able to implement those things in my life and not make the same mistakes he did. So therefore,
Hmm.
I got 50 years of knowledge just by reading this man's book.
Right. And it
And this
also,
is what
it
this is
really,
my attempt to give to people, Kasim. That's all.
you're right. I just come from a standpoint of I'm trying to help men to really come to the reality of how women think and how men think, and just to accept that, right? And what that will do is that will get you, better outcomes. So when they do certain things, it won't frustrate you as much, right? If you have this certain expectation, like, you know what, this is a possibility that can happen, or this is, for the most part, it will happen like this. So now that I know, when it occurs to me, I don't get as frustrated, and I'll have better insight in order to know how to deal with it and manage it, right? Because the whole goal is to have a nice, peaceful, healthy, cohesive relationship. And you need to have those particular skills in order to achieve that. Point blank, period. I don't care what these people say in these freaking spaces. But in real life, in real relationships, you have to know those things. And individuals that have been in relationships for a very, very long time can articulate that, and they will tell you, you got to compromise on some things, fam. You got
That's
to
a fact.
negotiate on some things. Sometimes you got to share certain things. It's a back and forth. It's not just about you, right? Because you want certain expectations from this woman. You want her femininity, right? But that femininity has a freaking cost. And she knows, like, listen, if you want to get my femininity, then I need masculinity, right? I need you to be more masculine and do the things that I'm expecting you to do. And I will naturally fall into that. And that is a
I got a
cost for
question,
men.
Kasim. I
What's
got a
up?
question, Kasim.
Yeah,
What you
detail.
what you feel like the top three most women like their concerns about men, like their top three when they say, man, you just need to man up. Why won't you just be a man? You know what I mean? Or because it be the guys that they like, but them guys be still doing, still be playing their games. You know how it be. So, what you think the top three um, reasons, as far as on the man side, would it be on us? If
I
that
would
makes
I
sense.
would say the lack of stability,
Okay,
Great one.
that's
the
a
lack
great.
of competence and
Mm.
insight,
Uh huh.
and the lack of,
Hold on, OG. What you mean by competent and insight? What you mean by that?
So
well, I
competence
mean,
and insight is that when we give our experience, right, and we
Look
say
at him.
like, "Hey, young men, this is how you need to move." Other men would say, "No, you are taking experience away from these young men. Let them go through it, so they can experience the same thing that you experienced." No, but what you are doing, what men don't understand, that you are pushing that young man's back. Instead
Hmm.
of waiting until he's 30, 40 years old to get his shit moving, he could do it at 20 if he takes my experience and implement it in his life. He could get to where I'm at a younger age and at a more intelligent rate. And that's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Kasim.
yeah, and I would say, you know, the lack of protection. And I don't mean this physically. I
Hmm.
mean it in a way where, again, you have enough insight and forward thinking to prevent things from happening,
Got you.
not only just physically, but also socioeconomically, right?
Hmm.
If I know that if I'm trying to get something, and if I spend this particular money right now, it's going to have a huge effect on the long term goal of where I'm trying to get. That is a form of protection. So
Got you.
women, I believe, are looking for, first of all, stability in your thinking, in the way that you act, in the way
Hmm.
that you set forth guidelines, right? Also having the insight to knowing how to articulate those things where she can understand it and get on board with it, because most women, they want to have a man that they can learn from, right?
Woo.
They look up to a man that has all of this wisdom and insight, and you can see women get drawn to that. A lot of
Woo.
women, they look at certain men on podcasts and they listen to these guys, and you can just see the way they're looking at them, like, oh, that is that knowledge and that insight that they are attracted and drawn to, which makes them more comfortable in being in their femininity,
Woo.
which we will benefit from.
Mm.
So it's like, once you understand how this particular wheel and these cogs work, then you have a better chance on not only finding the right individual for you, but also making it last longer.
Shout out to Hank Deasy for supporting the show. I
Okay.
appreciate you. Don't let
Okay.
him be the only one supporting the show. Let's keep the conversation moving. Get involved. That's not how men learn, which is a lie. That is so. What you are talking to, I'm assuming, is that the experience part that men learn through experiencing and physical and doing things with a hammer and touching a woman. That is only one form of learning. And we gotta, and men need to understand it is multiple ways of learning, right? It ain't just the experience part and the physical part of learning. You also gotta learn intellectually
Yes.
Yeah.
as well. And I think most men, because a lot of men, they want to be lazy about learning things, so they want to physically do it at all times, because that's the easiest way to learn something. It's
So
to
let me say this.
physically
So let
do
me
it.
get this
They don't
question
have
right
to
here.
read nothing. They don't have to pay attention to other people's mistakes. They just go out there. Oh, well, this is just what people in this at apprentice level do. This is what we, I'm supposed to make these mistakes. No, you can learn from my mistakes to not do it. If I tell you,
Yes.
hey, if you drill it this way, it's going to give you a problem. Instead of saying, well, let me learn through experience of how not. No, just listen and do it the right way from the first time.
So
You
look,
don't need to
Sharon.
go through all that fucking drama. You don't need it. It's not necessary for you to be a great man. It's not. It's more than one way to skin a fucking cat. And people need to learn that there's other ways to learn other than
Hmm.
physically putting your penis out of a woman. Come on. Go ahead, Detail.
Okay, so I was gonna say, so okay, I'll be thinking about this too, though, Sharon. Right? Uh, everybody can't have. You get what I'm saying? Even though I know everybody won't, but everybody just can't have it. You get what I'm saying?
What is this
And
it that you're talking about?
so just listen. So just listen. So I'm just setting the premise for me. So just listen. So with that being said, it are in human history they say only 40% of all men have reproduced. You get what I'm saying? So in my head, I'm like, okay, well, every man wasn't never able or capable to lead. You get what I'm saying? Every man wasn't worthy of a family. Every man wasn't worthy of a woman.
Great point.
So if that's the case, why do we have this big broad now every man need to be a leader now in the 2000 in this new era? Look, let me get finished because that ain't how revolution the of humans have never worked like that. You had a select few men that was leaders, and you had other men that followed other men's lead, but they was leaders of their household. You get what I'm saying? But they wasn't the big top boss. You get what I'm saying? But now in this look, it seems like in this generation or this era, it's all men need to be expected to be this type of guy. And it ain't just how it ain't gonna never work like that.
So I think the part that you are missing is that when we have these conversations, when we saying be a leader, we mean lead up your household,
Of
not
course.
lead up the free world. We're not saying everybody should go be the president or CEOs. We're saying be the leader of your household. Be responsible for how your children are raised. Be responsible how your woman is walking out into the public. If she having stress, you need to take that stress away from her
Right.
because
So
you
that
are leading. You are an emotional leader. You are a physical leader, and you are a financial leader in your household. You create the protection that they got by moving them out of a certain neighborhood. That is a form of protection. You making a certain kind of money, you protect them from the future. For if you die, you have life insurance. That is a form of protection. There's a lot of different things that you can lead your family into and make your woman understand that you have them in a best interest at all times, even if you are financially not there yet. But you say, hey, listen, I got this in place. I got this in place for that. If this happened, we got this. The reason why we got full coverage is because if anything happened, we get into an accident, somebody doesn't have insurance, we still get our car fixed. That's why we're going to spend the extra $100 to have full coverage for the car instead of just penny pinching. Like all these different things. So this way she understands who you are and where you going for the family. That is leadership in your household, not in the society. You don't have to be a leader of society. But
but what I'm
like
saying,
Kasim said,
everybody's not
if you
gonna have
want
a family to be
submission,
able.
you want your woman to listen to you and pay attention and value everything that you say and not challenge you on every decision that you make. You got to give her foresight that you are looking 10 miles ahead and not just the car in front of you.
No, I agree with all that.
No, but D-Town, let me expand upon your point. I think for society, society depends on each individual in order for it to run effectively and for the best for the survival of everyone. Society needs everyone to be at their optimal and at their best,
Gotcha.
Mm,
right? And that particular outcome is going to vary per individual based upon experience, education, mindset, and everything. So it's important for us to push one another, right?
mm,
So that therefore that we can get the better outcome as a society. We understand there's going to
right.
be different hierarchies in that particular society, but if we don't encourage one another to be better, then we're not going to be as successful as a whole. So it's okay. Not everybody's going to be CEO. Not everybody's going to be, in middle management. There are some individuals that are going to be not as high in the totem pole. However, the effort that they contribute needs to be the best that it can be for the
Mhm.
greater good of the whole community type of thing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I
Shout
agree.
out to Next Level MF. Facts. Appreciate you. Don't let them be the only one contributing to the show. Thank you. Appreciate you. Next Level MF. Appreciate you, my brother. And make sure everybody's hitting the like button. I didn't look at the like button, but make sure that we got our likes up. Make sure we sharing this out, and that we all, we all together having this conversation, moving it forward. Because I think it's an important conversation. Because a lot of people are not holding young men accountable as much as young women. We need to start changing the conversation. The way how we are telling young women to make sure you get your own, get an education, go get a job, take care of yourself. We need to start telling that shit to our men, because this is a conversation for whatever reason is missed by young men. We learn this shit way too late in our lifetime.
So you don't
Sharon, let
think
me ask
young
you this,
men
fam.
now? You don't think young men now have all those things like young women do?
Say it again.
You don't think young men have all those things? What you speaking of right
No,
now?
women are moving at a faster rate than men in this day and age right now.
I'm asking you. So you feel like most men don't have a place to stay? Most men don't have a car. Most
Well, I'm
men
saying
don't
that
have.
women are doing it at a younger rate. A lot of men are going to the women, and that's going to be they jumping point to adulthood. The woman got the apartment already. They go, hey, and then they move in, and then now the man, when he gets intelligent enough, he'll move her out that apartment. They get a better one, better neighborhoods, and those things. But most of the time, as we hear in these spaces, men, they could just have an apartment with a couch and a TV and a PlayStation.
Yeah, I don't
That
agree
shit
with none
is
of that.
not
What you
cool
just said.
rhetoric right there. Like, no, our men need to learn how to take care of themselves, bro.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I
We are
don't agree
not
with none
just
of that
doing this
right
shit
there.
because we want a woman. Oh, I got a car because I wanted some pussy. That shit got
But
to
okay.
change.
Now you got you got your right to your opinion, Sharon. But as far as what I see in this world, that's not exactly what I see at all.
So you
Most
see a
men,
bunch
for
of men
sure.
out here with their own apartments living on their own.
Yes, definitely. I don't see, and if they do get with a woman, it's she had her spot, he had his spot, and they moved in together.
So now let's frame the age that you're talking about. What age group of men you talking about that are single, no kids, and they have their own apartments?
Anything out of college. What's the
So
when
that's
you get
what
out of college?
25 to
22,
32.
like 22, 23.
Cause
Think
say
so.
you think that's going on?
18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah. So by like 23, 24, definitely. And up, yes, sir. They have their own
23-year-olds
spots.
have their own apartments.
Yes.
Men.
Yes. 23, 24, 25. But we not talking about no Pookies and Ray Rays, bro. You know who I'm speaking for, right? I'm speaking for the guys that finished school and doing what they had to do, just like the women did what they had to do. When they finish, bro, yes, sir. They have their own spots and all that. Car only.
Hey, listen,
I,
from statistic wise, it's not saying that.
okay, for
You know
sure.
what I'm
Just
saying?
like I say, two things can be true.
You know what I'm saying? Statistically wise, is not saying that. What is showing is that women caught up to men quickly,
Okay.
fast, in a hurry.
It's like this.
They
If I
have
had
better, PhDs. Especially if we want to go into it, doesn't matter what race she is. Women are crushing PhDs according to,
but that's just
to
the
stats, right?
but
Um,
that's just the
women
education
grow.
wise. Men got trades too. Men got CDLs and things like that too.
Hmm.
So that's paying bills also, just like the PhD is paying. So long as you able, what we talking about is just being stable and being a responsible man,
And so
regardless on how you
I'm
going.
glad that
You get what
you
I'm
you brought
saying?
up the truck driver thing, because most men are living in their trucks when they're young. They're not living in apartments.
No, no, no. I was just giving you an example. You got all type of. You got plumbing. You got firefighters. You got policemen. You got all this that's out here. That's what I'm saying,
And
Sharon.
so for me, for what I'm trying to explain is that most of the men that I hire, they are not living by themselves. They're living with other
Okay.
construction workers that understand they lifestyle. There's a lot of times these construction men, they live together. It's like three of them in a household. They leave together. They make sure they try to work in the same company together, so it alleviates all the extra shit that they got to do. So they leave together, they come home together, they all drive in one car, they carpooling. This is what they doing. So this way they don't got to bring a bunch of tools. There's only one van
Okay,
for one
sure.
tool because our tool bags is about like 75 pounds each.
Yeah, just like I said. Okay,
So this
sure.
is what's really going on. It is not
And
a
and
bunch
then
of
and then
men.
and then like
It's
I
not
said,
a
like.
bunch of men. It's not a bunch of men that's out there that's
Hmm.
like Day
And I'm gonna say this,
and like
and
Daylor.
like I say a lot, it's a huge, not a huge, but age difference between me and you. You get what I'm saying? So you see different things than what I see. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying I can conceive to what you're saying, but at the same time, what I see, no, I don't see no niggas on bum ass niggas like that. I do see some, but most of the guys, bro, that I know. They got their spot, they got their own car, they got their career, they working, fam.
They
It's
trap
not it's
houses. Shout out to my
nah, ain't no
guy.
trap houses. I know them too, but them guys living let me tell you this, them
Shout
guys are
out.
living way more bummy than a
Hold on, I
guy that's
got you, D
actually
Town.
doing their
Look,
nine to
shout out
five.
to
Let
my
me be
guy
real.
Day D Town. He says,
Uh-huh.
D Town,
Uh-huh.
that's not true. Men and women, even
My
30
boy
and
Day, what's
up,
up with it, Day?
even making 60K a year, still living with mom and dad. They are still trying to figure it out. So there's not a bunch of young people at 23 to 32 are just out there with one bedroom apartment spending $2,000
So like I
a month on
I'm
rent.
saying, I'm speaking
That
for
is
the
not the
guys.
truth.
I'm speaking for the
Um,
people
but
that got out of college. That's
again,
why
D-Town, maybe in certain places like in the South is a little bit
I'm in
easier
Dallas, man. I'm in
because
Dallas.
the entry to an apartment where you at is a little different from major cities as well too. So you
Mhm.
got to be
Look,
like
look at
a
Sharon.
month and a
Sharon,
half.
that ain't got nothing to do with. We talking about just being a functional person to work, man, and take care of yourself. If you in the north, and I mean, if you up in New York and stuff, the most I hear about is it don't never close. Don't nothing close in New York. It's open 24/7. People got two, three jobs because they want to live in New York. That's the place they want to live in. Down here, bro. Yes, it ain't that so much high, but you still gotta pay for your way. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stay nice, you gotta pay nice. So that it don't make no. You can't go away from it. You can't come away from it. You know what I'm saying, OG? Regardless, what I'm saying is I do see young men and young women, but a lot of young men out here that got their own spots, that's
So
doing
I
their own
think what
thing. That's
happens is,
all.
and I think it's happening to you, D-Town, is that your circle of human beings is starting to affect your perception to what other people your age is doing. So because you got a bunch of young brothers that's your age, they married, they got their own places, houses, apartments, are they able to maintain it? And now that is your idea of everybody in your age group is moving that way. And that's sometimes that happens as well. But that's not the truth. That is not how most people are moving at the tender age of 23 to 32. Most people are getting their first apartments around like 35 and being stable to move themselves in the right direction. That's what's normally happening.
You said most
Most
people
men
are
do
getting
not
their
hit their
first apartment at 35.
yes, most men statistically wise are not hitting a
Bro,
stride. They're not hitting a financial stride until they 40.
Sharon, I'm sorry,
Between
Sharon. You know I
40,
love you.
listen, I understand you don't understand, but I'm just giving you the understanding statistically wise as well. Is that from 40 to 50 is where most men hit their financial stride. That's when they could really take care of their family on their own. That's what happens. This is the normal thing. So it's not normal for 23 to 32-year-olds is able to just from that age to take over a whole family by themselves. That's not normal.
All right, Sharon. All right, my brother. Look, it's a new year for me. I'm not arguing no more for nobody. You know what I'm saying? If you that's how you feel, hey, you know what I'm saying? But I know for a fact that
D-Town,
bro,
Let me ask you this.
yeah, talk to me,
Do
bro.
you see do you see men being more harder and more frank on other men, or do you see men coddling other men? Because I grew up in a different generation. I'm a Gen Xer, and my generation, we didn't coddle the men. We used tough love. We used example, and we pushed. We didn't allow a man to have any type of excuses or any of that. Do you think that today's men are a little bit more coddled and don't have as much tough love?
Mm.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. As far as right now, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask you: did you grow up with a father?
Yes.
So that's so. You know what I'm saying? Kasim, it's just a different era. You know, y'all grew up in a different era, a different time, way more fathers. That's what I'm saying. It's like y'all say, well, the men are soft, the men are this, the men are that of this time, right? But none of us grew up with a father. You get what I'm saying? But
Right.
y'all expect our mothers to be the ones that taught us how to be how y'all was raised, but y'all was raised by a whole man. It just don't make
Right.
sense. That's you get what I'm saying, Kasim?
Yes, but at the same time, D-Town, it wasn't just my father
Right.
that was hard on me. It was other men that I was
Right.
around, and I think once I left when I was a teenager and when I went into the army, right,
Hmm.
that even exploded even more. So it was like everywhere
But
that I
just like I'm
went, there
saying,
were other men
it,
correcting me and stuff like that.
Not just your
no,
daddy,
for a fact.
because a lot of
Right.
times
Because
the deep
but that
down.
was but just like I'm saying, that's a different time. See, I'm 30, you know what I'm saying? So I got a little bit of what y'all saying, but I
Hmm.
was the last person, the last generation could sing to get all it. What I mean by that is I got paddled in school.
Hmm.
We did the Pledge of Allegiance in school.
Hmm.
We prayed in school on the announcements. We
Hmm.
prayed by ourselves, and I mean third, second, first grade. You get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Um, I grew up in that era. You get what I'm saying? But now I understand that it's a totally different era now. You're
Yeah.
talking about people can you can everybody corrected you and things like that. Let's just be real about the situation. In 2024, that is not the time that we in no more.
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So you're for my older men, that's why I be wanting to tell y'all, we're not gonna get the same outcomes that y'all had because we're not doing the same thing that y'all did. That's just what it is right now. You get what I'm saying? As far as like um that manly man, because I'm a manly man. I grew up with my papa. I know what you're talking
Hmm.
about, fixing cars and just doing boy stuff. You get what I'm saying? I understand, but it's not that no more. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
No,
So
but
right. So
that's what.
when it comes, okay. So let me ask this. So when
Yeah,
it
talk to
comes
me.
to how men communicate, what do you believe is the more palatable, more approachable way of communicating to get better results from men?
Now, 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 when it comes down to just communicating, I'm just giving the premise on the time that we in now. But I still believe in straightforward, straight from the hip. You don't sugarcoat, do nothing with no man. You get what I'm saying? So I believe that you should come at us still firm, direct, like Papa and y'all daddies used to do back in the day. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But most
So
men,
the,
if they didn't grow up with that, they not gonna receive it that way. You get what I'm saying?
so I think that the part that you missing is that like even in our age group,
Talk to me.
it wasn't a lot of fault that a lot of young men wasn't growing up with their fathers neither. Even the ones that was in the house, they was the fathers that was there, they was more silent. When they came home, they sat down, they relaxed, they fixed something, and they didn't talk to us. Right? That was our age group. That was every man was goddamn stoic, damn near. They barely say any words, and when they raised their voice, that means that somebody was in trouble. They didn't have just regular conversations and talk to us about manhood. The way how they showed manhood was by going to work all day, every day.
Right.
The men
But
in
Sharon,
our era,
Sharon,
they had
regardless,
most of them had
regardless,
two or three jobs, and we barely seen them,
I
and we
got that.
barely spoke to them,
I got all it.
and we had to
And that's
use our
but that
karate
still don't
instructor.
justify, but that still don't justify what I'm saying. Whatever
So
you
what I'm
trying to
saying,
say,
so
Sharon, look,
let me
listen to me.
finish. Let me
I
finish
understand that
saying what I'm saying.
he wasn't
I
there
was give you
goo goo
an
gaga and
example. Hold on, detail. I was giving you an example so you can understand the
you're trying to
mentality.
justify
So,
basically
the
uh
problem is
we
that
we
when
we
we
didn't
was
have our daddies
D-Town, the
either,
problem is D-Town. The problem is that when we was younger,
but we still grew up this way.
the
That's not
young
the right
men was
way.
told to go to college and get a job and go to work and get out there and hustle and get some money. And this day and age, it's the opposite. They are telling that to the women. They're telling the women to go out there
That's
and
not
hustle,
true.
to go out
That's not true, bro. That's
out
not true.
there
I
and
just
get an
told you.
education. So
All
this
right.
is the biggest conversation. I believe on Aaron O's show not too long
All
ago,
right,
they
Sharon.
just showed a video of a woman telling her daughter, "Hey, you need to make sure you have some money saved up because you got to be independent. You got to make sure you do this, so this way no man can control you. You got to make sure
They've
you
been
do this,
saying that to
do this,
women.
and do
They've
that.
been saying
But
that to
is
women.
nobody saying this to the man? Like, hey, you got to be this, so this way a woman won't control you,
That's
so you
not
won't
true.
turn into a simp. They telling these young men,
That's not true,
hey,
Sean. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
I don't, it is.
That's
What you mean? It's
it's
not
not
true.
true, Sean. It's not, bro. It's not, bro. Because what I'm
Jesus
trying to tell
Christ,
you
D
is,
Town. If
I
it
grew up
wasn't
with a
true,
woman.
D
I
Town,
grew
D Town. If it wasn't
with
true,
a woman that did
academics.
not
If
say
it
none of
wasn't
what you're
true,
talking
D
about.
Town, D Town. If it wasn't true,
Told me to go to
academics wouldn't
school.
exist.
My mama told me to be the best. My mama told me not to depend on me. My mama told me all those things. My
D
mama told
Town,
me
D
to
Town,
how to wash
D
my
Town. You
own,
understand?
wash my
Hold on,
clothes,
because this is
cook
where
my
you're
own
missing up. This is,
food,
hold
like
on, D
all that,
Town, so
bro.
we can have a
This is
conversation. Don't
what
just
you're saying is
interrupt.
not true.
No, what you saying
Not
is
true,
not true
bro.
for
I'm living it.
the majority of young
I'm
men.
living it, Sharon.
D Town,
What you
you
talk,
are
what you
using
trying to
your
talk?
own
Who
reference. This is the
the
problem that we have with
demographic
these
of
conversations.
men that you're talking about is my people, and I'm telling you, the demographic of men is my people, and my people, we didn't grow up like that. I'm trying to give you some insight on the demographic of
D Town
kids or young men
again, D
that
Town,
you're
D
trying to
Town,
talk about, bro.
D Town,
You don't
D
want to
Town,
listen to me.
D Town, D Town.
All right.
Academics is in your age group, and he's making mistakes. Why is that? If everybody was taught the way how you was taught, explain that then.
Bro, I just told you that we wasn't taught. Everybody wasn't taught like me. Sharon, I just told you that. Kasim, did you hear what I was saying to you, brother?
I heard what you were saying, and you were making. He was making some points, Sharon.
Like,
Right?
please, like,
He was making
because
some
Sharon
points.
not hearing me what I'm trying to say. Because he got the last analogy a little wrong, and I wasn't meaning that. You get what I'm saying? So can you like explain it to me
Right.
more a little
So
bit?
basically, what he was saying is that there are women out here that's encouraging men to stand up, to do the right thing, to get a job, to do this, to do that, because you have to remember, women intrinsically want that from a man. And what they do is their little boys, sometimes they incorporate some of the things that they truly want, from a man, from a female's perspective. And I think that's all D Town was saying, that yes, women was telling him to get a job and to do this and to be better and pushing him. That's what he was saying. And he's right.
And to expound
I
on
would,
that, what I'm
so
trying
so
to say
here's the
is,
problem that I have
okay,
with when D Town is
okay,
saying this. When I'm having a
yes, sir.
conversation,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm talking to the majority. The majority of people are not telling this to these young men because when they get to a certain age, they like, I didn't know this. I didn't know that I'm supposed to pay my taxes this way. I didn't know I'm supposed to save. I don't know what a Roth IRA is. I didn't know I had to read to be a leader. I thought you was a natural born leader. No, you got to learn how to be a leader. You got to learn how to do these things to be a man. You got to learn how to be a man. Most of these young men never been told this. So when I'm out there and I'm having conversations with young men at your age and they say, damn, nobody told me this. And then you're going to tell me that your mama told you this. And that's the majority of men. That's when I have a problem with it.
Okay, so just like I keep saying, you just go, just like I keep saying, brother. My mother and other mothers like mine was together. They all had little boys. And what I'm trying to tell you is they did say you don't need to be no sorry man, like Kasim was saying. It was to the point like whatever man that they didn't get or whatever man that our fathers wasn't, they made sure we became that guy. And when I mean that, I mean emotional intelligence and all that crazy stuff too. Also as being a man. You get what I'm saying?
No,
So
I
what I'm
don't get
trying
what
to
you're
tell you,
saying because
listen
this
to
is
me. You
why
breaking
I don't.
you breaking
This
me
is why
up,
I
bro.
don't
You
get what
breaking
you're
me up.
saying.
So when I heard things
I
like
want to
when you say
interject right
people,
there because I don't want to move past that point right there. The
Jesus,
reason
Lord
why I'm
have mercy.
interjecting right there, D-Town, is because most of the time when we hear women do
Consume.
that, when women do that to their sons, those men usually turn into son husbands.
Hmm.
That's
And this is
not
a
true.
problem that we have, and this is a problem that we also have in the space. And we have these conversations all the time. They do not know how to get off their mother's titty. They
Okay, so
still
let me
suck
say
on their
this.
mother's
Okay,
titty
so let me
at
say this.
32 years old, at
So
35,
let me
40 years
introduce
old.
let me interrupt like you did me. Let me say this. Okay, but at the same time, that goes for a man and a woman, bro. It wasn't no man around. So the mom has a retirement plan. And what's the retirement plan? The son or the young daughter, bro. That goes for both people, fam. So of course they become TD husbands and all that. But what I'm talking about is the guys that don't become those. Those guys are out here being stand-up guys, bro. They cook, they clean, they wash dishes, they do all the things that you try to say that don't be going on. You
So
talking
again,
about
so
people, you talking about they people
let me
first,
interject
you
right there.
talking
Let
about
me
people's
stop you right
first
there. Can I
apartment
hold
is
on, hold on, hold
35.
on,
That
hold
is
on,
not
hold on,
true.
hold on,
Your
hold on,
first
D Town.
apartment
Hold
be
on,
in
D Town.
college.
Hold on, D Town.
Your first
Again,
apartment is
hold
in
on. Just
college,
hold
bro.
on. We gotta have a back and
Kasim,
forth.
am I saying
Hold
something
on,
wrong?
hold on, hold on.
Jesus.
Again, the things that you just named, right? For most fathers, they are not teaching their son that.
You know I love
Hold
you too,
on,
Sean.
just
You know I love
listen.
you.
So we have a back and forth.
Now we
Most
gonna have
men are
our
not
back
going
and
to
forth.
teach their son how to clean clothes, how to fucking cook, and how to do dishes when he's raising his son.
You
This is
said
what I'm
most
trying to
men. We was
explain to you.
talking
And
about
when
when we was talking
Jesus
about
Christ, let me get
Sharon.
through a thought.
We was
Let me
talking
get through a
about
thought
women,
without interrupting.
Sharon.
I,
We was
I
talking about
interjected after you
women.
was speaking for
Why
like
is
a
you
whole
bringing
60
men in
seconds.
this? No, what I'm saying is why you bringing the man in this when we was talking about the woman. My whole premise of the argument was the
So
man
if you
wasn't
allow me,
there,
D-Town,
so the
D-Town,
woman is the
D-Town,
one that
D-Town,
taught
please. You got to
young
learn how to
men. So,
listen as well.
Kasim, do you understand what I'm saying, please?
You
Or
got to
I'm
learn how to
tripping? 'Cause I'm
listen
trying
as
to get
well.
better.
So what I'm trying to explain to
Okay.
you is
Yeah,
this: you saying that a woman is teaching you how to be self-sufficient as do dishes, cook, do your own laundry, and what I'm telling you is that that is not something that you need to be teaching your man at a young age. That's something that he needs to learn older, so he can say I'm self-efficient. But when you raise him, he needs to learn how to do manly things, not household things, not domesticate the man. He needs to learn how to go outside and fend for himself, fixing things. Learn how to work with his fucking hands, not washing no goddamn dish. This is not what men teach their sons.
But the reason why they
We
not
teach them
doing
about
that is because it
competition.
wasn't a
We teach
man
them
in the
about working out.
household.
We teach them about
That's all I'm
discipline,
trying to
how to
say.
wake up. This is the difference between what Kasim said and you said. You said women are teaching their sons how to do dishes,
I
cook,
didn't
clean,
say
it's
that. I'm
domestication. And what
saying
Kasim said,
that's one
and
of.
what Kasim, come on,
Kasim, can you
D-Town. You gotta
please
allow me
let?
to finish my
Okay, I'm sorry.
conversation,
Yes, sir.
please. I don't want to
You right.
talk over you, my
But
brother.
that's not what I said, though, my brother.
It
That's
is
what I'm
what you
saying. That's not what I said. Kasim, go ahead, brother. You do it way better
D-Town,
before me.
D-Town, hold on,
Please talk
hold
for
on,
me.
hold on, D-Town. You did not just say cook, clean, and wash. Those are not what your words?
But I'm not. I didn't put it
Yes or
in the
no?
conversation that you're trying to put it in. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what you're saying. Go ahead, Kasim, please.
So
I'm
again,
saying,
what Kasim was saying that how
go
we
ahead.
should teach our young men is about discipline, waking up early, working out, being consistent. Those are things that we teach young men to learn how to be consistent and disciplined. And what you were saying was teach a man how to be domesticated, because that's what a woman knows. So she's gonna teach you how to be domesticated, not to depend on a woman for cooking and cleaning. This is what you said. That's the difference. And this is what we are trying to rebel against. We do not need women teaching young men how to cook and fucking clean.
No,
We need young
I'm
men to learn
saying
how to
I'm.
be leaders. And they gotta learn
So let me
again.
say my premise.
This
So
is
let me say
fucking
my
crazy,
premise. What
D-Town,
I'm
that you
trying to tell you,
interrupted me while
bro.
I'm talking, D-Town.
But you do that to me, bro. What is you
It doesn't
saying?
matter if I do it to you or not, but
Oh,
I
so it's
he's
give you
the
not.
a chance.
Okay,
host,
you're right.
D Town.
I
He's
You're
the
right.
give you
You're
a
right.
chance to at
You're
least
right. Okay.
conversate.
I thought we was having a conversation. If you
No, but you are
interrupt
not
me and then
having a
I interrupt
conversation if
you,
you interrupt me in between every thought pattern, because I allow you
okay.
to
But
ramble
this,
on. And then while
but
you
this what I'm
talking,
saying. But when I
this is the
try to
difference that
ramble,
you
but
are
when I try to talk,
misunderstand. This is crazy to me, D-Town.
but
This is
when
the
I
part
try to
that you
talk,
misunderstand in the
you don't let me
conversation,
get my
is
full
that
thought
you
out when
ramble
I be
on and
trying
you
to.
reiterate what you're saying over and over again.
I'm trying to get my full thought out, but you stopped
You
right there like you did the last time. You remember when you stopped me? You was like, "Let me stop right there," and I'm like, "Man,
again,
I'm
all right,
trying."
look, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna allow you to talk, and we're gonna see if you could formulate a full thought. Go ahead, please.
Now I gotta formulate a full thought. Nah, look, nah, for real, sure. This is what I was gonna say though. When I was talking about the cooking and cleaning thing, I'm saying that that's in these spaces, women say that is a a concern that men don't do. You get what I'm saying? And they feel like that they, you know. And what I'm saying is, sure, you're with us not growing up the way that y'all grew up with fathers and men around y'all in the community to, you know, hold y'all accountable and things. Our mothers raised us differently than what y'all went through. I agree with you, Sharon, that men supposed to be able to know how to cook. Do men things. Cause I do that. I'm from the country, bro. I know how to do all that put stuff together, all that. I get you, the man stuff, you know. But what I'm saying is the reason why most men are how they are right now is because the woman had majority of the time with their sons, so they taught them woman things. That's all I'm saying, sure. That's all I'm saying. You got it. See, when I get it all out, you can't even because you be trying to argue with me, but we agreeing. You get what I'm
We are
saying?
not agreeing. You first of all, you changed the conversation what we was
Oh,
talking
now I
about.
changed it. Okay, but that's
Yes,
what
you
I was
did.
trying to. But that's the premise I was going off. That's why I didn't want
D-Town,
to go
hold
down.
on. D-Town, do you realize that I
Okay,
just allowed you to talk and did not stop, and then as
okay,
soon
I'm
as
gonna stop. You know
soon as I
what?
started talking, you interjected. Do you realize
No, you
that?
got, no, you got, you got.
You can't make this shit up, see. You can't make this shit up.
Yeah.
You know I
I
love
get
you
both of
though.
you guys' points, though. I get both of you guys' points, and if I were to be genuinely honest, which I try to be,
Yeah.
um, there were some certain aspects that my mother taught me, right? When it comes to being self-sufficient, right? I did have to wash the dishes a lot. I did have to do chores around the house and clean up the house. She did teach me how to iron my clothes and use an iron and use a steamer, right? And all of those things helped me to be a better person because once the umbilical cord was cut and I was on my own and I had my own, I was able to still operate and have a certain system where I can be successful, right? I knew how to clean up even when I was living by myself. I knew how to clean up my apartment. I knew how to wash the dishes. I knew how to make sure that my clothes was ironed before I left out of the house. So there were certain domesticated things that I did have to learn to be a self-sufficient and productive human being. However, on the flip side of that, I had men in my life that gave more of those masculine attributes when it came to drive, when it came to character, when it came to persistence, when it came to structures, and when it came to being a go-getter. And I had to mix all of those things in one, right? And it taught me to be a little bit more self-sufficient and a little bit more independent, right? Where I was perfectly okay living by myself, right? It would be nice to have a woman in my life. That would be really nice. That would be in addition to what I had to do, but I was perfectly okay with being self-sufficient, by myself. And I think that there are certain things that's the beauty of having, men and women or mom and dad or men in your life that can be able to help you to navigate those things because those things are going to help you to be a productive and accountable citizen.
Yes. And there's a big difference of turning your son into your husband and turning your son into a productive man. It is a difference between those things. There's a difference. You got to be able to the best thing a parent can ever do is teach that kid how not to need that parent. For that child to be self-efficient. That's the greatest thing a parent could do. If I could teach my kid not to need me, that's the greatest thing I could do. Because that means I gave them all the life lessons and they navigating through life without me. That is a goddamn blessing. And that's all the lessons I'm trying to give when I'm passing any kind of information out. And so you could be this, that, and the third, and you can keep moving, implementing your life today because we know a procrastinator's favorite day of the week is tomorrow. We know that. So if you hear something good today, implement it today. So a thing that you need to implement today is that you got to learn how to be a leader. Stop thinking that you are naturally born to be a leader. Nobody's naturally born to be a leader.
No.
And the men that are, those is like a 0.091% type shit. Those are not a bunch of men walking around just born and they're going to be the king. No, that's not true. You got to learn how to do these things. And it takes
Hmm.
time for you to be that. That's like a president got to be a certain age before he can even run for presidency. Because you got to go through certain kind of situations, trials and tribulations for you even to prove that you can lead somebody. And this is the reason why to be a president, you need to learn how to lead your own household first. That's why we want married men to be presidents, because he has more to lose. He learned from a long time that he's thinking about the greater good, which is his family. And so once he runs the country, the greater good is supposed to be the people. That's what it's
Hmm.
supposed to be. That's the ideology. Whether it comes to fruition or not, that's a whole nother conversation. But that's the ideology behind the whole presidency and behind married men and having families, because it shows that they went through something and that they could lead somebody successfully. Single people cannot prove that they did anything successfully but themselves, and it shows that they are selfish.
Yes,
And
and I'm a big believer in, it's okay to be a man, and when you are a single man, you're only operating at a certain percentage of your masculinity and your masculine trait. Once you have a woman in your life and under your covering, it unleashes a totally higher potency of your masculinity. You get more in depth when it comes to your provisioning for them.
mm,
You get more in depth and focus when it comes to the protection of them. You get more in depth and more focused when it comes to being a good thinker and a good problem solving, right?
woo,
And you get more in depth in how you communicate and how you love
mm,
those people, right? So there are really, really amazing benefits to having a woman in your life and under your covering. And I believe that you're not really at your full potential as a man in your masculinity if you do not have that feminine person in your
counterpart.
life that you're covering. You
Right.
can't. You
It's
can't.
not possible.
There's no way, and nobody can convince me otherwise that a single man is more
And it's
masculine
definitely
than a
no way
man that
for
has
them
a
to
woman in
prove
his
it.
life.
They definitely
Yes,
can't
there's no
prove
way.
it.
There's
Even
no
if they
way.
did have it, right? Even if they did have it, Kasim, there's no way for them to prove that they had
Yeah.
it.
Right, because you just move different, versus you being by yourself as a single man in your frame, then versus when you have a woman in your life, and then you just your whole, like, your perception gets even keener. It's like, you're a vampire, so all your attributes get more heightened, and they get more acute, and they get, more focused. So
And so,
yes.
Kasim, some people would say that, like, President Clinton getting head in the Oval Office is a form of selfishness, right? Or something of that nature. However, if he was single, nobody would be able to hold him accountable. But since he is married, people are able to hold him accountable. Like, this is not how a president is supposed to move, and that's how they got his ass out of office, because you're supposed to move a certain way. You're supposed to react a certain way. You are supposed to be moving in the betterment of everybody, not your goddamn self. So if he was single and he got head from whoever he got head from, they would not be able to hold him accountable at all. But
No,
because
I would tend to disagree with that, Sharon. When you're in
what's
a
up,
when
Hank?
you're in a certain when you're in a certain
What's
position
up, buddy?
as the president of the United States, there are certain standards and certain ways of conduct how you should conduct yourself, whether you're single or whether you are married, and
So,
that just goes across the board.
so what I'm saying, Kasim, if he'd have got caught getting head as a single man, as a president, they still wouldn't be the whole day. It's like, hey, he's a man and he had to get his route off. It's a very stressful job. They would have been able to flip the narrative in different manners to say that he was stressed. He needed some release. He needed this. He needed that. He's a single man. He could do what he want. We don't think that he's blah, 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 right? It could go on and on. Just like how Putin, he could do a lot of bullshit because he has no woman beside him to claim that he's this, that, and third. So he could be a fucking dictator and nobody bats the eyelash, no matter how much he does what he do to stay president, even though it's an election, but we know it ain't no real goddamn election over there.
And we
You
know
know
those
what
people
I'm saying?
intrinsically are scared as hell of him too.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's a difference. And that's what we're talking
Yes.
about. What's up, Hank? What would you like to add to the conversation, Hank?
Well, man, look, I'm a little disappointed. You
Go ahead, Hank. Damn. That must be the married life. She said, no, you are not going to be able to talk right now.
well, Sharon, you bullying my man D-Town, man. You know you are.
What I do to detail now?
Man, you bully that man. And for y'all that sit there and say that a young man shouldn't be learning how to clean and cook and all that, that's not true. That's not true at all. There's nothing true about that.
No. What you miss, Hank,
He needs
is
my
that
service.
what you miss, Hank, is that he said his mama was the one that was teaching him those things. And what me and Kasim said, we are saying the
Hold
same,
on.
but there's a difference when a male teach you how to be self-sufficient, to make up your bed in the morning, to be disciplined and work out, to be neat. It's a difference between saying, I'm gonna teach you how to cook and clean,
But
and the
that,
way how
but that,
me
but
and
males
Kasim,
did, but
and the way,
males did
God
teach
damn
me
it,
that.
and the way how me and Kasim framed that same self-sufficient man, we said we teach the young man discipline. We teach them to get up early, we teach them to
But
work out.
men did
It's
teach
a
me that.
big difference between those two self-sufficient ideologies.
Men did teach me that.
One is saying cook and
Men did
clean.
teach me that.
One is saying to cook and clean.
Hank, he
And the
ain't trying
other
to
one
hear
is
me say
saying,
that, though. Hank,
oh my Jesus. See, and this is the difference right here. One,
Hank,
the way how
Hank,
me and
what you just
Kasim,
said, Hank,
this
because
is the
he up here
difference right
talking on
here.
me,
This,
Hank.
this is proof of the
No,
difference. The way how
let,
me and
let
Kasim,
him talk.
the
Let him
way
talk.
how me and Kasim would frame it is discipline. And the way how he framed it was cooking and cleaning. Those are two completely different ways of teaching how a man to be self-sufficient in society.
So Sharon, let me ask you this: for you to clean,
You
you have to be
gaslighting.
disciplined. That's a
Thank
self. That's discipline within itself. Cleaning is a person who cleans has to be disciplined enough to do it. Else they could just be running muck and be sloppy. Cooking's the same thing. Now, if you're really cooking, ain't nobody talking about just cooking some goddamn ramen noodles. That ain't cooking. I'm talking about actually cooking a meal where you have to use seasons and ingredients and other material.
Mm-hmm.
That's cooking. You cooking up frying some chicken, I don't consider that really cooking.
Right,
Now, if you are
because me and you, Hank, we are on agreement that cooking is a discipline because you got to follow
yes,
ingredients, you got to follow
yes,
directions. So that is the
yes.
discipline part. That's the difference between saying teaching your son disciplines and teaching your son how to cook and clean. It's a big
But
difference in that. It's a big difference in that language, and that language
so you
got
don't
to
like the
be,
words
and that language has to be in our households. We got
Yeah,
to
he
teach our
he
sons
gaslighting
discipline
now,
and
fam.
how to move forward and how to have decorum. Instead of saying we got to teach our sons how to cook, clean, and wash.
Yeah, you
We
gaslighting
cannot
now,
be
fam.
telling our
so
sons,
you
oh,
don't
you
get
got to learn how to
hold on.
cook, clean, and
You
wash. No, we got to
gaslighting.
tell our sons how to be disciplined and how to move to life, how to be a leader, and how
The,
and,
But
and
wait,
so, like for example, Hank.
Hank, he
I
gaslighting
know
me
how to
now,
cook.
Hank.
I know how
He
to cook as
gaslighting me,
well.
dog.
Hold on, I know how to cook as well, Hank. But guess what? I had to teach my wife how to cook for me because
what,
my palate is different from where she's from. She's from a whole different part of a continent.
You're making a whole different conversation than what we
Yes,
was talking
no, I'm
about.
making a different conversation because I'm
Ain't
trying
that
to
right,
keep
Sharon,
figure out what's going on.
Kasim?
Go
He's
ahead, Hank.
making
I'm
a whole
sorry for
different
keep on.
conversation right now.
I'm sorry for keep on interjected. Hank, go ahead, make your point, Hank.
now what I'm saying is though, you got to teach us. I taught my son how to cook. His mother taught him how to cook. He knows how to clean, and you know why? Because I knew eventually he's going to be on his own and going to college. And guess what? He's not going to be doing bringing his goddamn bag of dirty clothes home. They expect us to watch it for him. No, you can use my wash machine and my detergent and all that, but you're going to do it yourself. I told him how to separate the dirty from the dark. Don't wash your towels with your clothes. You wash all your towels with your washcloth, and all that. You wash all that together. We told him all of that because he needs to know. I can't. We can't afford our sons to go into relationships knowing these women are 2023/2024. These heifers don't know how to cook now. So now you have two
Thank you,
people in
Hank.
the house that don't know how
Thank
to
you,
cook.
Hank.
They gonna be either broke, going to door dashing every goddamn day, or they gonna be hungry than a motherfucker, or they gonna be trying to come in my house every Sunday looking for a meal. And we not doing it.
So what I'm saying, Hank, is that we have to change the verbiage of how we teaching our sons. The problem is
Okay, now
we are
I can agree with that.
feminizing our young men by saying the verbiage of domestication. No, we need to teach them discipline. We needed to teach them leadership. This way, the verbiage is different in a mind state. So this way, when they over there and they give directions, they understand what they are doing. They not just being flowing and we just getting together and whatever happens, happens. We don't need men saying this shit. We need the men
But
to
you
have
know,
fucking we need to have men have direction. Hey, babe, I like my laundry smelling like this. So I want you to use this kind of detergent. I want you to use this kind of downy. I need you to use this. I need this. I need that. Direction. That's what women want from a man. Direction, leadership skills. Not saying that, oh, baby, let's go and wash some clothes together. Women is not, that's not making the pussy go splash, splash. Ain't no woman in the history of dating said, ooh, You know what? A man that could fucking clean some laundry, woo, that make my panties wet.
Who's
No man,
saying that?
no woman
Who's
ever
saying
fucking
that?
said that.
Who's saying that?
So therefore, we gotta
Who's
change
saying
the
that then?
fucking verbiage
SB.
of
Who's
how
saying that,
we.
bro?
So we are
That's what I'm
changing the
saying,
verbiage
bro.
of
It's
how we use that because we gotta
gaslight
make
like a
men
motherfucker.
attractive to women. We gotta make men
Nobody saying that
leaders
shit.
of women because these women out here are saying that they are no leaders out there for them. They're saying that they can lead men better than they can.
They
This is the
dumb for
problem.
saying it. They dumb for saying it, and you dumb for believing them. Come on now, Sharon.
So,
That's facts.
so Sharon, you
Cause ain't
pretty much
nobody
saying the
telling this
same thing.
man
It's just you
right.
using a different word. That's
Thank
the
Yeah.
you.
difference.
It's a
And
big
and,
Okay.
difference.
and, and
It's a
then
big
he
difference.
and then what I was saying when I just said that about my
Being
mama, cause she just
self-sufficient.
said that, bro. It was
Listen,
just the
all I'm
premise
saying
on
is
what we
this:
was
if a
talking
man,
about.
listen,
You
what
get
I'm
what I'm
saying,
saying,
deep
Sharon?
down.
Hank?
Let me say,
And he trying to
let me
make
tell
it
you this, deep
run
down.
like he trying to run
If
with it
any
like
man, I got you, deep
women
down. If
just
any,
teaching
I
them to
got you, deep
be
down.
like,
You
come
need to
on,
talk.
bro. Come on,
If any
Sharon.
man, I got you, deep down. If
I
any
see
man
what he's
goes
doing.
into a
I see what he's
relationship
doing.
and he's going by saying that the reason why he is valuable to that woman is saying that because I know how to cook and clean, he is fucked up from the beginning. Am I right, Hank?
Say it again, brother. I'm sorry.
If any man is
You cut
going
out on
into a
my side.
relationship, he said, "Hey, listen, babe, I'm a great catch because you know I know how to cook, I know how to clean." That is a problem. He should not be walking into a relationship like that. He's gonna make that pussy dry up so fast.
What nigga is
So,
saying it?
so you
You just
hold on, Sharon.
did.
You saying
See, that's what I'm saying. See,
if
you gaslight
if a
like a
man tells
motherfucker.
a
Nah, Hank, let me
hold
say
on,
this, Hank.
Sharon,
Nah, he
if
gaslighting.
you
He
saying if
gaslighting,
a
Hank.
man
This
tells
nigga is,
go
bro,
ahead, go ahead, you
don't be
got
like, yeah, you gaslighting like a mug, bro. You gaslighting, bro. Because man, when me and Shaquem, what's my boy name? Kasim had that conversation, it was based on a premise, bro. It wasn't on no goddamn like my mama told me you go into a relationship talking about you know how to cook and clean. Nigga, I was just telling you the reason why most young men right now know how to do those things is because they grew up with their mothers, bro. That was the
And I'm
reason why I
telling
said
you,
that, fam. Nigga,
perfect.
let's be
You're
quiet.
not finished.
We not
That was a statement.
no,
You should
exactly.
have a period at that part right there so we can have a so look, D Town.
Men are not going to a
D Town, D
relationship
Town,
with that,
D
bro.
Town.
Get off the
That's when you're supposed to
gaslight.
have
You're
your
a
period so we can
gaslight
have
like
a
a
back and
motherfucker.
forth, not continue
You're
going. That's what the
gaslighting
period is
though,
supposed
bro.
to be at.
You're gaslighting. You're making it seem like I'm coming to the relationship or I'm coming to a girl talking about I know how to cook and clean. Nigga, I ain't no bitch. Nigga, I got a dick between my legs. You hear me? That's something that I know how to do. So don't do that with me. You get what I'm saying? Do that shit with another panelist, bro. But that ain't how we getting down on this hoe, all right? So stop gaslighting me. That's what I'm saying, fam.
I'm not gaslight.
Okay.
All I'm trying to explain to you that it is a lot of young men. They are getting taught what you get taught, and this is something that they have in their mind as an attribute, and it's not a fucking attribute.
But the
Attribute.
premise on
God
that is
damn
the
it!
reason why they getting taught that is because they didn't have men to grow up with like you and Kasim had. That's the premise, bro. Put the whole context to it, family. And Kasim, you understand what I'm saying right now. I just know you being respectful, but you understand where I'm coming from.
I do. I get it. I get it from both of you guys' points, and I believe you guys are making the same point, but coming from different aspects of it, right? And but I think we people are smart enough here in the chat or to listen to kind of take both things because two things can be right at the same time. It's just a different way of communicating that. And from what I have assessed, that's exactly what's happened. So the Discord is mainly the way that we're getting to the same destination, but we just taking different routes.
Exactly, and that's what I want to talk
But
to.
the main point is, just to summarize it up, the main point is that men have to be self sufficient, and there are ways how women articulate that self sufficiency through her way, and there's a
Mhm.
way that men articulate that self sufficiency through his way. And the
Absolutely.
greatest common good is to have the balance between what is taught from the mom when it comes to self sufficiency and the dad is self sufficiency, and that comes together so that that individual can have a better chance in getting better outcomes and a better life.
That's what I'm talking to the greater good. How the words that we use is going to change how a man perceives himself in the dating market. And if he is not perceiving himself as the masculine outcome, he is going to go into a relationship. It just what it is, what it is. He don't have no outcomes. He just dating just to be dating. No, you need to be dating with intentions, because he's a leader. If you raise him up to be a leader from jump, he's always going to have intentions with everything that he does, whether it's the profession, how much money he want to make, what school he's going to, how much time he spent with his mom, how much time he spent with his dad, how much conversation he's having with them as well, because he got to be able to separate when he do get married, the things that he says about his wife to his family, because something that a lot of men don't understand is that if you are talking bad, if you are always calling your mom and dad and saying all the bad things your wife doing, when you and your wife get back together, the family doesn't negate all those negative things you said about your wife. And now when you bring her to the goddamn Thanksgiving dinner, she's getting attitude and pushback, and now you're having a whole new conversation about why your mother's talking to her this way, and because he never had the leadership skills to lead through argument. Something what Kasim just said not too long ago, how he navigated his son to argue better with his wife so he could understand her, because that's what mainly women are arguing men about, because they feel that men are not understanding them and men are not listening to women. And we always somehow figure out a way to gaslight women by saying things like you are overreacting is a number one gaslighter that Kasim pointed out. Men should not be doing that, because women are going to just overreact even more. And these are the things that we are trying to get people to understand. So now you just got all that knowledge without going through that experience. Implement that in your life. So when you recognize it and you see it, you can save yourself that kind of argument and stress.
Yes, and you want to
You
the
preaching
faster
today, Sharon. You preaching
the
today, boy.
faster that you recognize that, it's like I call it breaking distance, right? You know how sometimes cars they'll go like 80 miles an hour and they'll slam on the brakes and they'll see how long it takes for that car to come to a complete stop. This is what men should incorporate when you're going through life experiences, you're learning things. When you find yourself going on a particular tirade, for that braking system to kick in to stop that behavior as quick as possible. And some individuals braking distance is longer, and some individuals braking distance is shorter. But I believe the faster you recognize that behavior, that you can be able to act on it and then go in a different direction to hopefully have a better outcome. So work on your braking distance.
Woo! That's what we are talking to. That's one of the things that we are telling people in general to implement in life, because both sexes need to learn how to argue properly. That's one of the biggest things people don't understand. Like when I tell them I never had an argument with my wife, is not because that we didn't have disagreements. It's because I allow her to be understood, no matter how long it takes. If we driving somewhere and it takes an hour, she need to talk for that whole goddamn hour to get all that emotion out. I'm allow that, because I could argue fairly. I can understand sometimes she needs to talk more than me. Most men need to understand that as well. Us as men, we don't talk as much as women. We don't have to use as many words to get to a point. Women got to use at least 10 more words than men to get to the same exact destination.
And the key to that is being aware of that knowledge and not frustrating yourself so much when it occurs, right? Because we know that once we get frustrated with something that we are not aware of, it causes a different outcome and it causes us to be more in an emotional state. And
Yes,
obviously, when between a man and a woman, a man gets in an emotional state with a woman, he is not going to win. He
it's
is
not.
not going to win. And then again, his tone is going to be super elevated, right? And now, he's going to really blow things out of proportion. And she's going to blow things out of proportion because you don't understand her emotion. You're trying to tell her to be quiet, and then that's escalating it even more. So, I think it's important for men to have that knowledge, to be
Yes.
aware of it, right? And say, hey, like, you know what, this is something that could happen. Right. And when it does happen, this is when my braking system is going to be a lot shorter, where I
Yes.
can cut off a lot of my instinctual reactions to just
Yes.
blast at her.
Woo! Woo! And that's all. And we got there, right? It took us a while to get there. It took us 2 hours to get to this conclusion, but we got to a solution. But we had to go through it. So that's why, I think people need to let that shit go. Like sometimes we gotta go through this goddamn conversations to get to it. Hey, welcome to the stage, somebody that is he's a dope guy. And we disagree a lot, but however, we usually get to some kind of mutual agreement. And I appreciate this brother for always pushing back on me, and I'm always going to push back on him because that's just how we are set up to be. Welcome to the stage, Team Fatty.
Happy New Year to you too, Sharon. Stop
Happy
being nice
New
to me.
Year.
Stop
What's
being
up,
nice to me.
Fatty? What's
What's
up,
up? What's up?
everybody?
Kadeem,
Everybody.
D-Town Inc. Happy New Year.
What's up,
Happy New
Fatty?
Year.
Happy New
I
Year
saw
to
you.
everybody.
I saw you twerking in the chat, Fatty.
What's up, big?
I'm
What's up, big
trying.
body?
I'm
What's happening?
trying to sleep. I'm really trying to sleep because I can't sleep, and Sharon is making this impossible, right? So Sharon, let's hear what you said. You said when a man says to a woman you are overreacting, there's gaslighting,
Yes.
and then you said that men are overblowing things like out of proportion. Like, isn't that the same thing as overreacting? You were literally saying that when a man goes to a woman,
Mm-hmm.
right, and says you are overreacting, that's gaslighting, and then you flipped it and you said the man is blowing that shit over proportion or whatever the term is. Isn't that literally the same shit? But you are telling the woman, "Hey, don't do this to woman because it's gaslighting." Wouldn't that be gaslighting on the other way too?
No, so this is talking to what Kasim was saying, was having that you're breaking up at a shorter distance. So when a woman is trying to attack you and get you emotionally involved in the conversation, you need to have your breaking system to take away from that emotional reaction and talk to her and say, "Hey, no, listen, babe, this is what I mean." So when she's saying, "No, babe, you overreacting," you said, "No, I'm not overreacting, ma'am or wife, babe, hubby, whatever you want to call her," and say, "This is what I'm actually doing, and I need you to recognize what I'm doing." But men on the other side, when we just react to what our women is saying and we tell them you're overreacting, is going to make them actually overreact even more than what they are doing. And welcome to the stage, Chicago Rilla.
Yeah, but how is that gaslighting? Sometimes people overreact. I said, "Hey, man, shut the fuck up. It's not the issue. You are just taking too much. We good."
hmm
How is that gaslighting? You are literally
Because
telling the
he's
person,
right.
pump the brakes. There's nothing conversation to be had. Because a lot of times, especially women, right? They go to the shower. Oh, when I get to office, I'm going to tell them this. And then they're on the bus. When I get there, I'm going to tell them this. And they get there, and you are happy. Good morning. Oh shit, there was nothing to be talked. Like, tell people what you actually mean. Mean what you say what you mean. If they're overreacting, tell them you are overreacting. What's the problem with that?
So the reason why it's gaslighting, because you are not understanding that woman's emotion at the time, and that's going to make them overreact for real.
That's
So
not my
if they
job.
if they are emotional, if they are emotional in a conversation, and you say, "Baby, you are overreacting," that's going to make them actually
Yeah,
overreact.
but that's not my job. My job is to solve your problem. What's your problem?
So no, so that's another thing that we got to
Yes.
teach. Our job is not to solve our woman's problem. Our job is to understand our woman.
Wait,
We are not.
what?
Yes, we are not there to solve the problems. A lot of times, this is what men get things confused. When women are venting to you, they are not asking you to solve a problem. They just want to be understood and
So
heard,
they are overreacting.
and they want to get that emotion out.
So they
That's
are
what women
overreacting.
do.
If you don't want to solve a problem, but you want to tick, 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 beep, 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 beep in front of me for
Correct.
hours, you
Yep.
are actually making like you are making either you are transferring bad energy to me, which
Mm-hmm.
is something that people should be aware of. For
Absolutely.
a man, there's nothing more frustrating than having a person in front of you complaining about something and they don't want to do nothing about that shit. Imagine me coming in here and says, man, diabetes is coming, bro. I'm feeling it, that shit, man. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
man, I can't even go to a flight of stairs, up a
Right.
flight of
I got
stairs
you,
without
Cuba.
losing my breath. And then I ask, Sharon says, hey, can you like experiment some vegan shit? Nah, I'm just here to vent.
Right.
How does
So
that sound, Sharon? Now, Sharon, ask me,
I
how
got
does
you. And
that
welcome to the
sound?
stage.
Sharon, how does that
Welcome to the
sound?
stage, Trigger Mike Show. So what I'm going to talk to is that as well. So it's two different ways when people come to you. Sometimes people come to you just to vent, and you got to allow that person to vent without solving they got their problem. Because if you allow people to vent fully, they will say the solution that they already need from the conversation. You don't even have to say anything. They just need to
That's
get that emotional.
that's fine.
They got to get that emotion out. And sometimes men want to solve too many problems and get that woman out their face. They need you to just listen and understand. This is the problem that most people have, is understanding. It is not disagreement. It's the
So,
fact that you don't understand her and she don't understand you.
sure, Sharon, you didn't answer my question. How did that shit sound? How does me complaining about being faked for 30 minutes without not listening to Kazim, Trigger Mike, Chicago Real, D-Town? How does that? That sounds crazy. This is
So
how actually, listen to me, right?
yeah,
The same way we should understand our woman should understand us. Lady,
absolutely.
if you want to gossip and talk about shit for 30 minutes without solving nothing, get your phone, call your best friend, and do that shit. If you want to solve something, come to me. That's all that is. And you know how men actually get feminized? By sitting there and listening to 1 hour of gossiping and blah 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 without no solution in and no nothing. Because now she's conditioned to make you basically the person that is the scarecrow that is in front of her says, oh damn, oh really, oh this, oh my god, and you are not even participating into a conversation, and then you become them. Tell them to go talk that shit with their friends, with their female friends. If you have a real problem and you're not just venting, come to me. I can have a conversation with you, solve your problem, when you're good to go. Don't try to be to do both, because when you do both, that fucking negative energy goes to you. You are a person too. You have feelings too. You have from one piece, and you want whatever you want to. Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit hangover. You want your brain to function correctly too. So why the hell are you transporting that bad energy from her to you? And at the end of the day, you're not solving nothing. You're just there listening and being an emotional tampon.
He's right.
Awesome. I
He's
want to
right. He's
introduce. I want to
100%
introduce.
right. He's right.
No, he is not right. That's absolutely wrong. But I
Yeah.
want to introduce
No,
Chicago Rilla to the conversation as
he's
well.
right.
Hold on, baby. See how my baby, she want to interject. I got allowed to interject. If I don't allow her to interject, this is a young woman that is a natural born feminist. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. But if I don't listen to her and let her be understood that I'm listening to her, she's going to keep daddy and daddy and daddy.
Or you can
And
just sit there to go sit down.
before we move on, I want to get Chicago Realist thoughts on this. Merry New Year, Sharon. Go get a coffee. Keep up the good work. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Chicago Rilla. Give me your thoughts on this conversation. You're on mute. Okay, maybe we go to Trigger Mike. So, Trigger Mike, what is your thoughts on the conversation at hand? Go ahead, Trigger Mike.
All right, man. So yeah, I had to jump up. I was listening, man. Shout out to everybody. Happy New Year, fam.
Happy New Year, Trigger Michael.
Town, Sharon, my man Rilla, and Fatty. All right, bro. So I agree with Fatty 1000%, bro. And I just had a old colleague call me about this very topic, because she's like, I need my husband to just listen and not try to fix things. And I said, that's an inappropriate relationship that you're having with him. It's inappropriate to ask a man to listen without trying to fix. Your husband is not your home girl. And let me explain that. Women communicate through complaint and gossip. They need to be talking to their homegirls about 99% of the shit that they want to talk about and vent about. If anything that is hurting you and you need emotional support from me, that means it has to do with me and the kids, or your functionality in this household and how it affects us. That way I can support you. But think about, y'all know that women feel more units of pain from each stressful occurrence in their life. That means that you're feeling shit that I would never feel. You're complaining about shit I would never complain about. Therefore, I'm not really supposed to be the one helping you. People with the same physiological makeup and emotional makeup as you can understand what the hell you're complaining about. Talk to your mother, talk to your sister, talk to your homegirls. If it doesn't have anything to do with me or this house, or you don't want a solution, don't talk to me. Now, let me get to the second part. If men gossip too, men complain too, because I know that's going to be the every in 2024. I'm covering all the bases. Y'all not gonna get me. All right, men gossip too, men complain too. But if I complain right now to Sharon and Kasim, it won't get to Rilla before somebody asks me, shut your dumb ass up. What the hell you complaining about? Because men do not like to listen to problems without offering solutions. So no matter if you complain or try to get into some kind of feminist style of talking, men don't like to listen to that. We talk to our homeboys, and it's usually it's laughable. We laugh about shit, we joke, we do all that type of stuff, but you don't get to complain like a woman does to your homeboys without eventually getting to someone who won't let you do that.
This is not true. We absolutely allow our male friends to complain. We're like, hey, bro, that's part of life. And we want to give them advice. We say, all right, that's cool. Now, if your woman is saying, this is what I
Exactly.
need.
Give advice.
If your woman is saying, this is what I need from you, I need you to just sit there and listen to me while I vent. It shouldn't be nothing wrong. Your man or that husband, he should be able to provide that for his woman because he is interested in his woman's self-help.
Okay.
So,
one second, Mike, because he checkmated himself.
I don't understand why y'all trying to overtalk you.
No, you checkmated yourself. Listen, you checkmated yourself.
No, I'm going to allow you to compensate, right? So what I'm saying is this. If she says, this is what happened, X, Y, and Z, you need to recognize that, have your breaking system, and know that that is not a moment for you to solve. That's just a moment for you to act like you listening, listen, do whatever you got to do, and just pay attention to your woman because she wants understanding of her emotions. She wants you to realize that she is going through something, and that is it. I don't know why that's a big deal to a bunch of men. We saying that women cannot come to us as
because
husbands.
you checkmated yourself.
Our woman cannot come to us as a husband and say, this is what I am going through the day. Why is that a problem? She don't need you to fix every goddamn thing.
Okay, that's fine, Sharon. We know.
Because hopefully you chose a woman that can navigate through life.
Sharon, you checkmated yourself. First of all, me telling, hey lady, go talk with your girlfriend about that if you want to vent. That's literally problem solving. I'm keeping feminine energy on a feminine boat and masculine energy on a masculine boat. Come to me when you want me to solve a problem, and this is how you checkmate yourself, right? You need to be understanding of your woman's feelings and how her brain works. Does she have to be understanding on your feelings and how your brain work? If I'm a problem solver and you come to me with gossiping, are you understanding that I don't want to hear that shit? We are humans too, Sharon. We been conditioned since the day we are born to try to understand women so we can get on their panties. We already know that sometimes they come to us for venting and not to problem solve. And it is our job to let them know, no, there's another person on this relationship. My brain works like this. And if you want me to be sympathetic of whatever you have on your head, even though you are trying to vent, I'm telling you, go to your friends like that to talk about that shit. If you come to me, you have to understand that I'm here to solve your problems and make your life easier. I'm not here just to chit chat and to pass time because that's not how my brain works. Can we do that? Are we humans too? Can we tell women finally in 2024 that we have things that we like and we have things that we don't like and our brain doesn't like that? Can we say that? Can we do that, Sharon?
Absolutely. And before I reiterate, Everything Everyday podcast by Daryl Long. Men cry online daily, and their lives prove that they have no solutions. They have the same problems from 2 years ago. Men are the issue. So,
Sharon,
Fatty,
I got a
what I
question,
would say
bro.
to you is this. So, the way how you frame that, I have to agree with that. If that's what he said in the beginning of the relationship and say, hey, listen, when you having issues, you go to your goddamn women for whatever issues you got. I'm only here to problem solve. And he proved that he is a problem solver. Then yes, then you have all right to say that. But most of these men are not problem solvers. They are not going into relationships.
Let me ask a question to Sharon real
They're not going into relationships leading a woman on how to interact with them. They are just going into the situation willy-nilly.
All right.
Hey, Sharon, can I say something real quick?
Hey, listen, you come to me, for example, for me, I told my wife, no, I do not go shopping with you. I do not go
Rilla, can I ask him a question real quick?
I do not go clothes shopping.
No, go for it, bro. Go for it.
Everything that Fatty said, I said that with my wife. And you know what happens? You do not gossip with me.
Let me Sharon.
You are contradicting yourself. You are contradicting yourself.
But what I'm saying is this: if we teach men how to be leaders and they could go ahead and lead their relationships, then yes, they could say those things.
Sharon, you literally told Sharon.
What I'm saying is this: most men are not getting into relationships that way. Most men are getting into relationships saying, "I'm self-sufficient. I could cook. I could clean. I could do all these things by myself.
Sharon,
That's how they fucking talk. We hear it every single day.
did you
On
guys
these
listen
fucking
what he
panels.
said? He's
Most
So,
men,
Sharon,
most
let
men
me
are
ask
not
Sharon a
getting into this
question real quick.
relationship saying I'm the leader. They saying we could just see what happens. That's what's
All
the
right,
problem.
Hey,
Sharon,
Mike,
Go
can
ahead,
did
mute
you
you?
your mic.
Mike, did you heard what he said?
I heard what
He literally said you guys need to be open to listen to your woman and shit. And now he said, I told my wife, don't motherfucking gossip with me. Proving our points. What the fuck are
He
you
Right.
did
talking,
say that,
Sharon?
Sharon. He's
ask a
You
right.
question.
He did say
contradicted
that.
Again,
yourself.
Yeah.
hold on. So let me make sure I'm clear. The
You
difference is
said
that,
your wife
hold
to
on,
not gossip with
let me say
you.
the difference. This is why I don't bring myself into these conversations because I don't operate how most men operate. That's why I do not bring myself into the conversation at
All right,
all.
let me ask a
What
question,
we're
bro.
talking about is what the general population is, how they moving. Most
All
men are
right,
not
let
moving
me
the way how
ask the
I'm
fellas
moving.
on the
Now
panel
you
because
can
these
try
my
to say that as a checkmate, but however, most men cannot do what I do.
so to
Let me give advice to men that I myself don't even follow. Thank you very much, sir. Checkmate.
let me ask a question to the men on the panel. To the men on the panel, can you listen to anything wrong, inappropriate, delusional, or inaccurate without responding to it? Can you just let that shit slide as a man? Do you feel like
No, no.
no?
No.
And remember, because this is why I'm pissed off at Sharon right now, because he married in real life. I'm married in real life. So when you have this much time in with a woman in your house and time in the dating game and relationship game, you understand that when women vent, let's not use that word lightly. What are they venting about? They want something that they've done wrong, something that's inappropriate, something that's delusional, or something that's inaccurate, validated by you. That is what when women vent, they are usually venting about something they feel. Therefore, what's logical and what's right and wrong does not matter anymore. That is why men cannot listen to that shit. If you want to vent and have delusion validated, please talk to other women. Please talk to other women, because the second you say that
You
you
are
yelled at your
wrong.
boss, but he was being an asshole, I'm gonna be like, do you want to lose your fucking job? Why the hell did you yell at your boss? That is the type of shit you get
You're
when
wrong.
women vent.
No, you're wrong. Your
We don't
woman,
let them vent, bro.
your woman should absolutely be able to vent to you. She should
I
be able to
cannot
come
listen.
to
No,
you and have
it is. Hold up,
she should be able to come to you and say, "Hey,
Sharon, Sharon,
this is what's been bothering me for the past
Sharon.
2 weeks. I
It
haven't
is
been able to talk to
biological.
nobody.
Hold on.
I think that I need to get this off my chest." She should be able to just
No,
talk to you
she should
without you
understand
interjecting and saying, "I need
biologically.
to fix you." You do
No,
not need to fix your wife because she should be a
biologically,
complete
I cannot
human
listen.
being from the jump. I don't
Biologically,
understand why
she
we
is
don't
having.
understand that.
She is asking for an inappropriate relationship with her male counterpart. I cannot listen to anything wrong, inappropriate, delusional, or inaccurate without correcting it. If you need that type of energy, talk to another woman. Period.
No, that is wrong because this is what you're this is crazy. So if your woman's come to you and she's talking to you about problems that you don't need to fix, just listen to her. You need to be able to have that breaking mechanism that we was talking about just now with Cassine. I'm giving you some game, but you don't want to accept it. Cool, that's fine. That is up to fucking you. I don't give a fuck if you accept the information or not. However, what I'm trying to tell you is that all these women, when they come to you, they are not always looking for you to solve a fucking problem. Sometimes your woman just want to be under fucking stood, and that could move more volumes than you trying to fix every fucking problem because she is not broken in the first fucking place.
All right.
I'm just trying
And
to
if
give you fucking game. Now, if you do not
right,
want to accept the game, that is up to you. I don't give
Sharon,
a fuck because it
now
doesn't affect
you're
my life.
now
However, again, if your woman comes to you and she's saying something, you do not need to fix every fucking thing in her life.
How much is too much?
all right. No, if your wife comes to you to vent and she says something that's wrong or dangerous, you don't fix anything in that moment. You just let that shit slide and be like, all right, cool. Let me go sip some wine. Have a good night.
So that's a whole different conversation. That's not what we're talking about. We are not talking about her saying something dangerous or wrong. We're talking about her venting and one understanding.
How much is too much?
If her
I
one
can't
understanding, if
understand
her one
something wrong or
understanding to
dangerous.
you, if you want to talk about a different conversation, then we could change the conversation into when you hear something wrong, you should correct it. We were not talking about hearing something wrong. What we was talking about is a woman coming to her husband and having a conversation and not wanting to be fixed. She wanted to be
Now,
heard and understood.
so what I will say, Sharon, to your point, I think Uncle Jeff said this, and I actually implemented this in my own life. In order to not seem like an asshole robot in my house, I allot my wife like one huge thing. If it looks like it's seeping out of her pores, and it's like what we call boulders or big rocks around here. If it's a big rock and you feel like you can only talk to me, lay it on me. But I'm telling her she can only do that shit like once a week. because what tends to happen is she will start treating me like her homegirl in conversations I'm not invested in. I'm not invested in gossip. I'm not invested in complaints. So that's what I'm saying. If in order to not seem like an asshole, if my wife really needs to speak to me, I would suggest most men give an allotment for that. Like, look, once a week, come to me with anything, and I'll just listen and I won't respond. But that shit, I should never take on the mantle that your homegirls take, where you just pick up the phone and call me for whatever the hell it is so you can gossip.
How much is too much, Sharon, for you to
Yes,
not to
I
be
agree with
called
that, Trigger Mike.
emotionally unavailable? Because that's what they're going to call you, right? Oh, yeah, it was emotionally unavailable. When literally is, I don't want to listen to gossip for 2 hours while I'm doing my shit. So, how much is too much? How many of these conversations are you allowed to have with your woman per month, right? Since they want to vent and you are going to not be a robot, like Trigger Mike said, what is the magic number, Sharon?
So here's the thing: when women are understood, they tend to not talk to you as much about bullshit. They're not going to keep coming to you once they are understood. This is how humans react. Once they get all that emotion out, they're going to come to you and come back to you as who they are, what you fell in love with in the first place. Whatever conversations y'all normally have is going to get back to that once she's
What,
understood that she got all that
Incorrect. She will
frustration
keep
out.
complaining. She will keep complaining. That's incorrect.
Sharon,
That
women
is
are emotionally unstable. That's their body. Like their body changes every month. Their chemical balance changes every month when they have kids, when they are pregnant, after they like that's their body. You are
mhm,
literally talking with the pile of emotions. And
okay.
every day, I don't care if it's Keisha at the job, if it's Karen at the office, if it's the oh my God, did you saw how the clerk treated me at the store? And now it's a 40-minute conversation about how we should. Sharon, they do this all the time, every time. They pay attention to every detail and they make sure that they tell you what they felt about that shit. It's all
Yeah.
feelings. It's a job that you're going to have until the end of your life. Is going to be forever. So the question again goes to how much is too much?
Right.
How much of these conversations is too much? Three
But
times a week, once
Yeah.
a week, once a month? How many of these venting sessions that you can solve because she's just there to talk?
mhm.
How many of those sessions you can have with her?
So that would depend on the woman that you fell in love with. If she's a chatty patty, then you need to recognize you fell in love with a goddamn
Let me
chatty
also
patty.
let me
So also
also
before you go trigger Mike, let another man confront their woman, Sharon. That's down the pipeline. That is very true. If you are not allowing your woman to vent to you, she will find another masculine person to vent to. But go
that's
ahead,
that's yeah.
MJ. I mean, go ahead. Thank you, MJ. Go ahead, trigger Mike.
That's actually incorrect. Let me tell you why. She won't find another. Let me explain, man. Let me explain. All right. I got to hear the rebuttal first. I'm gonna give you another thing that worked. Okay, when my wife said, like, when she was doing that type of thing, and naturally, I'm Nigerian, we don't play that shit. Like, don't treat me like your homegirl. What I realized when I went and get it and got advice from other married men, they said your wife has no outlet to vent, and you need to help her find one. She was having trouble adjusting here in Texas. She didn't have many friends, right? A lot of the friends she did have, she was one of the only married ones. So they said, get her other married women going through the same things that she's going through, and that shit will stop. So she found Jack and Jill. She joined that. She joined several moms groups. They go on play dates, and all of that stopped. I find a real issue with women who come to their men to vent because that's really what's happening. They don't have any other outlets, or they feel like it's appropriate to do so. So what you need to do is get them a group of women who are going through the same phase in life that they're going through, and that will help them. My wife does not. She's on the phone with her sisters all day. They organizing play dates. They are over here. They're sipping wine, and that's a positive outlet for her to vent whatever feelings she's going through. So I don't have to hear that shit no more.
I
Hey,
think
Mike,
Because
that I
Mike,
think
let's reverse it on Sharon. Sharon,
I
every
think that hold
time.
on, I got you. I want to address what Trigger Mike just said. So
I'm sorry.
I think that is a valuable asset to have is a bunch of
Hmm.
other married women to vent to. I think that is another valuable asset. However, you
Yeah.
cannot take the fact that women have work husbands. You want to negate that. You don't want your woman going out there
all
and
of that
having.
shit is,
You do
all of
not
that
want
is
your woman going
interpreted.
out there. You do not want your woman going out there and finding validation through another male. So if you're not going to be her person that you could vent to and somebody that she could trust and have a conversation, whatever that conversation is, guarantee you are opening the door for another man to do
Okay.
the venting
Okay.
for
So
you.
Okay,
That
Sharon,
is what you're
Sharon.
doing. So
Okay.
now, so now, if you don't want to listen to that advice, that is up to you.
No, that's fine, Sharon. That's totally fine.
And
And
Fatty's next, and then I want to get Chicago Rilla in there as well. I think he fixed his microphone, and I also want to welcome to the stage the Sip God. I'm gonna
Oh
give
and
it to you.
man.
and I would
We're gonna.
like you, Sharon. I would like you to address things like, because it seems like you are working
Uh-huh.
as a gyratory plate where you listen to people but you send it to another direction. I actually would like you to acknowledge something, right? And let's listen
What's
to
up?
this. I am emotionally invested when it comes to my Lakers.
Okay.
82 games a year,
Mm-hmm.
more playoffs. Every time the Lakers lose, I will sit on the table and says, "Woman, sit right over here in front of me and listen to me babble for 45 minutes about how LeBron James missed that fucking close up and now the Lakers lost against the Hornets. And every single time they lose, you better sit in front of me and listen to that shit. And instead of saying, you know what LeBron should do? Be quiet. I don't want you to solve nothing. I just want to vent about my Lakers." How crazy is that? Go talk with Kazim. Go talk with Ink.
What?
Go talk with the men that like sports like you and leave me the fuck alone. Why don't we apply the same shit to women?
Because
Why?
here's the thing. Because here's what happens actually when a man is heavily involved. That woman usually gets involved in that team too. All of a sudden, they wear the same jersey. All of a sudden, they go into the games with each
Oh my
other.
God.
All of
You
a sudden, they are raising
deflecting.
the
You are
same. I'm
deflecting,
not
Sharon.
deflecting. I'm giving you a real life example of if a man is heavily into a sport or a player, normally what happens is that woman, she gets heavily involved in that sport and that player as well because you are
Sharon,
leading her and she
without
is going to, that's what happens. That's what happens.
Sharon, listen to what I'm saying, Sharon. Every man has hobbies that their woman don't have. Either fixing cars, either anime, either playing PlayStation. I use the Lakers because it's an easy example to understand. But imagine you doing one hobby that your woman actually doesn't enjoy or like, and every time you got a problem with their fucking classic car that you have on your garage that you're trying to fix for 8 years, you come to her and you have a 50-minute vent section about the motor not having the like. That's crazy. Go talk with a man that has the same hobbies as you, that enjoys those conversations, and leave that woman alone. You are putting pressure on her that she doesn't need to carry. Go get a male friend. And can we do the same thing with women? Instead of going and annoying the guy that is in front of you, go get another woman that enjoy watching Housewives of Atlanta, so you can both talk for the shit about for 2 hours without me saying, you know what should happen? Gloria should leave Angelo. Oh my God! Stop giving solutions. I just want to vent. I
So,
don't work like that, and most men don't work like that. Why
so,
do you ask for men
mhm.
to understand woman, and you still don't ask for woman to understand men? Why?
So I think the problem is that y'all moving the goalposts to an extreme that I'm not talking about. What I
Um,
said is that you need to be a point of reference for your woman to vent to. Not every single time she has a problem, she's going to come running to you. That is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying go ahead and gossip with your woman. That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm preaching at all. What I said, if your woman is going through an emotional standpoint, she do not want to be fixed. She just want to be understood, is what I
so that's
said.
gossip.
So when that is not gossip.
So
Gossip
so
is that
so give me an
gossip
example of
is
what.
gossip.
Give me an
Gossip
example.
is her talking to you about her girlfriends, and then you
Yes,
gossip it,
give
and
me an
then you
example
are
of Sharon. Give me an example of your
yeah.
woman coming to you and explaining how she feels about her girlfriend. That is not gossip because you're not going to solve nothing. Give me an example.
Okay, I give you an example. So this way you can understand. If your wife comes to you and say that my
Mm.
homegirl, she is complaining about her husband, he does not
That's
pay her.
gossiping. You lost.
You said give you an example what
That's
gossip is.
gossiping. You talking with your woman about the best friend and the husband. That's literally gossiping. You lost.
I don't know what I lost because you asked me. Hold on, because I think you jumped the gun on your checkmate. You asked me to give you an example what
Repeat
gossip
it
is,
again. Your woman
and
is
I'm
talking
giving you
about her best friend and her husband. That's
right.
gossiping one on one.
That's gossip if you entertain it. If you just sit there and listen to it and let her vent it out, that is not gossiping. You're just allowing her to talk and vent her frustrations out. Now, if you're going back and forth and say, hey, he needs to move like this and she needs to do this, and oh my God, I can't believe she's acting like this. Oh shit, she is like that. Oh my God.
Let me say this, y'all. Sharon, the reason why I don't even I can't be moved off the square is because you do realize you're talking about the strategy that doesn't work. And I mean, in general, the large majority of people whose marriages work, meaning Asian, Indian, all the people with 90+%, like, you know, they barely got any divorce. Their wives do not do this to them, meaning they don't allow when you really look at it, their wives are more emotionally stable because they understand the value and the purpose of a man. Do not vent to him about these particular things. And the women, the elder women in their lives, let them know the purpose of their husband. No, when you have something like that, bring it to other mothers, bring it to the elder women, so you can tell us, so we can tell you how we dealt with it. Your husband is for this specific purpose, and don't use him for your gossip or anything else like that, because that's not what he's for. So there is, if you break it down, your strategy is the losing strategy. That's the American strategy, and you can see what the divorce rate look like around here.
Okay, so hold on. Thank you to Hey Deezy, bro. This is gossip. So again, I think y'all are absolutely wrong on what we are having a conversation about. Your woman coming to you and venting and allowing her to talk and have an understanding of what your woman is going through is not gossip. If you entertain it and you move forward into the conversation, you give your point of view on gossip, then that's you gossiping with your woman.
What do you do then? Oh, damn. Ah, my bad. Oh, really? Oh, shit. You are a scarecrow that can talk every 30 seconds. What is that?
No. And sometimes, and what I'm saying is this: sometimes in a relationship, you gotta allow your other person to vent to you. That if you don't want to do that, that is up to you.
What's the number?
But I guarantee you, Trigger might have conversations with his woman, but he don't have to interject. He's like, okay, baby, I hear you.
No, it's fine. What's the number of those?
Kasim had conversations with his woman when she's doing the majority of the talking, and he's just understanding and listening.
That's fine, Sharon. What's the number?
Not only that, she doesn't bring it back up.
Sharon, that's fine. What's the number?
So what I'm saying is when you allow your woman to vent, most of the time she's not going to come to you with bullshit because she knows you're not interested in those things for 95%.
We know. But what's the number?
Me and my wife do not talk about whatever her friends are going to. You know why? Because I allowed her to say something to me once before. So she knows.
Yeah, but what's the number?
There is no number. It's up to you and your woman.
Let's give like what? How much is too much? Like if she comes to you 4 times a week, is that too much?
Yes.
3 times a week.
Yes.
2 times a week.
No.
So you have 8 times a month where you have to sit there for 45 minutes to listen to bullshit she doesn't want to solve just because.
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all know we promoting an immature ass lifestyle. When you really think about it, for either married people or people that are together with children, what is there to really talk about that does not require a solution? What the fuck are you talking about? Unless y'all are doing y'all thing together where, you know, y'all are sitting down watching the shows you like and laughing and enjoying each other. What is there to talk about? What problem could you possibly have that does not involve a fix or a solution? Somebody let me know.
Your child fighting to go to sleep every night. It takes you a half an hour to put her to sleep. You cannot.
That still needs a solution. That needs a
solution.
You
don't have no solution. It takes her half an hour to go to sleep.
That needs a solution.
Hold on. If it takes your child a half an hour to go to sleep, that's already the solution. If it aggravates you, and you want to talk about it and vent about it, like, damn, every fucking night it takes my child a half an hour to go to sleep. I gotta do all these things to put her to bed. That is not something that you could solve. That is just what happens.
Yes, and how does that conversation go?
You cannot. What I'm saying is that you cannot solve that problem.
But give us a play-by-play. Give us a play-by-play. How does that conversation sound?
That is a problem, and I've solved that exact problem.
No, hey, Mike, let him actually go. How does that because you said, how does that conversation sound, right? Sharon, go ahead. Like right, the kid can go to sleep. How does it sound, and how many times are you going to have the same conversation? Go ahead, guys. You got it.
yes, that conversation is going to come up a lot because it's just something that happens, and then you and your wife are probably going to joke about like, yeah, that kid is crazy. Oh man, that kid don't know how to stop acting. She's a bundle of energy, or
Yes, but
he's a
how is
bundle of
that a
energy.
conversation?
I don't understand how this child has so much energy. They took a half an hour nap and they woke up fully ready to run around. These are conversations that happens all the time when you
Yeah,
have
there's a one
children,
minute
and
conversation.
it's no solving that conversation. You
No,
still
there's
want to
a
have that
1 minute
even
conversation.
even when you grown and your kid is out the house, you're gonna have a conversation. You're gonna see a little kid, you be like, damn, I remember when my baby was acting just like that.
There's a one
You have
minute
the kid,
conversation. That's not even barely
what-
an interaction. Tell me what sticks you on the chair for 30 minutes listening to your woman that is not gossiping. Because this is 1 minute thing, 5 minute thing. Oh my God, the kid is always. Tell me one thing that takes you 30 to 45 minutes for you to listen to your wife that is not a problem to you to solve and is not gossiping. Give me an
right? So,
example.
so I gave you one, you didn't like that, so I give you a different one.
Hmm.
Something else that your woman could possibly talk about. If your wife is cooking 3 meals for you a day, it's something that she's like, I don't know what to cook. Every day is a struggle for me to figure out what to cook. That's a conversation that's going to happen
It will take
again
three
and
minutes to
again.
have that conversation.
That's another conversation that's going to happen throughout
How
your
is that
marriage.
a 30-minute conversation, Sharon?
Because you're gonna say, hey, maybe we could, because you got whatever your solution is, you can have another conversation about it. Hey, we gonna change our diet. We are gonna eat like this. We are gonna move like this because my diet when I first started is not the same as my diet now. So that
How many
conversation
times did you change
absolutely
your diet?
that conversation changed plenty of times.
Sir, listen to
It changed with how much fiber we put inside that. Whether we gonna
Sharon, listen to your words.
whether or not are we gonna eat meat again? Whether or not we're gonna eat fish? How are we gonna
Sharon,
get?
I don't
How are
want
we
to
gonna get
overtalk you,
food
Sharon.
well?
I don't want to overtalk you, Sharon, but you have a
You
problem
can't
with
put this
listening
stuff.
to yourself. You changing your diet is problem solving. She's
Yep.
giving you different things to taste so you will be more healthy and all that shit as a meaning. He's not
Yep.
gossiping as direction. I want to
Okay.
cook this for you because I want you to have these
Here's what
results.
you're missing in the conversation because
Oh
you
my
changed
God.
in the middle of the conversation.
Huh.
You changed the question. I gave you something that we could talk about that doesn't change it. We're going to continue to talk about. And then you said, so then you changed it to a whole nother conversation of what's the solution to that. That's
No,
different.
you gave two
But what I'm
examples.
trying to say is this, right? I'm trying to, because you asked me questions in the middle of me talking. So what I'm saying is like with the child not going to sleep, that's a conversation that you will
you
have for a
gave two
lifetime.
examples.
Well,
You gave
again,
three
when
examples.
you're having a conversation about cooking,
You
that is
gave
a
three
conversation.
examples. The
That's a
child not
conversation that you
sleeping is a
continue to have.
1 to 5 minute conversation.
It's not a 1 to
Your
5
wife
minute.
doesn't know
I'm
enough
trying to explain to
what to
you.
cook for you is a 1 to 5 minute conversation. You talking with your wife about changing diets is a long conversation, but that conversation is based on problem solving so you can have the best diet and the best nutrition that you can. Tell me once again, I'm asking you, what is something that your wife comes to you that can be a 30 to 45-minute conversation that doesn't involve her feelings about other people and gossiping, gossiping, gossiping? You can find that shit. I promise you.
Again, I said you think that having a conversation about your child is a 1 minute conversation, but it's not. But okay, cool. When you get a chance to experience it,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
you'll probably change your idea of what is a minute conversation, right? So that's number one. Number two, a conversation. Now, what frame your question so I can answer it, so I can understand what you're trying to communicate. Because I think we have a
We were
misunderstanding
talking
of
about
communication.
if the person is not coming to you for solutions, for
Correct.
the gigantic amount of times is gossiping. They just come here to talk about venting. When a woman says venting, is oh my God,
I want
something
to jump
happened
in
at
right
work,
there.
all that. The
So I want to jump
question
in right
is,
there.
yes,
I want to jump in right there. So that's why I use the kid as an example. So
huh?
when a woman is coming to you about your child and she's just saying like, damn, this kid is giving me such a difficult time. It's stubborn. It's this, it's that, and the third. That doesn't mean they want you to fix the kid. They are just venting their day-to-day
I
interactions with
agree.
that child.
I
So therefore, that is an example.
No, because it's not a 45-minute conversation. You
It
would just say,
is.
how?
All right. So look, Kasim, you mean to tell me having a conversation about your children doesn't turn into a 45-minute conversation about how your kids interact with you or your wife throughout the day? Does that happen?
It happens, but
Thank
it's
you.
so rare. It's normally no more than 5 minutes
Come on,
to
That's
have
not
that
Sharon.
true.
conversation.
Come on,
That's not
Sharon.
true. People
Sharon,
have conversations about their children all day, every day.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
most of the time he's
Sharon,
gossiping
but it's
about
not
shit
it's
that
not
they did in school and shit like that. It's not to solve a problem.
it's not a continuous one, Sharon.
So, Kasim, what he asked for was an example of a time when your woman will come to you and have a conversation that you don't need to give a solution to. And I gave him one. This is
No,
one of
no, no,
the.
wait a minute. But you're missing the point. He said 45 minutes. What is it that you can listen to for 45 minutes that she had to complain about that you don't have to solve?
Your
45
children,
minutes is a long time to be sitting here just listening to something that you don't have to solve. So I get
your
what Fatty's
children,
saying.
your children. You can't solve your children.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that, Sharon. If you and your wife are having a particular issue with a child, like if she has so much energy or she's having a hard time going to sleep, that is not a 45-minute problem for you to listen to and not solve. You should be able to come up. No, but because of the experience, you should already have in your mental toolbox already things to when she's telling you as a man, we're automatically thinking about things to solve or how to solve it, right? Because we don't want to stay in this particular area where we're not solving anything because it frustrates us, right? Now, the longer threshold that you have between whether you get tired of hearing this shit and wanting to fix it, that's going to vary between each individual. However, because when women are telling us things, we go into automatic problem solving mode. We don't want them to stay in that particular state of mind for a long time. We want them to get back to light and fluffy as quick as possible. So we're going to offer solutions that will get them to a state of light and fluffy as quick as possible.
So I disagree. I think most conversations that you have with your wife is going to turn to 45 minutes. Most conversations do not last a minute with your spouse. When she starts venting and she needs to have a conversation with you, especially about your children, it's just like, oh, well, we need to. No.
Do you
That
do the same? Do you do the same?
ongoing conversation.
Yes,
That
and do you do the
conversation.
same to her? Do you do the same to her? Do you are you
When my wife comes to me and she said, God damn, this child's giving me a hard time, I do not say, well, we need to no, I do not. I let her talk. I let
No,
her
that's
get the
fine. But do you do the same to you? Do you do the same to her? Do you come to her, sit next to her, and says, "Hey, baby, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to go on a 45-minute monologue while you say, okay."
so
Like, do
for
you do that
example,
to her?
I'll come to her like, God damn, babe, fucking Team Fatty doesn't understand a word that be coming out my fucking mouth, no matter how much I try to explain my goddamn self.
Yes,
And I had that conversation with her multiple times. I don't understand. I'm trying to communicate to Fatty.
and I
Me and him don't.
guarantee you that she
Me and him.
offers you
Me and him.
solutions.
Me and him don't disagree
And I
too much.
guarantee you she
We
offers you
actually,
solutions.
we actually agree with each other probably 90% of the time. We only disagree about 10% of the time, but that
And I
10% is so,
guarantee you
that
she
10%
offers you
is so
solutions.
strong. And you know what she says? I'll tell you what she says, Fatty. She's like, I hear you, babe.
Nah, nah, nah. I guarantee you, she actually is vocal and offer you solutions. I
Nope.
guarantee you.
Nope. She's like, I hear you, babe.
I guarantee you, she tries to pinpoint the source of the problem. She says maybe it's because of this, maybe it's because of that. It happened on the past, Sharon. It's literally on tape. Your woman is not somebody that does She's somebody that when you come to her with something, she will try to make sure that you have the best tool available so you can solve whatever you have to do. And that's the point.
No,
You have to this
now what you are referencing is something else. What you referencing is a conversation. That is not venting. Me venting and having a
this guy
conversation
is
are
doing.
two different things. Hold on, no.
Sharon, you are
Hold
caught
on,
again.
hold on. Me venting and me having a conversation is two different things.
Do
What I'm
you see
talking
what
about
I'm
is
Sharon? Do you
somebody.
see what I'm
No,
talking about?
no, you
Sharon.
you are missing the nuances in relationship and
Sharon, you know
conversation.
the
That's what's
battery.
happening right.
Like on the battery when you have like the plus and the minus. If the minus is the woman, you are always on that pole, bro. It's always about how we should listen to them, how we should treat them, how we should understand them, how we should this. We've been doing this shit since the day we got our first pube, bro. Like on the day that you got your first pube, your brain was like, what do women want from me? How can I get a woman? How can I understand her? How can I impress her? How can I make her happy? How? When is going to be the day when we sit with our women and we say, baby, I'll try to understand you, but please don't do an emotional dump on me. Please don't put a tampon on my ears and use me as an emotion tampon while you're talking about your feelings up and down. I will allow you to do, of course, but don't overdo it. Don't overblow it. And please, if I'm telling you, baby, it's all right. You are overreacting. It's not gaslighting. It's me telling you to shut the fuck up and to go back to whatever you're doing because it's fine. Come on, Sharon. The
Absolutely,
gaslighting shit was the
it
part
is.
that killed me, bro.
It
You are
is not
overreacting.
okay.
Stop gaslighting me.
It is not okay. It's not okay to gaslight your woman by telling her she's overreacting
So
because she's having an emotional spat. Because if we understand that women are emotional, we got to allow women to be emotional. It is okay for your woman to be emotional.
that's
It is
fine.
okay for you to understand that sometimes they are going to voice their opinion and you do not need
That's
to
great.
solve a problem for that woman. You need to just listen. And now when you want to go into nuances of different conversations, that's a different topic.
No,
But
that's
me and
great.
Sharon, how did
Cassie,
you get to the time limit with the 45 minutes? Why did that matter?
I don't know. That was his idea of making it a 45
No,
minute time limit.
that's great,
And
Sharon.
we just put a I guess Fatty want to put a foundation on the conversation but he's
I just
failing
tapped
to
in, so yeah.
understand that it is nuances in relationships and not every day is going to be the
Can
same
I
thing
can I
all the
ask you one
time.
something, Mr. Sharon
And that's
Gracie?
what me and Kasim was talking to, and then it turned into a whole different conversation. But yes, Team Fatty, go ahead. And then I also want to get Darryl Long in there to get his thoughts out there. Go
I
ahead, Team
I have a
Fatty.
question for you, Mr. Sharon, right? You say that you telling a woman to that she is overreacting is gaslighting.
Yes.
Is one of woman's superpowers overreact?
No.
Is it something that they do multiple times per week? Something that they're very good at doing, overreacting?
Hmm.
No, I don't think so.
Sharon.
I don't think so. I don't think that my wife does not overreact to a bunch of things that happen.
No,
So
it's
if I
not
want to
your
put my
wife. I'm
all right,
talking
cool.
about
So
the
the
average
general
woman.
population,
So
I
yeah.
do not think they overreact. No.
So you are telling me that a person that looks at the world and filters information with their feelings instead of their brain, right, is not is not an habitual overreactor. You know, men that are emotional. And you know what they do? They overreact all the time. They do it in real time and they are dangerous as fuck because, again, they will turn a small problem and a big problem into an end all be all civil like war type of shit. That's what
Okay.
overreactors and emotional men do. So now that we are honest about emotional men, can you be honest about woman? Woman being emotional are going to overreact time and time again because they are going to feel that shit until the day they go to sleep and they wake up the next day and their feelings change. Can we admit that?
I don't think that's the majority of women. No. I don't think that's
Okay.
the majority. I think
I,
it
I,
is. I think it is a select few of women
yes.
that they only operate in emotional stance. I think that's usually low
Yes,
level
my
women. I
mom is
usually
like
think that
that.
is
My sister is like that. My cousins is like that. My teachers are like that. Every woman that I met in this planet, like I will take 5 or 10. They
okay.
are emotional beings, and they overreacted to every time you tickle their feelings and their emotions. But I will concede because if you don't agree on the fundamental stance that women are by nature emotional, I can't even like we can have a conversation like is
No,
that.
No, Sharon, if
I
I
think
might
there are
intercede
differences.
too,
Go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
understand what Fatty is trying to say, but we just had a lot of examples of women doing the opposite, right? Like one of the videos I show of Sinetter's reunion in Harlem in 2017 when they were celebrating the Black Union and all that different stuff that Sinetter pushes out on his channel. Tommy Sotomayor was there, and when they smacked him, the Black women
So
around.
you're going to let him the
Hold
like
on, bro. Can I finish
these
my statement?
people and pretend that
I'm
he's talking the
I'm only
conversation
talking
around?
about, bro. Can I make my statement?
That is because
I'm
you
not
are
about to.
dissing people
No.
and pretending that you're
I'm not
having a
dissing nobody.
conversation.
So,
Are
like
you
I was
going to keep
But
saying,
doing this shit?
Fatty,
Fatty,
at the
please.
same
like I was
time, allow
saying,
me to
I'm not
get
even
my
Yeah,
talking
thoughts
this
about
is
out
not
Fatty.
my
there.
That's what
channel.
I'm
Hey,
saying.
Sharon, see you later, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bye. Get the
Fatty,
fuck on.
please.
So, like I was saying, because Fatty don't want to have a genuine conversation, and then
He
he get
don't want to be
mad. He
real.
get mad when I talk about the truth. When those men were putting hands on another man, the women stopped them, Sharon. That's a fact. The only
Mm.
reason why he didn't get hands put on him is because the women didn't respond emotionally. And guess what he was in there saying? Fuck these black bitches. Black bitches should be raped. The stuff that we show that he said on his fucking channel. But those men, and that's why those men like Fatty don't want to let me talk, because they want to hide the fact that we have black men allowing black men to say the worst things about black women. But when those men, Q Butter and them, saw him in person, they said, we about to beat your ass. And they smacked Tommy in his fucking face. It was the black women that said, even though we don't like what he's saying, right, Kasim, do not put your hands on him. Do not make this event an emotional situation. We come here to celebrate black power. Do not allow this man and his rhetoric. But when, and this thing I don't understand too, the black man is the protector and we do everything else. But when we see black men do this, now these other black men want to get in their feelings and act like hoes. That's just not what we do. That's not what we do.
Hey, D-Long, you came up here to start trouble, huh?
Bro, can you address what I said? Not address what you feelings. Address what I said. Did those black women protect them? Yes or no?
I agree with you.
Because I'm not here to talk about nothing else except the point that I was making was those black women protected that man. I don't want to talk
you talking
about
about the Tommy situation?
That is a fact.
Yeah, okay, yeah. On that video?
Yes.
That is a fact. Now, imagine had those women not been there, Sharon. You from New York. You know how Harlem rock. You had 70 Harlem men they had fucking chains and everything willing to beat him down. You know how bad New York can get, Sharon. They will beat somebody to death out there. No guns, no nothing. So the women, in my opinion, they wasn't acting emotionally. So for us to say all women act with emotions would have been, oh yeah, this man just called me a bitch and said women deserve to be raped. Give him the hands that he deserved. That would have been an emotional response. A mature response is what they did. We're gonna hey man, let this man walk out of here maturely. He said what he said. He has the right to say what he says, right? But we're not gonna allow you to beat him up and treat him any kind of way. So that's the point I wanted to make. And Fatty always interrupt me because he don't want to actually hold these people accountable.
So I think me and Kasim's conversation got deep rooted into something that was a little bit different from what me and Kasim was pertaining to, and it turned into that you gotta just let your women gossip to you, and that's not what me and Kasim was actually talking to. So like sometimes with these conversations they want to deal with absolutes, and when you're in a relationship it's nothing absolute. It's some things you're gonna have to deal with, and that's just what it is. You're gonna have to deal with some parts of her needing to vent. Sometimes it's not all the time thing. It happens throughout the relationship. Sometimes something that you deem as a 1 minute conversation in your mind, it could turn to a 2-hour conversation with your spouse because y'all just venting back and forth and y'all explaining and y'all talking and y'all not needing any solution. Y'all are just talking out in the open and you're having great conversations, sipping some wine on the couch. No solution was involved, but y'all both got your thoughts out, and that's all I was really talking to. But in these conversations, sometimes they want an absolute, and in relationships, there is no absolute. Go ahead, Nate.
Can I ask a question too, Sharon, before Nate go? Can I ask just 1 second, Nate? At what point? Because again, I say this all the time when we talk about solutions, because this is solution-based game. At what point do we listen to people with the solutions? How Casino, can I come to your house right now and if you was sick or you needed surgery, can he, the same guy, can I perform a surgery operation on you, Casino? Yes or no?
No, man, you gotta have credentials, bro.
Exactly. So why are we listening to people talk about relationships? I'm listening because I didn't say anything for a reason, Sharon. I don't want to be disrespectful, but this is the solution-based game. Me personally, I think it taints our image by having people here, whether they're on the panel or in the chat, doing a disservice to the conversation, right? D-Town has a girlfriend. Nay is married. I'm with MJ, she's in the chat.
Don't do me
right?
like
Sorry, yeah, D-Town is married. Sharon is married. Kasim, I believe, is married or has a lady as well. Nay is married. MJ, my girl's in the chat. We all have solutions. Why do we continue to listen to people that years later they're complaining about the same things, but saying that women provide no solutions? I watched Jedi Mike and Jonathan Barronville be called incels when they came to this space. Jonathan Barronville even had a show called The Broke and Dusty Show. Now you don't even see him on the internet because he's married and has a child by that girl Cam. Jedi Mike ended up pledging Sigma, and he married a woman who was a Delta Sigma Theta. They're not on here complaining about relationships anymore. They're not. So we have to stop as black men. And I'm glad Kasim said that. I, Durlon, cannot work on him. I cannot even prescribe what's wrong with him. I can't say he's crazy. I can't say he's bipolar, none of that, because I, Daryl Long, do not have the credentials as a doctor or a physician or a psychologist. And I need that in order to have a solutions-based conversation with him about mental health. If we're having that conversation about relationships, all I ask is that, can we have a conversation with people who we can confirm who they are? I know how Sharon lives. I know how his wife lives. I've seen them together. I think we're doing ourselves a major disservice by listening to people who don't even have the results that they're talking about. It's very disingenuous. And then when I was speaking, I wasn't speaking to throw up Tommy. I can shit on Tommy on my own time. I brought that up to understand exactly what I said. If your argument is that all women are emotional, then what about the women that protected other black men from black men? Was that emotional? But because he can't argue that point, he want to be a bitch and just go back and forth. You want to do all this bullshit. I had a very solid point, but you don't want to argue it. So I'll reiterate it again. Y'all was going back and forth for about 40 fucking minutes about women being emotional. That's not true. In that situation that I told Sharon about in Harlem, the men were being emotional. They actually had no reason to beat the fuck out of Tommy, but they wanted to, right, Sharon? Because they, as Q Butter said, you're disrespecting black women. Q Butter said that out of his own mouth on camera, right? So when the lady stepped in to stop it, it showed a sense of maturity. It showed respect. It showed honor. But you don't want to give that to the women because you're here on Sharon's channel to make it seem like all women, including Sharon's wife and other women, are just fucking just emotional creatures that can't like remain stable and framed. That's ridiculous. But I gotta get my food from downstairs. I'll be back. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I wanna say this. I think it would be unfair to believe that everyone that comes on your particular platform or your channel are in relationships. There are a lot of individuals that are not in relationships that are listening to this panel, and maybe some of them are looking for solutions. Some of them may see the points that I make when I talk. Some of them might have related to the points that Fatty said and what he spoke and resonated with him, Trigger Mike, and everyone on this panel. I think it's important to have dialogues like that so we can get different experiences from different individuals come collectively, and then whatever information is going to work best for us in our lives and our relationship, for that thing to be healthy and to be long lasting. I think that's what that individual is supposed to do. And having different points of view is very, very, important. It's kind of like a checks and balances thing that goes on. If we all had the same people with the same mindset going on, and someone comes in with a different mindset, how are we able to give them a different alternative or a different frame of reference into thinking and going, hey, like perhaps like, you know what? I used to think that way. I used to have that different mindset. But now that I heard other experiences, and those experiences to me correlate to better success, I'm going to re-change the way that I think and recalibrate that, because I think that this solution that was presented with me gives me a better chance in getting of what I want.
Yes,
Right.
and I agree 100%. That's why I encourage the disagreements and the back and forth. I think sometimes people just get too involved in the disagreement. They get too emotionally charged in disagreements, and me and him can have different point of views. But as we was mining through the conversation, he had to move the goalposts because we actually have the same point of view. And that's why he had to move the conversation to, oh, but what about, and then he wanted to make it an absolute instead of nuance in relationships. And so I think is absolutely needed. Both sides of the fence is always needed, because somebody, just like what you said, just to reiterate what Kasim just said, some people might be more on Fatty's side. That is fine if that's what you want in your life. And people are going to be on my side of the spectrum, and that is fine if that's what you want in life, because you got to curate your own life and your own lifestyle and what you're willing to deal with your relationships. And I want to welcome to the stage MJ Long.
Hey,
Good
Sharon.
day.
Hey, panel. How you doing?
We doing well. Thank you.
Good. So what I want to say is, what I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Kasim or
Kasim.
Kasim. Sorry. Okay, so he's right. Right. Like every relationship is different. And I think as an adult, you should know as a man, if you cannot take a chatty woman, right? Because there are women who do chat a lot. If you can't take a chatty woman, that is a part of your vetting skills of not of what woman you pick as your mate. You don't date women who talk too much and you know that you can't really deal with it. You're not going to be emotionally connected with her because you can't, that's something that's just not a part of your being, but still get with them and then tell them to stop being who they are in the relationship. That's where the problem lies. You're literally just getting into relationships with people off of what you need from them, relationship or utility, instead of actually picking the right mate for yourself. None of that would be a problem if you know who the fuck your mate is. But see, all you have this little fucking little golden little list of, oh, well, my wife has to be a bad bitch. She has to have a big boobs. She has to have big butt, whatever not. And she has to be able to cook a good fucking meal. And that's it. That's all. That's the requirement of my list. And if she can shut up and not say one word after that, I'll be fine. Well, you really need to go find a woman that's like that. But that's not what you're doing. So this is why we're having these conversations. If you don't mind having a conversation with your mate, you want your mate to be your friend. You not as a friend as you talk about the same things you would talk amongst your gender, but a friend to talk about things that about the world, politics, the way of schools that you want your children to go to, the education level of how you want your family to have. Those type of things, you will get a mate like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when you have someone who comes up here and they make broad statements or generalized statements when we clearly know that relationships cannot be generalized and not all relationships are monoliths, we all don't follow the same path. That's where the issue is, because now you're giving misinformation. You're not telling the whole truth. The whole truth is it depends on the individuals in the relationship. Find out what you need in totality and pick the right person after that. I'll drop my mic.
Sharon,
Thank
let me
you.
say this
Shout out.
too.
I got you. Shout out to Granville. Yeah, all y'all talk too effing much. Shout out to GBGville. Go ahead, Down Long.
I'm gonna click on the
Sports Spot
topic too, but let me say this as far because I guess they don't understand. As Sharon said this multiple times, that I'm a host over here. We're working together. I'm gonna say this one time. That way we don't, that way we go into the new year right. I never see y'all when Ali is over there muting people like he did with Fantasy Island Girl and timing her out and bringing them down, or blocking people in the chat. I don't see Callie Bev, Natasha Vincent, or nobody else saying Ali don't do that. This is not Ali's channel. This is Fatty's channel. Y'all allow it to go, right? So please do not undermine us. If I see people being disrespectful the same way Ali see it, he times it out. So if I see somebody being disrespectful, I'm going to time them out. If you don't like it, feel free to leave, because I see none of y'all coming over there to break up what Ali and Fatty has going on, but y'all come over here continuously and try to get in between me and Sharon. I don't understand that. But as far as what MJ just said, it's the facts. They tell baby mamas that you cannot talk about relationships because you're not married. When other men say, "Hey, you baby mamas are talking about relationships, but you have no man." I've seen them say that a million different times, but now when we say that about them, they act like it hold no validity. It's the same exact thing that I'm literally giving you your own logic back. But because y'all feel like y'all feel like it's okay for the women to have these standards but not the men, and that's the reason why y'all are the same people that's in these spaces with no results, with no woman, no nothing, no business, no nothing, just people in the chat saying that you're okay, but none of these people actually know you offline, which is the same conversation that y'all had with me months ago. You're dating women that you never even met. Again, y'all validating people that you never even met. I'm using your logic against you. When it comes to these relationships and just everything in business in the Black community, I don't think that they pay Sharon as a contractor for his experience. Sharon talked about this personally. Sharon, you let me know if I'm lying. When you first came into your contracting, you wasn't getting the fucking deals you was getting now. You wasn't making the money you was getting now. You make that money now based off your experience and how long people can say, oh yeah, you did this, you did that, you did this, you did that. Your actual results is why you get the contracts that you get now as a contractor in big ass fucking New York State, where there's a million fucking contractors, right?
Absolutely.
So we have to they couldn't pay Sharon. Could they pay me right now if I started a contracting business? Could I get paid the same thing you get paid? And I don't know nothing, Sharon.
If you're a good liar, yes.
I about to say that's the
You
only
better be a
way.
good liar.
And guess what's gonna happen after that, right? I'm gonna get sued, right? My name gonna be put out there as one of those schemy ass contractors, right? And then
Absolutely.
guess what they're gonna say? But guess what? Solution based Bracy, his fucking you don't gotta fuck with their lawn. He be lying. He have no results. But solution based Bracy, his company actually has the results. So they're gonna always hire you. That's how we gotta approach these conversations. We cannot, and I will not, see myself in a conversation with somebody who don't even know anything about business, but they're telling me about business and they're telling me about how to go get a business license in a Series A. And you ask them, how many Series A's have you gotten? Oh, none. I'm just talking. That's a waste of my time. That's
So
like talking to fucking freshmen in fucking college. That's a waste of time.
how you feel about that statement, Kasim? Somebody that's has two successful long-term relationships. What is your feeling on people that do not have this, not even close or remotely close to the same experience as you, and they would say that you are wrong?
Well, I mean, insight and information comes from different avenues and different venues, right? What I would do is I would hear them out, and I would try to correlate what other life experiences that they've had dealing with other people, right, that are successful and are healthy and cohesive, right? But because I'm in the trenches and in the field of that, my mindset and the way that I ingest information is going to be coming from a totally different space. Will I give them an ear to listen? Yes. Right. But during that listen, I'm listening for certain things that I can connect with. I'm looking to listening to certain experiences that I can relate to, right? That might make sense. And I will take bits and pieces of those small experiences, right, to weigh back and forth. But I won't take everything in totality because we're just our mindsets are just in totally different places. And I say this when I'm on panels. I've been in a long time relationship for a long time. I've been married before for 8 years. So, and I have an amazing, healthy relationship with my girl. We don't have a lot of these issues and a lot of these problems that most people have because I've done a pretty good job on myself in getting it that way. So this is the framework that I'm coming from. I'm coming from a place where yes, your relationship can work. Yes, you guys can work things out. Yes, your relationship can be happy. Yes, y'all can get along together. And yes, you guys can enjoy the benefits of what everything has to offer between what the feminine has to offer for a man and what the masculine has to offer for a woman. That's just where I'm coming from. And that's just my truth or my perspective.
Awesome. Hey, GBGville, he says 10 out of 10 women will interrupt a man while he watches the game to talk about being bored. They will also proceed to say they want to do something, but never know what. They would say, God damn it. So, babe, what you want to do? I want to get fucked up. That's what you will say. Thank you, GBGville. Go ahead, Nate. You been quiet? Nay, what would you like to add to the conversation? Go ahead, Nay.
Well, basically, I actually want to answer this. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. I want to answer this question. No, I'm like when a guy's watching the game, usually women don't interrupt. We'll come may ask you what do you want to drink or bring you a sandwich, but 9 times out of 10 we have that relationship where if he watching the game, I know not to bother him because there's certain things that I do that I don't want you to interrupt me while I'm doing it. So that no, I'm not gonna interrupt you unless I'm just asking you, do you want something to drink or do you need anything from the store? That's pretty much it. I'm not about to interrupt you while you're watching the game just to talk. Like
Hey,
that's
Kasim, do you experience that when you if you, I don't know if you're into sports or not, but when you're doing something that you're heavily into that's leisure, not business wise, something that is leisure, do you experience that your woman interrupts and interject a lot throughout your leisure time?
No, she doesn't. I'm a big time Yankees fan,
mm-hmm.
diehard Yankees fan. Like I'm sitting here, in my room now. I have a nice TV here, and when the Yankees play, I'm down here and she's up there. and I'm dedicated in it, right? And
What?
when they don't
Hold
win,
on, just
What?
say, hold
I
on.
watch
So you,
sports.
so you
Like,
saying
come
you
on
just
now. You better not.
destroyed
What? You
his
better
whole?
not interrupt me while I'm watching my game. You crazy?
Cause see, are you
You
saying in real
crazy?
time you are the opposite of what he just said? Go ahead, preach, my brother.
yeah, I mean, like I'm a diehard Yankees fan, and when they lose, I get
Hey,
headaches,
what?
and I get all of these things. And then she could notice a change. She was like, "Oh man, the Yankees must have lost." I'm like, "Yeah, they lost." I said, but I'll be all right. I'll get over it." She
Oh
never
shit!
really
Hold
tried
on,
to.
Steve. Hold on. Again. So you mean to tell me you vent to your woman about the Yankees and she understands it and she don't try to
Yeah, you're
solve the
supposed
problem?
to.
She said, "Hey, go ahead and vent about it. I understand, babe. You upset about the Yankees. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna let you have it." You saying that she allows the venting to happen? Oh shit!
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
she allows me to do that. Like, yeah, I'm a human being, right?
Like you
And
have emotions.
I'm a man, and I'm dedicated when it comes to my Yankees. And when they don't win, it shows not just on me, but when I go to work, when the
Mm-hmm.
next day you can see all the men you can see it on their face,
Mm-hmm.
and then we go and we talk about it, right? About what they could have did wrong and what da 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 da, and then we get down off of that. So yeah, so every now and then she can hear me
I mean,
upstairs.
venting to your spouse is a
Hey,
way of
hey,
No,
Kasim,
decompressing.
but here's the thing, Kasim. They want me to ignore the nuances of relationship, and that's why me and you was actually talking to, and then they try to turn it into a different conversation. But that is what I was doing my best to communicate, and it was misunderstood, and I got to work on
Sharon,
that
married
myself
people or people
and
in
figure
relationships
that
understand
part
what
out.
you're
But
saying.
that's
Okay.
what I was trying to communicate. You feel what I'm saying,
I'm
Nate?
like,
no, but
dude, we
Sharon, but
understand what you're
remember
saying.
how I talked about the braking system? I've gotten a lot better at letting it get to a really big explosion. I've gotten a lot better at minimizing it. But yeah, I'll turn this TV off here and I'll walk up the steps and I'll go upstairs and she'll be sitting there and she'll know like, oh shit, Yankees must have lost, right? Right?
Shout
Yeah.
out to Granville. He says cap, but Kasim, because if I would have gave an example, nobody want to hear it. They'd say, Sharon, you're a liar. But I'm glad somebody else has got a great example of it happening in real time and they spouse understanding that situation and allowing the other spouse to just go through it, get through it, go through my emotion, and then I'm back to being my normal
Sharon,
self in a
Man, they
relationship.
was
This
burning
people who
is
are
couches
in
here in
awesome.
Detroit
relationships
because
That
we
is
lost.
understand
awesome. Go ahead, Nate. I didn't hear you, Nate. Go ahead.
Did they enjoy that loss from D Town,
that.
Dallas, Texas, baby? Shout out
Man,
to them
fuck y'all
Cowboys.
Shut
Cowboys,
up.
man.
Fuck y'all.
They played us, didn't they, Nene?
Fuck y'all.
Go ahead, Nate.
What I'm saying is, there are times where you come and vent to your spouse. It is nothing wrong with venting to your spouse. Gossiping, you gossip with your girlfriends. Men gossip amongst each other. But when we're venting, we're talking about something that really is affecting us emotionally to our spouse. And we, as wives and husbands, are supposed to create a space where you can come to me. The last thing you want me to do as a wife and the last thing you want to do as a husband is go to someone else and start venting about your spouse or how you feel about your spouse or how you feel about anything when
Love
it comes
y'all.
to your
SB,
partner.
love y'all. Y'all be safe, okay? Happy New
Happy New
Year's,
Year.
everybody, all
Happy New
right?
Year.
All right,
So
D-Town.
don't sit here and say that you do not vent to the person that you could call yourself loving. You have to be able to take what that person is saying to you and not be reactionary to it. And it's not about getting a solution. I just want to talk to you so I can get it off my chest. And when you say, "Hey, babe, I understand what you're saying," women like that. The first women like that, and I'm for sure you men like that. My husband had a situation last night that he just needed to vent about, and I laid there and I listened, and I said, "Well, babe, everything's gonna be fine." And guess what? And I said, when we talked about it, but he came in upset, and I said, well, what, baby, what's wrong? That's the first thing that spouse couples do. If I see that your emotion is out of whack or see something is wrong, what's the first thing that come out your mouth?
You know what's
Babe,
crazy,
what's wrong with
Nene?
you?
That's exactly what MJ do. MJ here, MJ would tell you, I do not like having certain conversations. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I told her when we first met, I don't like, arguing certain stuff.
Yeah.
I like certain conversations, Sharon. This is how I handle it right here. One of these. One of these. I swear to
I
God,
mean, you
but
can have,
she would
yeah.
come to me and she'd see that I'm like, I guess, MJ can tell by my different tones or whatever the fuck I got going on. And I tell her, I'm not really trying to talk about it. I'm about to smoke. You know what I mean? I'm about to have me a little drink and get my work done because no matter what, I still got to get this work done at the end of the day. I still got quotas I got to meet. So, but what I'm learning from somebody, like herself, who actually has a degree in psychology, let me not say degree in psychology. She have not say that, but who actually works within psychology, she actually would break it down and say, hey, you should be, talking about these different things.
Yeah.
And of course, I've been to therapy before, so I have a therapist in East Lansing. But sometimes I don't even want to talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Because see, for me, I can, if I'm stressed, I can go knock out 50 push-ups. Like me and Sharon did that one day live, right? Hey dog, we stressed out, we got some testosterone. Let's knock out 80 push-ups. We knocked out 80 push-ups, called it a day. But what I'm learning is men, sometimes we hide our emotions. We hide how we feel. And I don't like it because I've been trying to figure out why, out of all the self-deletions in the black community, why most of it is black men. I'm not saying that I wish it was black women, but I keep thinking we are strong, we leaders. Not all of us, but a lot of us are leaders in our own right, in our household. We work hard. Why is black men taking their own fucking life? And for years, this has baffled me. It has baffled people within the health community because nobody fully understand it. Unless you want to just break it back down to, we feel like we have nobody we can talk to. One, or in situations where we have a healthy partner that we can't communicate with, we fucking. And I have been. I mean, bro, I've done this in my relationship with MJ. I clearly, like, for example, when I got those 100 copyright strikes from Raw B, I was very upset, bro. I'm talking about extremely upset.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't even talk to MJ, and she was trying to talk to me. You know what I did? I lit up like 8 blunts in a row, nigga. I was so stressed, bro, because a younger me, I would have handled that even worse than I did publicly. I would have been extremely violent. And now I'm learning to just express myself. I write more. I have a journal more. And these are the things I wish black men would do instead of acting like we can't be somebody who, sometimes can be vulnerable, bro. And we need somebody who we can actually talk to. I think that's one of the major things wives can do or girlfriends can do outside of, the sex and stuff. Is really just be there emotionally.
Yes.
Because a lot of young black boys, they turn a gun on themselves, and now what happened? Or they turn a gun on somebody else. You know what I mean? But I don't want that personally for my son. I think about that. Y'all know I got 4 kids, so I got 2 boys, 2 girls. And I think about like, damn, when my sons can't talk to me and they got a girlfriend, is they not gonna be able to talk to her about what the fuck they going through? Or they
I think
that's bullshit.
I think Kasim he hit a good point today when he noticed his son going through a wrong approach with his wife. He was able to correct it in real time. Luckily, he was on the phone and he was able to. So what I would say to that is that definitely men need to have elder men that's been through things and have experience in things and prove that they was able to get through rough patches in their life and they have experience to get through it. They need to have a conversation with them. I would not necessarily say that you should have that kind of conversation with your wife. What do you say to that, Kasim?
I say you're absolutely right, and I want to reiterate again. It's easier as men for us to correct our tone and what we're saying than it is for us to try to convince that woman that her emotional response is disproportionate to the situation. It will take you longer to try to convince her that how she's reacting emotionally is not right than it is for you to bring it down a little bit and control your tone.
Absolutely. So you should not be telling her to, in your relationship with a woman that you love, she's come to you, God, man, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear this kind of bullshit.
Stop. Ooh, woo. No.
You want me to cut you off? You must
Sharon,
better
I
die.
just think this is genuine.
but that's a part of the remedial reg that we got to be careful of because as Fatty was saying some decent points, he's also said that as well, right?
Yeah.
So and that's what we got to be careful about when we mix in the truth with the misinformation. Like you cannot talk to your woman with disrespect and expect her to be happy about it and think that the conversation is going to stop because you told her to shut the fuck up. That is not going to happen. It's not going to end well.
But this is the thing though, Sharon. This is the thing, right?
Sharon.
I think women want to be women.
It's important. MJ. Go ahead.
It's important to allow women to express themselves, right?
Yes.
because once they have that emotional wall up, it's very hard for
To
any kind
break
of
it.
true rationality, anything to come through that.
Through that.
Once you sit down with them and allow them to express that emotion and they know that you're listening, that wall comes down. And once that
Mm-hmm.
wall is down, then you're able to inject some of your rationality, some
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
facts, and
Mm-hmm.
some things, and they're
Mm-hmm.
able to receive it more. But you got to get that emotional wall down first, because if you don't get that wall down first, you don't listen to them, it's a wrap.
I was gonna say, let me scream. If I'm screaming, let me scream. I'm like,
go,
okay.
go ahead. Go ahead,
Just
MJ.
Listen, my thing is that there's a difference of, like you said, healthy back and forth and venting and conversations that will help strengthen your relationship or fix a problem or issue, right? That where
Those are
is a
three different
miscommunication,
things.
right?
Yes. Yeah.
So there's a difference than trauma bonding or throwing your everything that's going on onto your partner, because I don't believe in that either, right? And I understand that there is a certain level to men that they have to keep to mentally, that they have to keep so they can prepare themselves for outside. So that's not what we're talking about, right? We're not
No.
talking about basically coddling an individual who doesn't know how to self-soothe. I think all individuals needs to know how to self-soothe at a
Hmm.
proper or healthy point. But when you're in a relationship, it's very disingenuous to these men to feel to sit up here and say that they have been a stone cold person to whoever they are dating, because even when they were trying to date a person, they showed a level of vulnerability at that time. That's how you was able to even get that connection with that person. So why initially do that to create a relationship but then cut it off once you get inside the relationship? It doesn't make any sense. This is why a lot of these relationships and marriages don't work, because you do something just to have access, but you don't want to keep up the same type of behavior. I think is really is a very negative and poor mindset, and it doesn't it doesn't help you in the long term, really. Like, you can have healthy conversations. I'm not trying to say that every single conversation has to be a discussion. That's something between you. But if you want the emotional capacity of a woman, right? Because at this point, if you don't need emotions or that emotional support from a woman, then why the fuck have a woman? Like, literally, just go out there, and if you want a sex doll, go get a sex doll. Go pay
Damn.
for prostitution. If that's the case, what's the point of having a woman if you don't need that emotional support, or for your relationship or for yourself? You know what I'm saying? Someone that you feel that can understand you on a deeper level that you can't talk to your friends about, or you may not talk to your family about. What's the point? I really don't understand. If you want, why cut off one of the greatest tools and energy that God gave a woman to assist in relationships or marriages or with your partner? I don't understand that.
Absolutely, that's a great point. Everybody in the chat is saying MJ is making great points. This is the part where some men just do not want to admit that it got some great women out there that have logic. Logic is not a male thing or a woman thing. Logic
Absolutely.
is fucking logic. Not everybody
Period.
has logic. Not
Period.
every male has logic. Not every female has logic. But logic is just logic. It is no such thing as a male logic and a female logic. Logic is just logic. We gotta
Mhm.
understand that. We gotta rebel against that bullshit remedial rhetoric as well. If you have logic, it's probably just showing a form of intelligence from that human being. That's probably what is really what people are saying. And we gonna have to start recognizing that it is some women that are more appreciative than other women. It got
No,
Yeah.
stages, right?
absolutely. But just think about
Absolutely. We not
just think
look.
about this, Sharon. If your beautiful wife didn't know who you was, let's say she couldn't tell when you're angry, she couldn't tell or understand when this is not the time to talk to you. You just need some me time, and then you'll come back to the discussion or whatever the situation is. If it was a heated discussion, if she didn't know that, then how was y'all gonna actually get through things? How will you be able to fix what's going on? Are you going to still continue to combat with each other? Are you still going to continue to argue with each other? The simple fact that she knows when that she needs to come talk to you and when she needs to let you leave you alone to your thoughts is the simple fact of her being emotionally intelligent. And she's
Mm-hmm.
emotionally intelligent of knowing you. That's the whole point. So why wouldn't you want that for your mate? Why wouldn't you want to know what makes your makes you make trigger? What makes what words make her trigger? What words make her happy? What words soothe her, calm her? Understanding that this particular issue might be something that is a trauma to her due to her experience. That means if you don't know none of that about your wife, you're not listening, you're not paying attention, and you don't care to know anything about her. It just shows your personality at the end of the day, and it shows the trajectory of where your relationship is going to go. Because I guarantee you, not all women, but most women, if you not in, she will find another man who's going to sit there and listen to her. And that's all I have to say.
Exactly. 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 The last thing you want to ever do is not listen to her. Because when she start talking to somebody else, you're not gonna like it. That's
You're
that's
right.
what that's what I mean. I said it's okay for you to come vent to your partner. You don't have to come to them about everything. I know exactly what to come to my husband about and what to talk to my girlfriends about. We can distinguish that. So I just want you to sit here and just listen to me sit up and cry about a fucking movie if I want to. It's the fact that you're actively listening. That's a turn on. It's the fact that you're actively engaging in something that bothers me because you want me to engage with you if something is bothering you. So
Hey,
Right.
that's
Nate, as
And
much
what
as I love MJ, if me and her couldn't go to each other and talk to each other, what would be the point of us being in each other's lives? Like, again, and then people will come in these spaces. Well, what about the man who's a doctor or to get? You're not getting married for political reasons, sir. Nobody. You're not a fucking politician. Let's stop it. The average person needs this kind of connection that MJ is talking about. That's why I think a lot of them they lack relationships with women because they see them as nothing else but sex dolls, not human beings, people that you can just genuinely talk to, like we do at Simp Nation. And and to me, it's just that conversation, to be honest, was remedial. Because everybody who has a healthy relationship knows and can see him talk about it with his son. That part I do remember when he said his son had issues, him being an older man that already has dealt with this. I can tell you what to do to get the best results. That is a solution automatically. And it's not telling your wife, shut the fuck up, she's wrong. Because that, listen, me personally, I don't know how y'all think, but me, if somebody diminish what I'm saying, I get highly offended. I mean,
Most
extremely
human beings
offended.
do. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I think that
but
was good advice for Kasim to give his son.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Kasim.
you know what though? I want to say this after all the years that we've been through and me listening to what my girl has to say. I came to the conclusion that there is a an aspect of femininity that goes through some shit, right? And they end up coming out for the better, right?
Mm,
There are elements of, even though as feminine as I think that my girl is, she's been through some shit.
mm.
Even in that femininity, right? That she had to work out and work through, and she came out better because of it, right? And that's only because of me listening to what she has to say, offering solutions and my insight, and her taking that insight and it working out better for her. I don't think that that femininity is just all peaches and cream and all
Absolutely
roses
not.
and tiptoeing through the tulips. There are
Docile.
experiences, yeah,
Mm.
there are experiences in that femininity itself
I'm
that
glad you
go
learned that.
through things to help it make it to be better. But I
That's
only did. But the only reason how I learned that is just I had to shut the fuck up and listen. Right? She'd be like, "I don't want you to solve my problem. Can you just listen? Can you just listen? Can you just listen?" And that's when that breaking mechanism is like, you know what? Let me just hear her out. Because I automatically wanted to just solve the problem. She was like, no. And she'd be like, you know what? Thank you so much, honey, for listening. All I wanted to do was just listen.
God damn. Yeah, listen, all I want to say is this. Everybody that was trying to say that I was wrong, Kasim is giving real-time facts of his experience of how that it is a nuanced thing, but it wasn't wrong. I think what happens is that y'all try to make it into 100% thing, and that's not what me and Kasim was trying to communicate to y'all. We was just saying you have to allow your woman to be understood so you can get the best out of your woman, because once that wall is down, as Kasim said not too long ago, once that wall is down, you're going to get that full version of that woman. She's going to give you her all. because she knows that whenever you are critiquing her, it is for the betterment of the relationship, not because you just critique her because you think you need to fix her. No, it's because we need to keep moving and we keep striving for greatness in both of us. And there's a difference in verbiage, it's a difference in communication. And that's all I was trying to communicate. Go ahead, MJ.
No, I was just gonna say that I'm glad that I don't want to say his name wrong. The
Kasim.
gentleman Kasim, he understood that and he learned that. Like femininity, there is no ending or beginning with femininity. Okay, like that is a process. That is a life process. That is a growth. We all have different levels, just like there's different levels of manhood, different levels of maturity. There's different levels of femininity, and we all have to go through that process as women. So a lot of these men, they get in relationship, and whatever their woman's femininity level is at that point, they think that that's it. Well, what happens when she's 20 years older? What happens when her body changes and she no longer can have children, or she goes through menopause, or she goes through gray hairs and things of that sort? That's another part of her role in life that she has to go through as a woman. So for men to be cut off about that and not understanding that there's a transition through that, is I think that's the reason why a lot of issues don't get solved the way it is, because they still believe that their woman's supposed to be that young, pretty young thing who was 25 years old. They never thought, or never in their mind fathom that that 25-year-old pretty young thing was going to be a 45-year-old a mature adult woman with different mindset and different past experiences with you and with other people throughout her life. They don't take that into consideration, but yet it's always bestowed upon women to understand that men will transition. Women have to learn that men will have a fuckboy season and they will have a calm down season where they want to be loved and just chill. We're expected to understand that, but there is no understanding about our seasons. So I'm glad that you learned that. Whether it was a hard experience that you had to go through, it took some years, but at least you figure it out, and you look like you're in a very happier place about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I am. And thank you so much.
And before Kasim go, Lauren Mack, she says, "Hey, Sharon Bracy, Happy New Year. Thank you. Wishing you and yours love and peace. Thank you again. Now to troll. Let your lady gossip. You are her bestie." Go ahead, Kasim.
No, but I think MJ was completely right. I think, you know, as men, we need to speak about that more. We need to speak about the changes that both men and women go through as they age, and not have this particular mindset that they're gonna, stay, fairies that they're in their entire life, and to walk them through that, so that as men they get a better understanding of what's going to happen, right? Like the sex and everything is not going to be hot and steamy all the time. There's going to be times as you go through the relationship, our biology change, at not only for the woman but as for the man too as well. And that has to be a part of, the knowledge. When that particular thing happens, when that desire happens to wane down a little bit, what other attributes and what other characteristics, what other things can you tap into, right? That's going to be more important, right? That's going to sustain the relationship even further. And it's one of the things that, I talked about with my boys. I'm like, listen, man, she's not going to be that way forever. You know what? It's contrary as you may believe that, yes, she's going to pick up some weight. She's going to pick up some weight, right? She's going to develop a certain mindset, and it's an amazing mind. Having mature feminine mindset is a really awesome thing. So you have to be able to still be able to produce certain things to get the benefit from that. And you can't go in thinking that they're going to stay this young spring thing forever. That's not going to happen. You're deceiving yourself. So you need to work on different experiences and recalibrate the priorities that you have that's going to be able to sustain this relationship, not to go in this thing blind. And I think a lot of men, they don't have that amount of foresight in their thinking. They're thinking very short-term range, and then once that desire or that fire dies down, they just cast it aside and they get another one, right?
Absolutely.
Without really having the maturity to know how to deal with and problem solve certain things, which is only to your betterment. right? In
Mm,
order to sustain that storm, so you can be a better asset not only to you but the community and the people that you're around.
absolutely, because it's definitely a mindset to. It's a mindset. It's not. What I think is this. To be honest with you, Kasim, a lot of men do not want to admit it, but a lot of men want stoic women. That's what they want. And women, on majority, are not stoic. They're going to talk. They're going to be emotional. They're going to voice their opinions right, wrong, or indifferent. Now, if you want a stoic woman, you probably want a man. And it's okay. If that's what you want, then you need to go ahead and chase that and be honest with yourself. But women on a majority scale, if we talk about women's nature, women are not stoic. So they are not going to just feed you and shut the fuck up. That is not
No,
going to happen on majority scale.
Men
but
with
that's the
women
thing, though,
understand
Sharon.
that.
There's no femininity in a woman being stoic. That's why we drawn to them in the first place, because that
Thank
freaking
you.
femininity. Every man, whether he want to admit that or not, every man needs it, and every man likes it. What's one time where a single guy, he's out here, he had a really bad day at work, right? So he had a really bad day at work, and he's got all these things, and he goes to a little pub, he goes to a little bar, and he sits down at the bar and he orders a drink,
Uh
and
huh.
the nice feminine bartender comes over with a really nice smile
Uh huh.
and says, "Hey, you look like you had a rough
Rough
day.
day.
What can I
Damn.
get you?"
Uh
Right? Or you walk into a
huh.
restaurant and you sit down at the table and there's a nice feminine server there and she's smiling. "Hi, how are you?
Right.
Hope you had a good day. My name is Alicia.
Uh huh.
What can I get you?" And she's smiling at you, and you
Yeah.
looking up at her, and that femininity is raining down on you. I mean, come on,
Come
man,
on, let's be honest.
cut the
But we
games.
we gotta be honest about these conversations. I want to welcome to the stage the LA Project, and I also got somebody else in the back. Ask Quentin. Let me get a peace sign in the back, my brother. So that is the thing that we gotta be careful about. Is that these men are asking women to be stoic. They asking women to shut up. They are asking the women to be opposite of
To
their
act like
nature. Are
men.
you really looking for a woman? Because femininity comes with
Hmm.
certain properties.
It's
Me and
nice,
Kasim,
man.
me and Kasim understands those properties, right?
They
Darren
want
understands those properties, and
they
also
want
we
women to
gotta
be stoic. They want women to be stoic, submissive providers.
and not only that, the same it is also attributes in femininity that we're gonna have to that we don't like, but we're gonna have to accept the good with the bad because that's what the yin and the yang is. You gotta accept the good with the bad. You're gonna have to expect that once a month she might be a little off balance. And you got to recognize that. That's one of the things, just to throw one of the things that's out there, right? Another thing we got to expect, if we plan on having children with that woman, she's going to have a difficult time of managing the household and getting back to her beautiful shape that she was when you first met her. It's going to be a struggle. And if you don't have the money to give that same training like the same way how Beyonce did, and all these other celebrities that has kids and they bounce back within 6 months. If you can't afford that trainer to get them through that, you're gonna have to deal with that and let her get through it. Because most women it takes them about at least, and this is somebody that is training hard. It's gonna take them at least 2 years to get close to what they was when they
Sharon,
got
let me ask you
pregnant.
a question.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's somebody that is grinding hard. It'll take them 2 years to get back. You understand? But go ahead, Sim God.
So we had an opportunity to speak to your daughter briefly. I'm not sure if that's the one that has the baby that made you a
It
grandfather.
was, yeah.
So wouldn't it be important if the young man who she's with, your grandchild's father, wouldn't it be important for him to understand postpartum depression and all these other different things chemically that may make your woman respond, right? That's very important, right?
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, when I talk to most black women that have a child and I ask them, have you had a conversation with the man that you with or any other black man about postpartum depression? They always say no. And when I always ask the men, have you had a conversation with these ladies who you're talking about their behaviors, especially ones who have children? Have you had a conversation with them about the chemical imbalances such as postpartum? And they don't even know what it is, so they don't have those conversations. One of the things that, like I said, moving forward for me, I'm not going forward talking about women's their fucking behaviors without actually breaking down chemically and et cetera, why they behave the way that they behave. Because if you're telling a woman you're behaving like this, you're not submissive, you're not doing this, and you don't fully understand what she needs and what she's going through. Therefore, you yourself is not creating the actual environment because you're not even sure what to create. You're the problem there. That's like a CEO or a CFO of a company not understanding his actual role. Nobody's going to tell you that you have to look up certain things. Nobody's going to tell you that you got to hire certain lawyers and go. That it's your job to know that, especially if you're the leader. So I think again, men, we do ourselves a disservice by coming to these conversations acting like women just magically. Well, either they got to be stoic like men, which nobody fucking wants that. Like Kasim
That's what they
said, nobody
preach, though.
wants a waiter
They be
coming to
preaching
your
it.
table and she quiet, right? Kasim looking at you staring, stoic as hell. Nobody wants that.
No.
No, absolutely not. Also, I want to allow the LA Project to give her thoughts. Go ahead, the LA Project. Please give us your thoughts on the topic.
Hey,
All
Lauren.
right. Hey, y'all. Happy New Year to everyone on the panel and in the chat. I'm just really enjoying the conversation. Of course, you guys talk about, hit a lot of topics, a lot of them that I agree with. I've been, kind of back into a relationship type of situation after some years of being single. So I'm not sure if my single perspective will be appreciated, but just I've seen a lot of marriages and just in my opinion and been in like long-term relationships as well previously, and the bottom line is we want to know that you are our friend, you know what I mean, because if not, then it is just diminished to just, okay, we're going to come together intimately, we're going to kind of be in each other's spaces for special occasions, and then what else, if you're not able to really get to know the person that you're with, what makes them, the person that they are, and sometimes that stuff is ugly, right? And some things happen and resurface and affect, everyday living, so I think it's very important to be able to be with someone that you can trust, and to get things off of your chest, just to have someone to listen. You're not trying to ask for like solve my problems. I can't, this is heavy, I cannot hold this shit on, you know what I mean? Like, I can't, can you just kind of help, just not absorb, but can I just release it to you? Yeah, there's somebody who is actually actively listening to me and who can give me a little bit of feedback, maybe a little bit of encouragement, despite the situation. So that is definitely something that I wanted to add. Also, as a person who has been in the service industry for over 10 years and also in, customer service, and things like that, it's definitely a difference when you have someone who, because you never know. I deal with insurance, and sometimes the circumstances are really, they're crazy, they lose loved ones, they need to have people taken off, but you have to ask why, right? And when you ask why, you can't just be like, okay, let's go ahead and get this taken care of for you. Like, that's just very mechanical. It's, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm so, I'm glad that everything else is like, whatever the circumstances are, that you are okay. If it was an accident, whatever, you got to be empathetic, right?
Yeah.
So it helps a lot with the just dealing with just the process of life. So I'm not sure what type of women these men who, like, kind of who they are, the people in general, men and women who leave these type of generalized comments, what type of people that they're dealing with. But like MJ said, it is very important to deal with an emotionally intelligent individual and stop focusing on their package. Oh, she looked good, this, that, and the third. She want to interrupt you in a game to say that she's bored. That's not the type of, she's not mature, bruh. Like, you need to choose somebody else, because I'm the same way, I guess, like as Kasim was saying, like, I have no problems with finding something else to do if you have something that you like to do and I don't
Right.
necessarily like to do. Like, I'm going to give you your damn space. Like, that is healthy in a relationship. If you have a healthy group of guys, yes, go out with the guys, you know what I mean, once a week or something like that. No problem. You need to do that. Fine. I have no problem with that. I think that's very healthy.
Yeah,
But
and I think that's what we was talking to me and Kasim. We came to somewhat of a conclusion. That's why Tia Mary left her relationship, because her whole life she was dealing with too many people and she never had the time to be alone. Her being a twin, she did everything with somebody. Her emotions is connected with her twin. And then when she got into the industry. She even worked with her twin. And then after that, she got married not too long ago. Then now she's catering to her husband and her children and her friends and fans. So she never got the experience of some kind of solitude and just deal with herself so she could learn how to self-reflect. And I think that's what she really went through. And it's just sad that it had to go to a divorce for her to get that solitude. However, that's what that woman had to do. So being by yourself is an important thing in relationships as well. You got to have your own thing where your partner do not bother you and let you live through. And I think today we gave young men some free game today. They got some really good game. Is that you have to learn how to allow your woman to be safe to vent to you without fixing her, because women do not need fixing. They just coming to you as a place of a strength, and they just releasing their thought patterns to you, not for fixing, but just for venting, and it's healthy. It's okay. Let your woman talk sometimes. God damn it.
Yeah, you don't always have to pay somebody to do that, you don't always need a therapist, because half the time the therapist is just there to listen too. But
great point.
That's why I was kind of hesitant. I was really, really enjoying the fact that there was some gentlemen up here on the panel that was giving some of that free game out, because just from a person who was raised by baby boomers, there was a lot of I'm
gonna have to start charging, Lauren. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna have to start charging because I be fighting off these people, and they not understand that I'm giving experience results, not just me talking. I'm not just regurgitating something. Me and Kasim was having a real intelligent back and forth on our thoughts and our experience at the same time. Like, people don't even understand. They're not even respecting that part, right? We not only going through our battle of our thoughts, we also going through a battle of our experiences and how they can relate into other people's lives in real time. We having this conversation. We didn't plan this conversation, because he hit the link and we started talking. We just bouncing off each other's ideas, whether we agree or disagree. We just conversating. And our main goal is to give our experience to other people that might not have it.
Right. Yeah, and I do appreciate that, because I think it is important. It's something that's kind of missing. And, just when it comes to, just guidance, I know everybody can't be a quote unquote mentor, but hey, somebody can go back and watch this, later on and get something out of it. So I appreciate definitely the conversation, guys.
No doubt. And also, y'all need to show some goddamn love. Hit the goddamn like button. It is okay. You could just hit the goddamn like button, get the like button up, hit the share button, just post it to your community wall. If people like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. It's all good. You don't have to feel no judgment. If you like it, it's at least one other person that might need it as well. You never fucking know. Just post it to your community wall. It ain't like it's 1,000 people seeing your community wall anyway. Just show some love. And then if you do got the financial backing, show me some more goddamn love. I appreciate that as well.
I would say to the single people out there that's looking for something healthy, and they're coming into 2024 with a new mindset, with new goals and new objectives, and they want to experience what a nice healthy relationship dynamic is like. And I think spending time by yourself can be the cornerstone for that. But in that particular time that you're spending by yourself, you need to work on yourself and have the time, energy, and the resources, and really being honest with yourself. Do I have the time, the resources, the mindset, and the energy to have another person in my life? And if it's a no, then work on that. During that time that you're working on that, work on the communication skills, work on the dialect and the proper etiquette in the relationship, so that it can have a more peaceful outcome. Obviously not all the time it's going to be that way, but I think if the effort is made and letting that be the goal, you're going to be able to sustain it longer, and it's going to have more value to you, right? That the ultimate prize, as we say, in the relationship should be the health of the relationship, should be the cohesiveness of the relationship should be the harmony of the relationship that these two individuals create.
Mm.
And that creation and that light should be shown. That when you're out and about with your spouse holding hands, people should look at you and as you guys as a unit, and they should see your light. They should smile at you and your spouse. Every now and then, some people should give some compliments saying, "Hey, like you guys look really nice together."
Woo.
Like, hey, I happen to notice you guys really click. And that's
Mm.
really some evidence that the work that you put in individually and you
Yes.
brought in with another individual and you made it work. That is the evidence that you have that. And I would say let that particular aspect of the community of the union, let that be the prize.
Mm. That is beautifully said. Uh, I think more people need to transform into the relationship is the prize rather than themselves, because most people do not have good self reflection to really um, get, to. I'm trying to say this nice. I don't even have a nice word for it. I don't.
No, I think it was right. I mean, for me personally, like almost 7 years single, and that was what it was, self-reflection,
Mm.
and of course personal development.
Of course,
Yeah. I've learned even like this time around, like I have so much more patience, and
Mm.
understanding, dealing with another person, another personality.
Yes.
Um, and also, and also, he's doing the same for me, so it's very nice, if we have our little attitudes or whatever, we can kind of immediately recognize and be like, we'll crack a little joke, and before we know it, the other person's laughing or smiling. We back on again.
Right.
So,
Yes. It's that
Shout out
braking
to
system that we talked about. Remember that braking system of knowing how quickly to put the brakes
just
on it?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Shout out to Corey Love. Good day. Happy New Year. Yeah. And for some reason though, Kasim, I think men that haven't experienced it, they want to fight us on these nuances in relationships, and all we are really given is just guidelines to navigate yourself. So when you see it, you be able to recognize it and you be able to move forward. Not saying
Hmm.
that this is a monolith that is going to work every single time with every single woman. No, but it gives you a radar to what's going on and what's going wrong or right in your relationship. And now you got to make the adjustments as you move with that human being. That's all we was trying to say.
But
Mhm.
that's the hit. That's the nail on the head. We've all heard of experiences of individuals or couples lasting, decades, and we all heard certain commonalities in what they said in order to make the relationship work. Right. So if you're getting all these commonalities when it comes to communicating and listening and being for that partner, it really works as people. But
Yes.
I think that it really we have to start being honest with ourselves as men, right? And being okay, with knowing that we have shortcomings and that we're not perfect, right? And that we
Great
can
point.
be wrong every now and then, and
Yeah.
it's okay to admit that, but also pivoting to the solution,
Mm.
right? I think a lot of men have a difficult time taking accountability for themselves and being wrong and admitting that they're
Woo!
wrong. And we spoke about this earlier, about individuals holding you to a certain standard, right? And being a man and standing on that standard. But I think
Yes.
a man that is can accept that he has some faults and he can be wrong occasionally and every now and then. I think that man has more foresight into admitting that, and he gains
Mm.
respect for those individuals that are around him because now they know that this individual has integrity, and if he's wrong, he's
Mm.
going to admit he's wrong. He's going to have more credibility, and he's going to be
Yes.
more stable.
And he's able to make the change in real time as well. Like you
Yes.
see him moving
Yeah.
forward, like, oh my God, that's gonna make, especially to your woman, that's gonna make you so much
Mhm.
more of a bigger person. You're gonna look about like 8 foot tall to your woman when you make that
Yeah.
change. She's like, damn,
Yeah.
babe, I really appreciate you really changed. That is so
But
much
that's a
bigger
part of leadership though. Right? It's a part of it. But I think that men we believe that we have to be right all the time,
Yes, it's a
right?
problem.
That a part of being weak is admitting that you're wrong,
Oh,
right?
was we talking
But
about sign language and men earlier? That
yeah,
men are the ones that have the sign language.
yeah.
Hey,
I do
Darren Long,
believe that.
what's the sign language, Darren? What does that mean when people say sign language?
That's the
Shame,
guilt,
insults,
shame,
guilt, and
insult. It
need
needs
to
to be
be
right.
right.
Yeah, man.
God damn.
Nobody does
Some men,
that better than us, man. You know what I mean? Like I always tell people, I've been in this space for a while, and even some of the black women that we don't like, right? Cause see them in this space, I love them, but they don't like them. Cynthia and Princella. Cynthia G and Princella both started off as 4 black men. You know what I'm saying? Cynthia, I mean, bro, you can go back 5 years ago and find videos of her when she was speaking only for black men. Black men should be with black women, et cetera, et cetera. Princella did a fucking rap called "You a King to Me."
mm.
You a king to me,
Shout out to
and
Nightish.
it wasn't until black men
It's been 7.
continuously changes the perception of ourselves in the eyes of our women, that's when they start to treat us differently. But for me, like I said, I wish me Kasim, I wish to save more young black lives personally. I would hate for my sons to grow up and have one of their male fucking friends commit self-deletion. But as far as what the rates look like in the stats, it look like it's not stopping. It's looking like black men are not going to therapy. We're not doing a lot of different things. So talking to our women, it makes sense that we as black men have an issue with that. When some of us can't even come to Kasim and say, hey brother, I'm having a hard day. Is there anything that you can just help me with? Is there any advice? Some of us have too much. I don't know if it's ego. I don't know if it's pride. I'm not sure what it is, but I have I have no problem with doing it. If I want some advice, I don't even care what you think. I'm gonna come ask because I need that advice. Period.
And shout out to Cola 314 Solutions. Character is everything. Shout out to both sides being supported. Shout out to the SIP Nation. Shout out to the Solution Based Gang. We over here, we rebelled against remedial rhetoric, which we had to do today about women needing to just shut the fuck up. That is not what most men want in a woman. Men do not want stoic women. We want our women to be vibrant. We want them to be happy. We want them to be talkative, because all those things entertain us. When we see a woman just put on a dress and she's spinning around and twirling and she's being like a little kid, even though she's kind of grown, and she's just enjoying and laughing at things, and she's walking down the street while we are challenging every little thing that's walking by us as security issues, and she just like la 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 la. And all those things entertain us. We like, God damn, I'm loving that my masculinity is making her so carefree that she is in her 100% femininity. We love that shit when we do that. And we can recognize our woman just in blissfulness. It's not every day that we can see it, because we are usually slaying a dragon. So when we do get the chance to go outside with our woman and she is absolutely 100% feminine, we love that. And we appreciate that. We do not want stoic women. And we are not going to be over here promoting and producing stoic women. We are not saying that women need to feed you and shut the fuck up. That is not a thing.
Man.
It doesn't. But however, we've been hearing this for a long time now. This whole feed me and shut the fuck up thing. Make me a sandwich and shut up. That sounds crazy to me.
But why would? But this is the thing, Sharon. Why would they say that? Right. In all reality, in real life, we know that's not exactly what they're looking for and what they want, and what they gravitate to.
So I think it is because people like, even like Trigger Mike today, even though he's a married man, he would go ahead and repeat that same remedial rhetoric as well, and saying that women need to be quiet and that we are here just to problem solve against women. And no, that is not true. We know for a fact that our women come to us and they just want to fucking talk sometimes, that they don't need fixing. If you chose a right human being to be by your side, she does not need to be fixed every fucking time she's talking to you.
Right. And I think that's a key point that you made. When we speak about these dynamics with the relationships and the women, we're speaking about men and women who have done the internal work on themselves,
Yeah.
right? That have done the right things in order for them to attract a mate, right? And going through the relationship, right? They have foundation, but we also are going to the fact that, even with having that base, there's still some things that we're working on.
Yes.
There's still some behaviors that we still exhibit, right? However, it's not to the grandiose style where it's becoming uncomfortable, right? And that's where I'm gonna say it again. That's where that braking system comes in when you first recognize a particular behavior, where you recognize you tripping,
Yeah.
right? And you just sometimes you just gotta
Slow down.
just stop. Yeah, I mean sometimes when I start going off on my little things, I'll just be talking and I'll just stop.
Mm,
And when I do that, my girlfriend knows, like, oh, his braking system just kicked in because he was on some shit,
mm, mm.
and I just stop. Yeah.
And I think the same way how we need good women to come out there and be more boisterous and say they have good experience in marriages and long-term relationships, because for the longest time, shout out to my guy Sean Antonio, what it do, and happy new year to you. For a long time we haven't heard women tell about how good marriage been to them. We only hear the opposite side. We need that as well, and same time we need people like Trigger Mike to act like his woman do talk to him and she's feminine with him. Go ahead, Sean, what you got to say to this?
Man, I love everything y'all are saying. The thing that really made me call in is because it, like this happened to me in real time. Like I think it was yesterday or the day before. You know, with me, like I have to actively, my mindset is so trained to go with a lot of shit. It is hard to like the conflict resolution part. Like we can get so dug into our points that it's just hard to, even if you just in your soul feel like you are right, just be like, in the interest of this moment, this relationship, not ruining the day or whatever. Let me just use my conflict resolution skills and just de-escalate the situation. Because other than that, we're gonna be beefing for the next 2 3 days. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of times, and I know I'm not the only one, it takes a lot to just get to the point where it's like, you know what, I still feel like I'm right, but you know what, let me just do what it takes to de-escalate this situation.
Right. And you know what, Sean? One of the things that I had to learn was there's a difference between doing what's right and doing what's necessary.
Woo!
What's going to have the greater goal? Is the greater goal going to be me being right,
Mm.
winning this battle, or is it going to be doing what's quite necessary, which means even maybe yielding or bowing out if the outcome is going to be greater?
I totally agree with that, and that's a hard one. That's a hard one to fight with yourself on or to rationalize. But man, I couldn't have said it any better. Like, what is in the greater good of the situation? Now, you do have to be on the lookout for, if you find yourself having to be the one that does that all the time, that's not
Mm.
sustainable. And I'm always mindful of trying not to set up unsustainable dynamics or toxic dynamics.
Mm.
Um, but sometimes it's just necessary, man. And I think
Yes.
that's when you have that conversation, like, this is what I try to do, and hopefully the person on the other side, would be willing to
Receive
to
it.
buy into that. Yeah, exactly. And then
Mm-hmm.
say, you know what, I can play a role in that too. I can be mindful of that too. Sometimes you do have to inspire people, to be like that. And as a leader, it's like maybe just me doing that and then having that conversation can just, make that part of the culture. So
Hmm.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm pretty sure most women would say that that sounds like leadership to them right about now. Not
It
that crazy
is.
shit of telling people to lead with an iron fist and telling them to shut the fuck up because I just needed a sandwich. That is not leadership. That is dictatorship. That is different. I think if you want to stay single, you need to be a
You're gonna play
dictator. And
yourself.
you know what I'm saying? But if you want to be in a long lasting, fruitful relationship, you need to learn how to be a leader. And that is a skill that is learned. It is not just given to you. Most people in this world got to learn how to be leaders. Stop thinking that most people are just born as leaders. Those are a small
Mm-mm.
minority that are born leaders. Other
Hmm.
people like me, I put myself in it. People like me, I had to learn. I had to read a lot of books and learn some good goddamn self-reflection before I became a leader of my household. Okay.
Yes. And a good leader, it's okay to concede every now and then. A good leader can look at the battle or look at the war and saying, hey, like, you know what? It would be better for us to what? Retreat,
Ooh.
go back, reassess and rebuild, and then try again versus
Mm.
our ego getting in the way, and we move forward and we destroy the whole freaking unit get blasted on. And those leaders that makes the logical or the insight to say, hey, like, you know what, we're not going to win this battle, we need to concede this particular point, go away from it, and then come back and revisit. Those people aren't looked at as bad or horrible or unmanly. But I think that's the mindset that we have to go with right now. That, you know what,
Mm.
it's okay to conceive an argument or to conceive a disagreement. You know, as long as when I conceive that, I have more harmony and we
Mm.
get along, because
That's a
that's the
fact.
goal, right? Is to have the
Mm.
health and the harmony, because we're going to benefit that more than me trying to win my point against her. And she's going
Bam.
against me, right? So now her energy is off, right? Because it is her responsibility to put the nice feminine energy in this particular space,
Mm.
which I benefit from. And if
Mm.
if that energy is not there, it's like, you know what? She in my mind, like, you know what? Kasim, you need to chill out, man. You ain't got to do that. You know what? You right.
Mm.
You're right. You know, I'm sorry. You know, you're right. You know, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take your point. You made a good idea, and then guess what? Her energy goes back up, fills
Yep.
everything, and then I benefit from that.
Absolutely. And not only that, I think too many times in these conversations, men are too concerned with Pyrrhic victories. That's what they're concerned about. They want to be right so bad that they don't even realize that they lost the war. It costs you more to win that fucking battle. If
Man,
you'd have
that's
just
true.
said, you know what, let's move this way so we can all win and we all will have a fruitful life together. Stop going for these goddamn Pyrrhic victories. Stop using sign language. Stop needing to shame, insult, and guilt and the need to be right in your relationship. Shout out to Ray Alexander. All the ladies said he is cooking right now. Men that seek to silence women tend to suffer from low self-esteem because of their low social status and lack of power within the larger society.
I
Whoa.
agree with that entirely. And that's
Yeah.
why I
Mm,
said earlier, I don't even like to,
mm.
you said I was wrong. You right, baby. I was wrong. Now, can I
If
spark
she's
my
correct.
blunt? I don't, because sometimes I'm with Sean. Sometimes I'm about to just give it to you because I'm not about to go back and forth like in a fight. I really just want to hear your point. You know what I'm saying? Because I
If
know,
it's
like, and
peaceful.
people know me.
Mhm.
If I make up my mind about something, if I want to go off, if I want to do something dangerous, I'm gonna do it regardless of what you feel. But I am gonna listen
Mm,
to
Mm.
you to understand how you feel. I'm not gonna tell you to be quiet. And if there's something at the end of it that's, you're telling me that I need to change because my behavior as a man and a leader can it can
affect
impact
everybody.
you
Yes.
exactly. So
Hmm.
sometimes even I can be very hot headed. So
Mm,
it's very important for me to have people around me who are gonna give me solid advice and say, "Hey, I don't think you're moving right. Even if you do go destroy your enemies, how is that gonna impact us on the end?"
mm.
Right? I think that's very, very, very important. Having people around you that you can actually talk to. That's not just telling you yes man shit. It's very,
Right.
very,
And
very dangerous.
and not only that, if they do challenge you and you already have a solution to that as well, they could understand it like, okay, then they can give you 100% blessings, right? Oh, so that's how it's going to
Mhm.
affect us.
I'm glad you mentioned that solution shit real quick, and then I'm gonna hand it off to anybody else. But somebody in my chat had mentioned, well, it was my brother Great Dane. Shout out to Great Dane, Happy New Year's. But he was saying if a woman don't automatically agree with your solution, that means she's not a wife. I don't think that that's right because sometimes your solution might not be the right one. You know what I'm saying? Because what if I told you that, like, man, my girl told me, MJ told me that, if my solution ain't right, she ain't the one. Wouldn't I sound stupid saying some shit like that, or
Depends.
That
a
would
little bit
sound
narcissist a
That
little
would
bit?
sound, yeah. I mean, then if you continue on that train of thought, then you're not going to have very many, successful relationships at all, right? There is a way of disagreeing with a certain way that you communicated that leadership and communicated that message. That as a man, you can look inside, like, hey, like, you know what? Maybe she's not receiving it the right way. Maybe there's a way that I need to reevaluate and repackage it so that it can be more accessible for her to buy into, right? Because me as a manager in real life, I have to constantly, you know, reevaluate or reassess or repackage the way that I communicate certain objectives in order for people to buy into it, right? Because sometimes the way I communicate it, it might not get to certain people, and they might have some resistance to it. And I'd be a fool and not looking at the way that I deliver the message, for them to make it easier, to receive. And every now and then, I'll ask, like, hey, like, you guys got what solutions or what recommendations, do you have, in order for this to be more successful for everyone else to kind of buy into. And they'll give their input and they'll give their insight. So if you're giving, specific guidance or direction, to your wife or your spouse, it's okay for her to ask questions, right? Because again, those questions are only, she wants, stability, she wants certainty, and she wants confidence. And all that does is it just reinforces why she decides to
To be
stay
with you.
with you,
That is
right?
part of
So
your
that's
protection.
not a danger. I look at it as like an affirmation, like, oh, okay, yeah, she wanna see if I'm still that dude. She wanna see if I'm still him. She wanna see if I'm still consistent. She wanna see if I'm still that guy, right? So when
Yeah.
she does certain things, I don't look at it as a belittling or beribbing. I'm like, okay, you want to do this because you want to see.
Absolutely. I don't know why they think that women should just blindly listen to their spouse. That doesn't happen when you have when you choose the proper mate, somebody that is that as intelligent as you, somebody that's uplifting you as you uplifting them. It's going to be a lot of communication involved in a successful marriage. A lot of communication on how we're going to move forward. And also a lot of the times people don't realize is that you as successful human beings, y'all bounce great ideas off each other. That's why you chose that woman in the first place. And those ideas bounced off is going to create better ideas. And that's how you move the family forward. It's not always, I'm just telling you what to do type of situation.
It's a lot of times, even as your kids get older, or as we got older as kids, you didn't blindly listen to your parents. Sometimes you talk back because you thought this just sounds stupid or unfair or whatever. And those are the people you have complete dominion over. You know what I'm saying? I just think, man,
Complete dominion over.
complete
Great
dominion.
point.
Like, do this or else. Sometimes you question that or else. Like, even I'm willing to take that or else instead of doing what I don't want to do. I don't want to come in at this time because it don't make sense or it don't feel fair. I do think, and this has been said today, I just want to restate it. I just think it's our egos, man. It's something
Ooh.
about it that just, something about it. It's just like, even when, so say for instance, right, when you hear Anton say he's open to the possibility of being wrong, some people said that he wasn't, but that's not my argument one way or another. My thing is that a lot of times we are not. I know it's times for me, bro, when I'm just like, nigga, I'm dying on this mountain, bro. Right or
Mm.
wrong. You know what I'm saying? It don't even matter, right or wrong. This is my position. And I think if we're being honest and introspective, then we would have to, most of us say, like, damn, there have been times when I've been like that. And I didn't even when I realized I was wrong, I may not have circled back around and be like, you know what, you were right in this situation, or I understand it now. Which to me is a sign of character when we can do that. But I don't know. We don't do that a lot.
You know what, Sean? That is, you reminded me of something analogy that my grandmother gave me one time. She says, you know what, Kasim, there's a difference between being right and being dead right. She says, let's say, for instance, you were crossing the street and the light turned red, meaning that you are allowed to cross the street, right? You crossing the street just because you have the white walk sign, a car hits you, right? That's being dead right. But also being right is, even though the sign allows you to cross the street, you look to the left,
Mm.
right? Or you look to the right because sometimes cars have the tendency to blow red lights, right?
Mm.
So even though it was right for you to walk across the street, you
Right.
still took the extra precaution to make sure it was safe to do so versus blindly just walking across the street just because you have the right of way. And I
Yeah.
think men have a difficult time in separating being right and then
Ooh.
being dead right and dying on this hill.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the pure
I love
victory
that.
I
I
think
love
about.
that.
That was a great example. Man, that was a beautiful example. Go ahead, Sean. That was really good.
Nah, no, I'm just saying I love that. I never heard it said like that. I love that.
Yeah, that was a really good example. It made me stop my whole train of thought and put the whole scenario into like a life situations, right? Like really great example. You can't need to be right so bad that it might hurt you and injure you. That now you're in the hospital for the next three
You're in the
months
hospital
because you're
talking about,
right.
oh, and then the doctor's asking you, "Cooper, what happened?"
It
Well,
was
you
my
know,
life.
I was a delight. It was my light, and I went. And the doctor was like, "Well, you know, sometimes cars they run red lights. You should have like looked, you gave it that." It's like even now, even when I do have the right of way, I always take the extra 5 seconds before I walk because there's a possibility that a car might come crossing that way. You know, but yeah, it's something that we have to get accustomed to and learn to doing.
I do that when I drive. Like when the light turns green, I still stop and I look both ways before I go
Yeah.
forward.
Exactly. Even though you have every right to go because the light was green,
Yeah.
right? That would be that would be, dead right. But the right thing to do is just to wait an extra couple of seconds because somebody might be coming through there. And then when the car comes through there, you're like, woof, man, I'm glad I didn't go there because that would have been me.
I got hold on. Hey, I got a bandit in the back. Can I please get a peace sign to the bandit? Thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome to the stage, the bandit.
I knew that's who you were talking about. Happy New Year,
Oh
Flora.
no. Happy New Year,
Happy
Flora.
New
How are
Year.
you?
Happy New Year's.
Happy New
What would you
Year's,
like
Hey,
to add
guys.
to
Flora.
the conversation, Flora?
I was just listening. I thought some of what you guys were saying was interesting, so I wanted to listen because I did have some thoughts, but I want to keep listening.
Okay, give us your thoughts. I'd rather have your raw thoughts out here out in the open so we could just keep the
Well,
conversation going.
it's kind of hard because I find that in this discussion, we kind of focus on what each party needs to do, and we don't focus so much on becoming better communicators and
Mm,
giving people more skills to communicate. Um,
mm. Give me
so
some
I think
examples of some skills that we could hone in on.
right. So we can maybe, for women, right? Maybe we can stop the passive aggression and just be straightforward when something's
Oh, that's a good
upsetting us,
one.
right? And then men could be less domineering, right? They could try to see things outside of their natural framework and try to understand people from where they're coming from in life. So,
Mm,
although I agree with a little bit of each side, I do think there is a missing element to this conversation where, as people, not a gender, we just focus on talking to each other and learning how to understand each other's communication that sometimes is nonverbal.
mm,
Flora, putting
Mm.
putting together what we said and what you said, I think the bigger problem, to be honest, is that we can't find a space for those to coexist. I think when we
ooh,
communicate, we naturally say either or. What you said is absolutely true. I agree with it, but it doesn't have to be either or. I think it's what you said and what we said.
mm,
Well, yeah, I
But
mean, that's
that
why I agreed with a little bit of what each side on this subject says, because I do think, right, like you guys aren't necessarily completely off, but I think the missing element here is focusing on learning to communicate better with people, right? Not making it a gendered
in general.
conversation, not saying that women, you got to talk to them a certain way for them to No, we need to just learn as women and men to communicate. And that's the hugest thing that's missing in these discussions, I think.
Mm,
but I want to say that's a very good point, Flora. But the basis of this communication, the root of it has to do with respect. There is sometimes some people think that respect is earned, right? And some people have the belief that, as human beings, as a way of getting along with one another, there's a baseline of respect regardless. And I think that's where it stems from. If that individual doesn't have very much respect for other people, then that baseline is broken and that communication is going to dictate, right, as far as what's going to be said and how it's going to be said, because there's no real true level of respect for that person as an individual.
mm,
So this is where, like, as much as I agree to a certain extent, right? This is
Hmm.
where something that Jabba said in the chat stands out to me, right? How about talking with each other instead of talking at each other, right? And that's sometimes how it will come across, especially if you just feel like I don't know what you were implying in terms of respect. Maybe you were implying that it has to be earned. It has to be earned, right? But there is a baseline of respect, quote unquote, that you have to give all people,
correct.
which
Correct.
I do think
yes, you shouldn't go out of your way to disrespect people, but I think before before we can understand that, we need to understand that for you to get baseline respect, you have to give it. And sometimes people just expect that without giving any. They just want people to acquiesce to whatever it is they're saying. And you're
Mm.
not respecting a person if you just want them to acquiesce to you. You should still try to hear the person out. That's where communication comes in, because a woman might not agree with everything you say, but if you
Mhm.
Hmm.
present it like you're doing what's in their best interest out of you
Mm.
having the best knowledge, it's a little bit differently than if you just come into it like, I'm doing it this way because I say so and I deserve that respect.
Like
For
that
I
sure.
get that.
I agree with that. I agree
I
like
with
get
the
that.
it. Yeah, I get
Matilda
it.
thing. I'm right, you wrong. I'm big, you little. I'm smart, you dumb. Right?
Right, you're a man, I'm a woman. It's the same. It goes the same way, right? Like so. Yeah.
Go ahead, LA Project. You want to jump in? You've been quiet for a little while. Or you just observing and absorbing all this free game that we give? But it's not actually free. God damn it.
No, I mean honestly, the same thing of what she was, what Flora was just saying is kind of what's been my reservation in terms of moving forward in a relationship and you know extending my single status. Because I want someone who isn't going to be on that power trip, and that's what it
Mm.
seems like. But also, I wanted to kind of there was a comment from
Mhm.
earlier about people, I guess, just being frustrated, maybe in life in general. And I think that that might be something to consider as well. If they have a job, let's say, instead of a career, you know, something to just go and do instead of having a purpose, or if they go to that place and they don't have respect there and they come home, their attitude might be a little funky
Mm.
towards their significant, even if that person is doing everything for them. It's just because they don't feel important in life. I thought that that might be something to highlight as well. But yeah, in general, it's just like I want someone, just to see women want to be seen as people. Okay, period. Flora, there she is. Hey, boo, happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lauren.
But yeah, we just want to, women in general just want to be seen as people, because there's a lot that goes into maintaining a household and supporting their significant other. I mean, my mom is like literally on her second husband. My father passed away of cancer, and her
Mm.
current husband just had open heart surgery maybe like 4 months ago. So
Damn.
it's like, I hope that she has a friend, through all of
Hmm.
this, because that's a whole hell of a lot to deal with as one person. And that's
Yeah.
not even including children. That's not including her properties. That's not including her businesses, what
Mm.
she all has as a woman, Black
Mm.
woman. But yeah, it's just at the end of the day, we're human. We have a lot to contribute. We do contribute a lot. And it's always just for me been a issue of the power trip.
And I want to
Yeah.
say before Flora go, music live. Can I please get a peace sign in the back to make sure you are a real human being? Thank you, music live. Hey, what's up, Black Cat? They are not bad luck, by the way.
Oh,
And
they're good luck, actually.
You
Yes,
know what,
he's
Flora?
good
You
luck.
made a really good point, Flora. Um, when you mentioned, men being dominating, right? I think it comes to how men, when they hear that word, what definition do they correlate with that, right? In order for it to be effective, because I've heard this word, several times, and when I hear the word, it doesn't necessarily trigger me in a certain way of actually being physical. I think it's a matter of position,
Mm.
right? And it's a way of letting that position be known, but not like so forceful, not throwing that position in their face, not making them feel uncomfortable, but however, intrinsically they know, right, that this individual here is leading in a certain way. And I think that word kind of triggers a lot of men, right? They don't have the introspect to think of it in a certain context. And this is where I believe looking at definitions is very, very important when it comes to words, because sometimes we look at the first, when you put in dominating in Google, the first definition that you see, people normally go with that. However, if you scroll down a little bit, there's other definitions of that particular word that has the same type of context. And what I try to do is I try to look for, different contexts of that word, right? So it's not so triggering for me, and I can look at it in a more unison way, particularly relating to relationships.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the communication bit. I think I definitely agree that the wording and words in general, people tend to hang on, the ones that affect them the most. So I do
Absolutely.
agree. The word dominate, just like that's why I said earlier, like we should get rid of the whole feminine, masculine. There's too much nuance to a lot of it now. People overuse it. They water down the word. So I
Same
just
thing
think,
with submissive. That's a word
yeah,
that
oh yeah, submissive
if
is done.
if that one thing I don't understand about that word, right? If men understand that word is triggering, and it is reacting a wrong kind of trigger, then therefore we should deem that as an unsuccessful word to use against women. Like we should use that experience to say, you know what, this word triggers them in a very negative way. I should use a different word. I do not.
Correct.
I never came to my wife and say, "You better be submissive to me." Like that doesn't work in real life relationships in the first place.
It definitely
Nobody,
doesn't.
nobody is.
I don't think the niggas that say it online be saying it in real life. I think they just selling that shit online. I don't
Oh
believe
yeah.
these niggas, bro.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like, come on. Like when you have it, and this is the part of the communication part that we just start being real. To have people that have that experience. This is what Don was talking about earlier. To have real experience. Nobody's using this kind of verbiage in real life interactions. And they say, "Hey, so what you looking for in a woman? Submission." First thing she's like, "What the fuck does that mean?" She's gonna react in a negative way. So therefore, that is not the proper kind of communication you would have if you try to build something with another individual. You do not want to say
Mm-mm.
things that is negative. You know what I'm saying? If my auntie was Rosa Parks and I'm hanging out with this white lady and I say, "Yeah, my auntie is Rosa Parks," and then she said, "Well, you know what? My uncle worked with Rosa Parks." You're like, "How?" "Yeah, he was the one that said, 'Lady, get to the back of the bus.'"
Damn. Damn.
Wow.
Oh shit.
I didn't see that coming.
That is not going to work out. You
But
understand? So
I
you
but I
get
think I think you made it you I think you made a point. I think it's better for us to um choose, if we know a certain word triggers certain people a certain way. I
in a
think it's
negative
part of
way.
your leadership to find a different word, a synonym, right? That has the same meaning, but doesn't drive a wedge in between into the communication block, right? Because
Mm.
certain words that you say can automatically drive a huge block in front of the communication. And now one person's on one side of the block or the wall, and the other person's on the other side of the wall, only because of a word that we're stuck on. So, I think that, finding different ways to communicate that, would be a better solution for more healthier communications.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Flora.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. I don't have anything to say.
Awesome. So, like, like if me and Flora, I'm trying to date Flora, and I'm like, "Listen, Flora, listen, you look good, you got all these attributes, but I need 100% submission. So that means when I say something, I need you to just submit to whatever I say because I got the best. I got the best moves to keep us forward. Your point, I might listen to you, but your point doesn't matter to me, and I just want you to listen to me. That is not going to be good to move that relationship forward. Let's just be honest about that. And also, I need you to also, Flora, before we move on, when I'm hungry, I need you to fuck me and shut the fuck up and make that sandwich as well. That's not going to be
I
good
mean,
for.
is the dude paying all the bills? Am I carefree? Am I bill free? It's a
And
different
see, and
story. If I'm bill
right,
free, you can get all the
But
sandwich.
and that's
even if
exactly
you
the
are,
and
you
that's
still
that
should
Paying
exactly
bills don't
right.
ask me for a sandwich.
But that's exactly the reaction that we're going to get. We're not going to get it in kind and saying yes. She's going to be like, "Well, am I getting this and I'm getting that?" Like, we don't want that
Well, because
reaction from the woman.
relationships
We
are
want her
give
to
and
be like,
take.
"Hell yeah, baby, I want to do this. I want to do this." We want her to give to the relationship, not demand things and say, "Well, if you're going to do that and I'm going to shut the fuck up, then I need this and that and the third. What are you going to do?" "Oh, I also need 2 vacations." "Huh? Oh, we got to live in Manhattan." No, and then I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like it
But
brings
if your
a back and forth,
expectation,
a catty back and forth that you don't need to build a relationship, is what
can
I'm
I
trying to
ask
say.
you though, Sharon, if you're as a man, right? If you're expecting this woman to have the sandwiches,
Mm-hmm.
to clean the house, the kids are
Mm.
right
Yeah.
every day, there still
Yeah.
has to be nuance where if she's not having a good day, you understand that. You put the blanket back over her, you let her go to sleep, and you call the nanny in or you call
Mm.
whoever. There still
Mm.
needs to be help for women who are meant to be or who are choosing to be in the home, who are choosing to be the submissive partner, because that's a job. Just like you going to work and making the money and putting it in the bank and being able to pay the bills, that's a job. A woman
Mm.
caring for her family, like truly caring for her family, being there 100% for them, is a
Mm-hmm.
job. So you shouldn't be insulted by women asking what they're going to get out of it. You should be honored that a woman is willing to put her life and her livelihood in your hands. I'm just saying it comes off wrong, but I do think men
I
need to be a little bit more grateful for that.
I see. I agree with what y'all saying. I think the tricky part for me is that I think I don't like things being tethered to things. Like I don't
Mm.
need you to cook and clean. Like I cook and clean. I don't need you to do that. That's not something that a woman has to do for me. I can make my own sandwich because I can cook
Mm-hmm.
better than most women I've dated. I
Right.
think just in general, you need to handle people with care. If that's your person, handle them with care. Period. No matter what they're
Yeah.
providing for you, either
Exactly.
way, just handle them with
Yeah,
care.
if we're saying that, then I completely agree with that. It's just sometimes it seems like they feel like because you're the stay-at-home wife or stay-at-home mom, that means no breaks, no free time for yourself, no life,
Yeah.
no new designer clothes, no bags that
Nothing.
are over $500. Like, what are
What
we
do you get? What are
talking
you
about?
getting for it? You get to destroy your body. You don't have the finest clothes. Now you wear sweatpants. Your hair's always undone. You wear a robe for most of the day. Like who wants to do any of that? Go ahead, MJ. What would you like to add to the conversation? Go ahead, MJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that sometimes I think that we give these particular type of gentlemen too much grace. Like they don't
Mm.
know. They perfectly understand what they know by the terminologies that they use and the words that
Mm.
they use. Going back to what Kasim said, I am a person I'm a very analytical person, and I literally read in between the lines. That's how I am taught. That's professionally wise how I'm taught to read, to understand why people use certain words for a particular reason. So when you're going back to the word submission, that your word is actually being used to trigger women. You gotta remember where that word started popping up and becoming viral at. It started popping up and becoming viral in red pill spaces. Why? Because that was supposed to be raw dog nature, and we're no longer just telling women what they want to hear. We're telling women the truth. So that's why that word came up, and that's why it's been aspiring out, because it came from a area where they was like, listen, we don't want to lie to women anymore. We don't want shit to sound sweet and soft. We don't want to coddle their feelings. We want them to literally understand this is exactly what we want for them, and they either have to take it and accept it. There's a form of psychological abuse that goes on, especially within these spaces that people do not want to pay attention to, or they don't want to admit that happened. You're saying things to trigger people. You're telling women to literally take disrespect and endure it. Like that is their purpose in life, that they have to endure this type of disrespect. They don't get respect. They don't get the treatment that they want. Nothing is reciprocal, but it is their God fearing right to just basically be a helpmate or a whipping post to men. This is what they're expressing with a lot of the terms and the words that they use in these spaces. Because, like you said, I don't believe a lot of these men are using these words in these spaces out in real life. It would not cut it. I don't know one woman, if a man was to come up to her and say, "Yeah, ma, you look, yeah, ma, Sharon, I'm from New York. We from New York. You know what I'm saying?" So, I don't know. No man gonna be like, "Yo, what up, ma? Yo, you look mad good. You gonna submit to me, pretty young thing?" Like that. Shorty might be even more hood than him and probably pop him right in his fucking face for saying some stupid shit like that. They're not getting this. That's not working. So for
or,
them to
or
be
even using that word as a compliment. Like, damn, girl, you looking hella
exactly.
submissive right now. Damn.
Exactly. Like, imagine saying that to your mom or your aunt when you go over for a dinner, when she invite you over to dinner. Yo, my grandma is mad submissive. You see that? You see that? My uncle look happy. You think she ain't gonna take that wooden spoon and pop you up your goddamn head? Because guess what? Your uncle know. Your uncle know he gonna get them hands if he talk to your auntie crazy, and you're not gonna talk to your auntie crazy. So this is what I'm saying. They're projecting. They're
Yeah.
projecting bad information on very impressionable men who actually believe that this is real life, and this is why they're not getting the results that they want because they're doing it
Mhm.
for a buck, and this is why we have a large incel group.
And you know what's crazy
I
about this
agree.
whole submission thing or whatever that these they hone on this word and why you shouldn't hone in on that word. I got my wife. She has a friend. She is a complete like I guess you could say looks like a boy, right? She presents herself as a boy, even though she always somebody ever asks her, she says I'm a girl. She's a very girly girl, but her physique she just accepted that she looks more manly, I guess. Whatever. That's what she represents. That's what she presents to the world, right? But we was in the house and we was all hanging out. And there was food on the table, and I said I was hungry. She said, "Just because I look like a man doesn't mean I'm not a woman. I'm gonna make you your plate of food. Sit down, I'll bring it to you."
Mm,
How crazy is that?
It
yeah.
doesn't matter how she look because she's
That's
probably a tomboy.
internalized. Yeah,
You
but
know
that's
that she
internalized
is
hatred and
But
self.
what I'm saying is that,
exactly.
like me being 100% myself and not taken away from who she is, is what me and Kasim was talking about earlier. When you're 100% yourself and you're not threatening the other part of men, right, which is femininity. When you're not threatening femininity, you embrace femininity. Even what I'm saying, even a woman that is the so-called man in a relationship, for me, she was able to serve me.
You know, men
You know
who
what I'm saying?
you gotta understand the men who are threatened by femininity or what femininity can do for their life are men who don't have self control. These are men who
Mm,
don't have self discipline. These are men who are reactionary. They're not as logic as they think they are. That's why they're threatening by someone coming in and persuading them. This is why they want to put chains on women's personality and the natural things about them because they can't control themselves. These are the same men who are telling women, you should put a condom, or well, you should have told that man to put a condom on if you didn't want to have children. Well, if the man also is expressing that he didn't want to have children, why he didn't put the condom on? You see what I'm saying? It's just the lack of, oh, it's your fault that I'm doing this. When they tell women you should keep your legs closed, and that's why there shouldn't be that many children out here or whatever. Not well, you're leaving out the part that you're included in that, sir. It's not only just one person opening up their legs; it's somebody else going inside. It's also somebody else inserting themselves. So where is the self discipline? Where is the self control? They say a lot without saying a lot, and they think that women don't peep that, but women do.
Mm,
mm. Go ahead, Kasim.
wow. No, but I was just thinking about what Flora said when she came to, especially that scenario that you guys have gotten back and forth, where she's gonna do X, Y, and Z and cook and clean, and you're gonna provide this, and it just reinforces, what I've always believed, that masculinity has a cost and femininity has a cost, and it comes down to having a broke mindset. A lot of men, I think, have a broke mindset. It's the fact that you want her to do these things, for you, right? You want her to be X, Y, and Z, and she's telling you, hey, yes, I can do X, Y, and Z, but me doing X, Y, and Z is gonna come with a cost. And these are the intangibles and tangible costs it's going to be in order for you to receive these benefits. Just as though the man, his masculinity, whatever, that has a cost to as well. Hey, if you want me to provide, protect, problem solve, procreate, love, do all these things for you, then this is the cost. And I think if men stop looking at the relationship as far as how much they're going to spend and worry about them overspending or overpaying for what the last guy got for free. I think if a lot of men got out of that mindset, I think that they can have better chances and better results, right? And
Absolutely.
just living up and just owning the fact, like, hey, like, listen, man, if I want a woman in my life, it's going to be a cost to it. There's just
That's
no
it.
way around it. They all are like that. So now I have to be able to accept that and do the things that I have to do, not just financially, but on my mind, the way that I lead, how stable I am, security I provide. I need to work on that if I want to have a woman in my life. So hopefully in 2024, men can start looking at that, not necessarily as defeated, but as a challenge. Because it's a win-win for him. Not only does he increase himself, his values, his principles, and his characters, and hopefully, his profession, then he'll get the type of woman that he wants, that qualifies to receive that. So even
Right.
if she doesn't come along, he's still benefiting from that. So I would hope men get out of this broke mindset.
Yeah, and I think Sean hit on a point that is very important as well, right? It depends on where that man is at in life is going to determine what he deem as a submissive girlfriend, right? He don't need the cooking and cleaning and taking care of the kids. That chapter of his life is done, right? Even though he's not a fully senior citizen. But still, that part of his life is done. I don't need you to cook for me every day. I don't need you to bear no children for me. I don't need those things. I just need a companion that's going to be rocking with me while I'm building this new lifestyle that I have now. Me going traveling, me setting up new businesses, me going to this part of the city and that part of the city. And I need somebody just to enjoy the things that I already do. I just want somebody that's riding with me, and we're going to keep it love. And that's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking for somebody to build a new family with, because I already built that family. I did that successfully, and I'm on to a new chapter in my life where it doesn't include that kind of submission from a woman. It's a different kind of relationship I'm looking for now. And
Absolutely. Sharon, there was an actual article that just came out and said that billionaires prefer to date and marry older, mature women. Why is that? Billionaires, men with a whole bunch of money and resources at their disposal, wants to date mature, older women. They do not want to date young women. So you have to ask your question that, because a lot of people are saying that these men with these type of resources, they can have any type of woman they want. They can have the younger woman they want, but there is a reason why they don't want those type of women, because they're at that level of their life where they don't need those type of women. They don't need a yes ma'am, yes sir type of woman. They need one who can help keep up their resources, help build on their resources, help build their legacy, help bring kids with certain type of education or background into their foundation. This is what they want. They want someone who is capable and on their level. These men literally sit up here, go after women who are incompetent, who's still trying to grow and very impressionable, and they can't bring nothing of it. These women are pretty much almost similar to children, and they get mad that the women act childlike. You put her in a childlike position, you want to stunt her growth. But then complain where you don't have someone who is intellectually capable to be on your level when you're getting older in your years.
Go ahead, Sean.
But you know what, though?
Oh, no. I'll wait. I'm sorry.
But you know what, though? You're exactly right. I work with a bunch of older, wealthy men, and the women that they have, around them are mature. There's power and benefits in mature femininity. There's power in that. For that woman to have those experiences and that insight that he knows for a fact that can hit him at a different level, at a different potency where it can benefit him. She also knows that through that experience that she's giving to him, she's going to be covered by all the residuals that are going to come. If she can help him to be a better man and to increase his resources or to increase his social standing throughout his particular world, throughout his connections, she understands that she's going to benefit, from that. So when you get to a certain age in your life, you are looking for that mature feminine insight. You don't want to necessarily spend a lot of your time teaching so much. Every now and then you want to be shown a different perspective. And that's something that mature feminine insight can definitely do for a man.
Let me ask you a question.
I just want
to say, I'm sorry, Shara. I just want to say one thing. Y'all asked me this. What man whose main goal is to conquer the world has time cultivating his woman to be a woman?
He doesn't.
How do you have time to cultivate your woman to be a woman if you're trying to take on the world? You have to make it make sense.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to do that.
He definitely does.
He needs someone there that's going to help stabilize and to help balance and take care of what he has produced and give him insight in order to help him to be better. I'm always a believer that, you know, behind every strong man is an amazing woman, and vice versa, right? Because men and women are better together, and there are really good benefits for men to have women in their life, not just in health. We all know that men that are in long-term relationships with women, they live better, they have all of these things, but mainly when it comes to the way that, you know, that feminine insight comes into and help us make us feel right, you know. So those talking points don't make sense 100% of the time.
Absolutely. And I want to and as you know, hit that goddamn like button, hit the share button, because we are the solution based gang. We here trying to tackle different perspective, different thought patterns. That's why we here to rebel against remedial rhetoric. We want to make sure your thoughts are your thoughts and they didn't come from somebody else's. You have got these thoughts in your own mind, and you processed it, you vetted the process, and it's actually your thoughts now that you the things that you repeat, and you are not just regurgitating. So that's what we are here to do, to make sure that you're not just regurgitating information that you heard, and that these are thoughts that you're trying to implement in your life. Because as we mine through these conversations, we see that these people that are producing these thoughts, they are not living the lifestyle that they are talking about. They are not walking what they talk. So that's what we here doing over here at Solution Based Gang. And we are going to move the conversation over into the Simp Nation, the Daryl Long channel. Please spam the new link so everybody could go there and we can go support Daryl Long and the Simp Nation as we move conversations forward. I want to thank everybody that was here. You can hit the goddamn Cash App. I appreciate you. Buy me a goddamn coffee. Buy me some goddamn water. Buy me some goddamn lunch, because we was here hanging out with each other. We was here building. It was no fighting today. That was awesome. We was just disagreeing respectfully. That is an awesome thing. So I want to give everybody a salute to that. And I'm gonna see you tomorrow again. We're gonna do the same thing again. I'm not sure what we're gonna talk about, but we're gonna keep the conversations moving forward. The link is dropped in the chat. I will see y'all later. Thank you, Sean. You want to drop anything before? Okay, let's go. And I will see y'all over at the Simp Nation.
All right, man. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Sharon.
Thanks for having me.